3D Beats production.
The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
The pick is in.
It's possible for running back to be worth a top 10 pick.
That's a really good question. Yeah, I think it's worth it.
Chicago Bears are on the clock. Has the draft fallen the way you were hoping or thought it might?
Yeah, we're good. We've got plenty of options here. Yeah, are in great shape.
Looking to trade down with the names that are on the board, or are you running up to the podium to select the guy? Guys, what are your thoughts here?
He's taking whoever the fuck Aaron takes and tells him to take. So.
Sadly enough, yes. This is the perfect scenario. So I'm on the phone this entire time, trying to get somebody to come on up because I've got options.
Obviously, you look at the board right now, you got Jalen Carter, the flat tire, if you will, of an offseason with all of the stuff that has gone on with him. And then there's more today. Paris Johnson, who Ben Ricketts and Dalton Kincaid would have taken at 9 posit. He's there.
I think there's another guy available that Mr. Cox might have been thinking about pulling the trigger on.
Would you have thought about Bijan Robinson there, GM Cox?
I don't think so. No,
you're not in that camp.
Nah, not top 10.
Not our nerd. With the draft Nick or whatever the fuck these guys get in a click, the favorite right now would be Peter Skoronski. Based on them, they would all be saying that.
Nope, drop.
I would never select Skoronski at all in this area. But again, you're the GM. Are you ready to pick?
I'm ready to pick.
The pick is in. The pick is in. Here we go for the 2023 live patron mock draft. Your Chicago Bears, led by GM Ryan Cox's full government, select
Broderick Jones, offensive tackle.
Offensive
Georgia.
tackle Broderick Jones, Georgia. My number one tackle in the draft, right? Cox. Obviously, talk about why.
I think Ryan Cox just dragged his nuts right across Carr's forehead live on air right there. There goes his Paris Johnson love.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, Paris is great. He's right there with Broderick. I just think the ceiling for Broderick is just a touch higher. Right now, Paris Johnson, you could argue that Paris Johnson's a little bit better right now, but I love the ceiling. Braxton, question mark.
Yeah.
And let's say he doesn't take a step. Broderick Jones can slide to left tackle. He can go in there this year and start at right tackle. He's mean. He's got the motor. He's a road grader. I think you put him next to Nate Davis, and you've got quite a right side of the line.
The Tape Never Lies Network.
These kids, they fly by. I've been a single dad for 10 years.
Oh, wow. Proud of you, man.
No, I wouldn't have it any other way. I've been blessed by a lot. So, and this is family. You guys, man, the patrons, everybody. If I could give more, I'd give 5-10 times more than what I do. But it's money well spent. It's well worth what you guys do.
Well,
a lot of guys. I don't want to cut you off. You guys see that $7 up there, you patrons. You can put more in there if you want. And
appreciate your service.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you guys.
And I appreciate you jumping on. This is a great surprise for us here. We could see you in the background.
South Korea.
Yeah.
Right there in South Korea, serving the country as well as serving TTNL.
Yep.
The helicopters are flying.
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, it's all
don't
good,
have to tell those helicopters to stop.
Yeah. You fuckers know I'm talking to Shane and Phil? Jeremy said that Sam's spot was sponsored, and it's sponsored by Krispy Kreme
Donuts. We pat him on the back, but we bust those balls too. It's all
kind of difficult keeping up with all the news drama and like draft stuff, but like I love the way you guys break down tape, and it's refreshing to be able to have that at any time, especially me being on like opposite hours, the opposite side of the world too. So I really appreciate it. Just gotta say, whenever I see like the X's and O's with you and Coach O, it really reminds me of me and my dad, because he was my coach growing up too, all the way from kindergarten to high school. So I think that really resonates with me, and I think that's really special. So I always try and watch those shows especially.
His hand placement is nice and easy. His posture is really good, and his pass pro. And I think that's something people don't talk about. His posture is nice, and his footwork is there. His head back, his shoulders back. He's just moving very effortless. Just knowing, guys coming up that hole, and like I need to wrench him just a little bit more.
Exactly.
Right
Walk
here. Okay.
Yep.
We got right
I
there.
so enjoyed this.
That's great
Hands
body
and
control.
Show you good feet.
Great feet. Great agility.
He just
Look at him.
Swings his foot right in there.
Yeah, right there. That right there. I'm
shows you
praising that guy. I'm an O-line coach. I'm praising that guy. Great job by everybody, but that guy
I say
created
a lot of times, you lose with potential and you win with performance. This guy's got all the ingredients of being a
Foskey's motor never stops. Foskey is a really talented football player.
It's Shane, and right there is evidence right there.
Yep.
Why this guy's a damn guard to me.
Yep.
That's
Right
a
here.
square pull. You need your guards to be able to square pull. The way he moves is so fluid. Like that's what I was thinking. Like, does he
I
play?
think
Can he play center? Can he play?
Right.
He looks like a guy that can maybe play anywhere on the line. I'm liking these guys right here. Mock, but I'm starting to like, I don't know, man. I'm liking
You can
this
see
guy
him.
really.
Look at him jump in the air. Now he's on this back.
Fuck it. Like
I wanted to show here just that I liked again was actually to Coach O's point is that while it's not as tight as you'd like to see with this particular play, when he does make a little bit of a bounce here, he stays tighter to his blockers. And this is something that he did not do a very good job of back in 2020 and 2021. He would make a bounce like this in earlier previous years, and he would have his hips and pads angled towards this backside defender, and he'd wind up really in close proximity to that defender, as opposed to hugging inside and forcing that defender to reach for him and attacking the player with more depth downhill.
Yeah, that's how you
he's
run.
out there playing ball. Like his team probably, I don't know what the score of this game. His team probably didn't have a damn chance against Notre Dame, but he's out there trying to
Kicking it off with my team, and we go straight to Alabama to get my number one player in the draft on the defensive end, Will Anderson, the Connecticut Deer Ticks. We're ready.
Jeez, I got to come up with a name. I'm going to be the Montana Sideburns.
Those fucking sideburns.
Yeah, in honor of my guy. I'm writing my pick down, and you will see it unearthed live. Go with Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones,
offensive tackle.
Nice.
UGA. And that's who they're focused on, and that's who they're going to draft. A lot of times it's just information gathering. It could Jalen Carter on there. You want to sit down and you want to talk to the kid one-on-one. So it doesn't mean that you're more interested or you're focused on a top 30 visit guy. Sometimes, they may go out and draft one or two this year. Last year, they drafted none.
Everybody on your defense better.
Yep.
They're going to see a football player, and now you're going to have to play like him, or he's going to tell you, shit in your hat and get the hell off the field.
The Tape Never Lies Network.
The tape never lies.
Tape never lies.
Starts now.
The tape never lies.
Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies Network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Give me some fucking names.
Draft day, round one. The pick is in. The tangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, holes on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one. The pick is in. The tangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, holes on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
The tape never lies. Realize potential ain't the way to go. Always draft football guys. The game is one up front. Rebuild the lines. We trading up for a QB. Throwing dimes. The best analysis out there, and there's no debating. Nerves on edge. Collab crew. Collaborating simple. Take the guy that takes his freaking head off. TTNL with the coverage. Ryan Pace got his get off.
The blog boys ride the nuts and study the swag. Flag route or the drag, we get to the bag. Left tackle or the slot, show me what you got. We need a guard and a cornerback with draft stock. Cream of the crop, last season was a flop. Protect Justin Fields in a 3-step drop. In the pocket, hits keep him ready for the sport. Eva Flus told him get your track shoes if you want to run the north. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. The tangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, holes on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. The tangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, holes on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't. Because it's going to show right up in that film. They never lie. Made that catch with a big old hand.
I hope that there's hope. Okay. We're live, Shane.
We're back. I'm excited for the draft, Phil, but that 40-minute intro really pisses me off.
Were you able to do it, Claudio?
Now you got to.
Oh, I got to do this?
Yeah.
Got to study my face.
One. The rumors. The rumors
Night one.
Flying, man, right now. It's crazy.
There's always rumors.
Yeah.
Look at all these rumors. Let's go. How is everybody doing? How is everybody feeling? I am nervous.
I'm nervous as hell. That's how I'm feeling.
Nervous too, but I'm trying to push that energy out.
Yeah.
I got short arms.
The T-Rex.
I'm here. Claudio's in the house.
We position Claudio and Phil in the same position, different town, different house, but just like they were in 2021 when we got Justin Fields. Cars will be here after soccer practice gets over. But should we?
Jackal is booked tonight. He's
right.
got
Should we?
Soccer, equestrian, lacrosse. Then he's going to go watch The Princess Bride.
And then he's got the Mbappe diaries that he's going to watch. Claude forwarded him that.
How could you miss that?
How can you miss Mbappe?
It's only the biggest night in the history right now.
Bigger than anything, Phil. I think we have one person in the background we have to unveil because he's got a special surprise for everybody.
Ding, ding.
There he is.
Where is
he?
He
is.
Look at that guy.
We're back, baby.
The handlebars are back.
The handlebars back. We're back to normal.
Draft night exclusive. Everything's back. Back to normal, like you said, Claude. What's up? What's going on?
Leave your tops on, ladies.
Yeah, right. Hey, calm down. I'm married. But dude, I can't fucking be more excited. I'm nervous as shit, like you guys.
Yeah, all day
I
long.
said to
man.
Shane, I go, is this it for our TTNL Network personalities? And then he's like, no, Cars is coming. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Is he going to pick him? No, I can't wait for Cars. Is Jackal going to show up? Did someone text him?
My confidence level is at 0.003.
Now, is Bratcher really busy on draft night? Is bingo?
I love to watch it, guys, but there's a serious bingo tournament I bought in. It's a $15 pay-in.
Hopefully we see Bratcher. Some of these guys show up. Speaking of show up, before we kick it off, we just wanted to rewind back all the coverage of hours. I mean, I'm exhausted of this draft. I can't wait till it finally kicks off. But think about all of the tape, Ivan, we've cut, all of the breakdowns, Shane, the shows that we've done, and getting you guys prepared for this. It's not even just a draft. We broke down every free agent we signed except for Travis Homer. So this network has been constantly breaking down tape to get to this point. There's plenty of Easter eggs around the channel now with the players below us and around us and guests tonight. You guys in the chat. Maybe we bring one of the chat guys on tonight. But, Shane, got a special message. Because Cap is hosting the Soldier Field event, and our guy from TTNL Network, former 3-time All-American, second-round pick of the Bears, Chris Zorich, is also there. He's going to jump on later tonight. But David Kaplan sent a special message.
My guys, Phil and Shane, love you guys dearly. The tape never lies. All right, I've given you winning picks the last 2 years. Here's what I'm saying tonight. The Bears want to trade down. They're going to try desperately to trade down. If they can't, I think they take either Paris Johnson Jr. or Darnell Wright on the offensive line, or they've done a ton of homework on Nolan Smith, the rush end and will linebacker for the University of Georgia. And he's a Jonathan Taves, he's a hockey reference type of leader. He is a cornerstone. We don't have those guys in our locker room right now. We need cornerstone leaders. He's one of them. But I do think they would prefer to get an offensive lineman in the first round, if at all possible. I'll call you guys later. We can discuss. Have a great night. Love you both dearly. Take that.
Take that, David Kaplan.
Take that shit somewhere else. Shane, you're on mute.
Can't even hear Shane. But
take Nolan Smith back, Cap.
He had me. I was feeling great, and then he brought Nolan in there. Like Nolan's a very athletic football player, but
he's a weak side linebacker.
A will linebacker, stand up off the ball, run and chase guy that has some pass rush ability. They play him on the edge a lot, but he's undersized. He doesn't hold up. He's not going to hold up in the NFL.
You line him up out there at end, and that's where you're running the football.
Yeah, exactly. He's not Dwight Freeney. I'll tell you that.
No.
So I honestly, I'm giving up on Georgia. Don't take anybody from fucking Georgia in the first. I've had enough Georgia on my mind. Leonard Floyd, Roquan Smith. Oh my God. Anyway, we're gonna be on.
Let's just do this. We'll go around and just gut feeling about moving up, moving down, if they're standing pat, and if they're standing pat, who it's going to be. Claudio, what's your gut feeling?
I mean, obviously moving up, moving down. I mean, moving down depends on who's there. I still say, like I said last night, I think if Jalen Carter's there, I think they're taking him. That's just my gut feeling. I mean, we can.
Are you going to be able to catch the TV when Phil rips it off the wall?
Well, he's got the hammer ready. The hammer's right down here. He's got a fucking hammer.
Got the hammer ready, Shane.
He's got the hammer ready to go.
The diamond encrusted hammer, the JSN hammer.
No, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing us. I mean, listen, I was talking to Phil earlier. I mean, I asked him, I was like, what do we need more, pass rush or offensive line? And pass rush, I think I agree, is the most important thing. So, because last year we had none.
If you were to put that on a scale, like you look at this roster rate where it is now, and really, ultimately, I thought the Bears in free agency would go out there and land Orlando Brown. That's where I thought they were going to go, and they didn't. So they went somewhere else with it. And the reality of that situation gives me pause. And if you look at this roster, the biggest area of need is offensive tackle and pass rush. Those two, you've hit on trades with the wide receiver. That's why I always laughed at the JSN bullshit. This network always stood on that. And then you look at the 3 technique. They obviously signed Walker to be that. They got Andrew Billings. Obviously, you just don't sit pat there. But there's nobody. Like, I was expecting Yannick being signed by the Bears today. That's what I was hoping, Ivan. That and then they'd set the course where there's no hand. But right now, I would have to say, based on Tevin Jenkins being on this roster, that your biggest need is pass rusher on the edge. And if you've traded down from 1 where you have the best player in the draft, according to this network, we'll stand by it. I know Todd McShay has flip-flopped 4 times, even in a goddamn fucking show. And some of these other clowns
I got it, Phil.
Are flip-flopping. But Will Anderson, honestly, is the best player in this draft. So if you're sitting there at 1 and you're saying, we believe in Justin, we want to get more, now you can't trade down to 9 and get a guard out of Northwestern. That's just backwards thinking. That's Eberflus and Pat McCaskey's handshake.
Phil, real quick, I just want to keep everybody updated on the latest things that are going around. Charles Robinson from Yahoo Sports reporting over the last 24 hours, it has come to our attention that the Houston Texans' actual plan for this draft was to take Will Anderson at number 2, then move up from number 12 for quarterback CJ Stroud. The way that it's falling right now, with teams trying to trade up, they may lose out on the quarterback if they don't take him at number 2. So there's a lot in play here. And
I've never believed that Stroud is going to fall. I mean, it's Bryce Young and then Stroud.
Listen,
I'm going to be sitting there laughing at Will.
You don't play the if you have a quarterback that you're in love with to take at 12, you take the guy at 2. I mean, you don't play the game at the quarterback position. It's beyond foolish.
Sorry. Last night was the perfect showcase. And I'm being honest. Eric texted me early in the morning saying how proud he was and how well we worked together in that war room. And he leaned on us, and then he ultimately made the decisions. But that's how it should be. Like, we were making a strategic. Like, if we move down here, listen, there's 2 guys at a certain position that we like, where if we move down, one's going to go. And today I was watching Carr's draft, and I was like, you just don't pass on Foskey. You can't take a center over a pass rusher at that point in the draft. I loved his move down with Darnell because he's my number 2 tackle. I love Darnell.
Well, so
but you can't pass on a pass rusher. You got to get one here.
Yeah, no, I agree. Claudio gave his gut feeling. Phil, what is your gut right now of what's going to unfold for Chicago tonight?
Shane, I have no fucking feeling here. I have no idea. Like I told Claudio, I have no idea who Poles is. I was expecting a wide receiver. I got 2 DBs last year. I'm trying to figure out who. I was expecting them to go out and sign Orlando Brown. That simple. They didn't do that. I don't. Honestly, my gut is to think the fucking worst case scenario, and that's
but
Skoronski.
don't forget that March 10th, he just pulled off a great trade and got the best wide receiver available that you really could have got. That was available free agency via trade.
No,
So you got to give him some credit there. Like my gut feeling,
I'm not giving him credit. I don't know what his draft is. I'm not taking away credit. My gut feeling is all over the place. Like it's too difficult for me to predict what this guy's going to do. Who I want there, I think it's going to be dependent upon the board. So if Wilson's there, you got to take Wilson, Van Ness, Cansey. I'm with Claudio on that. And then you got to weigh out these tackles. I believe the tackles go further than the pass rushers. And that's how you have to play this game out. I'm the opposite of what Carr's said. I think I like Bergeron. Is Bergeron sneaking into the first? I love Cody Mock. Is he sneaking into? I don't know that. But I know this. Van Ness ain't getting to the second. Foskey in your mock, he ain't getting. I would be shocked if Foskey's going into the second round tonight. I believe in Foskey. He's another guy that I believe is very underrated in this draft.
It's all about that motor. It's all about that motor.
He never ends.
Never ends. And you said it before, Philly just doesn't stop coming after you. And I think that's part of why the reason, like, I wouldn't, like, for me, if it's a trade down, I'll look at Foskey. I'll definitely be looking at pass rusher. But if we're talking about staying at 9 and Jalen Carter's there, that's something that motor is something I don't want to question in a guy that I'm going to be paying. And that's going to be in a critical spot on my defensive line. That's something I don't want to be questioning. And regardless of the, of the off-field antics and shit like that, like if we're questioning your play, that's something else. Like that's something that I don't like at any point, especially number 9 in the draft.
Yeah, the number 9 pick, as I said to Claudio, just sitting there at dinner, trying to force myself to eat some wings that Claudio brought over. It's like I'm so anxious because this is really the tone. Like Kevin Warren coming in late gets me a little nervous too, because he's like, okay, you guys got this one. I have all these nerves. The fucking McCaskey Eberflus handshake got me nervous. All of that. You're muted, Shane.
His official date that he took over was late, Phil. He's been there. I mean, he hasn't been there every single day. I'm not so worried about that. I mean,
I don't know who Poles is. This is it. And that's fine. That could be an advantage in this draft, right?
Absolutely.
I think Claudia, as much as I love the tackles up top, Darnell Wright, Broderick Jones, yes, from Georgia, Paris Johnson, I just think the biggest need on this football team is pass rusher. And I would feel great if Yannick was signed today, because then you have a veteran there that someone's going to run. But Dominic Robinson, the kid, Raheem Green from Houston they signed, and Travis Gibson is not winning football. And I'm not a subscriber of we're building for next year. The year after next. It's like, okay, that's a Bears tradition for too long. Like you got to try always to win. So I think you're kind of in a place. If 4 quarterbacks go off the board, that is great for us. That is great for us. It might be even better than 1 falling to 9, because then you got an opportunity at those pass rushers. And if Van Ness is there, or Cansey, or what if Tyree Wilson falls?
Take him.
You got to take a shot at
Carter
those.
there. I'm going.
CJ Stroud just went minus 2,000 in Vegas to be the number 2 overall pick.
What is minus 2,000?
That means you got to bet 2,000 to win $100.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's definitely going too.
Yeah.
Carter and Skoronski are the scary pieces to the puzzle. And if you're a Jalen Carter at all costs type of person, you have played Madden and watch highlights. On this network, if you're a patron, Shane, myself, it was the very first show. It was a pop-up draft mob surprise show. We broke down Jalen Carter's tape. Ivan, you were there too, right?
God, Riley,
Yep.
this is you pissed me.
And this you had no, but Mike was live for sure. Riley, you motherfucker. The Jalen Carter on-off switch is always on coast. You know what I'm saying? And Matt Waldman had the great line, like, you don't want to be drafting guys up at the top of the draft where you have to tape that thermostat to be on all the time. Like, you should be able to. That's why a lot of these GMs look at these high-end numbers. Like, there's no doubting the potential that Jalen has, but it's just like my father said, you win with performance, not with potential. And I just don't think you have a winning culture if you're going to go out of your way to take a chance on greatness. And you're not in that position culturally.
No, like I said, and like Otis said, we just need to trade down first. I think that's, to me, it solves a lot of or it answers a lot of questions. We could go ahead and be more, flexible with what we do. We know there's a lot of offensive linemen later in the draft. We know you could find pass rushers right in that spot, about in between 20 and about where we're at 9. So if we do end up trading down because somebody wants to go ahead and take somebody else, I think we're in a good spot, even for a guy like Shane was mentioning, a guy like Foskey, a solid pass rusher that's worth a damn, that could be an instant impact on our defense. But let's just get the trade done first. I think the trade is the biggest need right now, because you need more players. You need more chances to find impact players. And I think that's what the Bears want.
Yeah, that sweet spot in that second round, obviously the Chase Claypool trade has taken you out of that equation, and it's come out that Poles was working those phones to get that shit back, also demanding the 2 and the 12 from Houston in a trade and wanting to get something else closer to the top. Now, looking back, I was hoping he would have got the higher choice from Carolina in that second round, because the further you go to 53, the easier, like if you take a pass rusher, now those tackles and offensive linemen that I like in the second round are going to start falling off the board. So you've put yourself in a position where the trade down is probably the best thing. And we've worked every angle of this draft. We worked every angle. We took the offensive linemen. We looked at the pass rushers there in the second round. We traded down. We looked at what offensive linemen come down there. If it was me, I would be trying to trade down and pick up a nice high in the mid-30s pick from somebody.
So real quick, Phil, Adam Schefter just tweeted out that the Eagles and Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia Eagles DC Jonathan Gannon as the head coach in Arizona. They have agreed to a trade. The Eagles have traded pick number 94 in this draft and a 2024 fifth rounder to the Cardinals for pick number 66 in this draft to settle the tampering violation. So Philadelphia trades their third and a fifth and move up to number 66.
Here we are, grown man Christmas on 6 minutes to go on the clock till this thing is going to get started up. Obviously, we're tailgating here at TTNL. Grown man Christmas. Shane and I have called it that since the dial-up days.
Oh, yeah.
Everything we looked forward to. And you know what? As I get older, this shit is way too long, NFL. We got to get to the point where we're going to put these guys, this draft, closer to the beginning of the free agency, and then the next week do the fucking draft. Or put it at the beginning of April, Shane.
I hear you.
It's another mock draft in my life.
I don't think they give two fucks about what we think. It's not moving anytime soon.
We got a pretty good business model.
Do you remember 7 or 8 years ago they pushed it back like 2 weeks and it was actually in May? Do you remember that? And everybody was having a complete meltdown. And
I kind of remember that now.
If in a perfect world, I would love to go back to the original format, the Saturday, Sunday format, where 1, 2, and 3 were on the first day.
15 rounds.
4, 5, 6, and 7 were on Sunday. It was a 2-day thing. You had your weekend, and it was great. We'd have
the wives would appreciate it.
Oh,
my wife comes home from work. She's like, this woman at my job, right, Claude? She's complaining that her husband it's his Christmas. It's a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Steph's like, oh my God, you don't even know.
I haven't seen my husband in like 2
My
weeks.
husband's been breaking this down since January.
So we have a future 7th round draft pick punter in the weight room, or in the weight room, in the green room. Do you see him down there?
Oh yeah. Room? This guy needs an intro.
Oh shit!
How did we not get an intro for this? I know I'm short, right?
Probably shorter than he is. Probably shorter than I would put my money on Riley. Yes, I would.
He's starting to grow taller than me.
Oh yeah, he's blown past his mother, and it's not up to daddy yet, but he's getting there.
This guy's better be working on his feet.
Oh yeah, he is. He's out there every day.
Offensive lineman, are you jumping rope? Let's bring him out. There he is.
There he is, the man.
Hey, what's up?
Where did he go?
Uh-oh.
There he is. Riley Marsaw. What's up, kid?
This is the part when you talk. Oh, we have the feedback because he's close to me. So
we'll mute Dad for a second. What are your thoughts? You look tense, man. You look intense. You look fired up. Have you decided on who you want in the first?
I mean, Paris Johnson would be nice, but we'd probably get like Roderick Jones or Peter Skoronski.
But who do you want? Paris?
Paris Johnson, yeah.
Paris Johnson. I like this kid.
The smartest kid.
The smartest kid. How tall are you now? Are you 5'7" yet?
Yeah, I am.
Right.
Oh shit!
I was taller than you at the NBA Hall of Fame. Now I think you got me probably.
Who are you? 5'2"?
Oh, he's got jokes.
Yeah.
He's got jokes.
Hey, he's got it in his DNA. He's got the
jokes.
ball busted in his DNA.
He's got jokes like his dad in his DNA. Yes. No, Riley. I'm 5'7" and 1/2 inch. People make fun of that all day.
Yeah.
Listen, are you working on your feet? So
I'm getting better.
We see you in this draft. Basketball is going to help you. So, do they have Pop Warner football out your way or any of that?
They have it like the school near me. It's called Thousand Islands. They have it.
Yeah, that's where they made the fucking salad dressing. Thousand Islands. I'm a big fan of the Thousand Island dressing, Riley. So you're calling your shot, Paris Johnson Jr. for Riley Marsaw. There's a lot of looking going around. I see.
We have more people.
Do you have to confirm? You have to confirm with Dad before you.
Paris Johnson in the building. Are we surprised that Matt Bergeron showed up?
No,
at the Marshall House?
We had a flow of people with a screaming almost 2-year-old coming in, so we had to.
Oh, who's bringing a baby into the studios?
I'll give you one guess.
I just want to know: are they European of some sort?
Yes. They would be
Their
very
first
very
love
much
was
so.
soccer.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
The Marsaw War Room. That's right.
Was that
Always-
Mbappe coming in?
Always full. No, there's no soccer playing here.
Well, Riley, I get it. Shit. My son's gonna come on too, and he's gonna get shy as well. It's tough standing in front of everybody to talk, right? There's over 630 people watching you right now.
That's pretty crazy. I mean,
It is, and you're a superstar.
They all love you, Riley.
They do,
Oh, yeah.
and you battled cancer. You fought it like a champ and knocked it the fuck out. Pardon my language, but I gotta give it to you. And then you're here with your dad. Let's put you in the middle here. See who's the tallest. I got you. But I think every fan out there that is a fan of this network has thought of you on this journey. And I'm excited tonight for you and your dad. Hopefully you experience what you experienced with Justin Fields tonight, and that we get Paris Johnson. Like Paris Johnson would be the really safe, happy pick for me because I know how good he is. And before anybody complains that I'm swearing in front of Riley, he has sweared at me like there you go, Octane. That's how we do it.
He's heard plenty.
Exactly. I can already see this guy swearing in front of the kids. They're always trying to make me out to be the bad guy, Riley. Your dad too. They try to get after us. And I say nothing about people's mothers. I have never said anything. Oh my God. Imagine Riley at 3 technique. I could see it. Kyle, I could see Riley. Let me tell you, he was a big dude when I saw him out there. But let me ask you this. Favorite player on the Bears right now?
favorite player on the Bears right now?
Yeah.
It would probably be Darnell Mooney, probably.
Nice. Darnell Mooney. That's
great pick, buddy.
Claudio's favorite player as well. And Devin's favorite, my son Devin.
Who's your favorite wide receiver in the draft?
My favorite one? That's a great question. That would be Zay Flowers out of BC. I think he's going to be a superstar.
I like Jonathan Mingo from Ole Miss.
I love Jonathan Mingo too, but I have a lot of loves of receivers in this draft. I think we could find some good receivers in this draft, and Jonathan Mingo is one of those guys. Truly, we picked him the other night. Did you see me, your dad, and Eric Kramer?
I might have. I think I popped.
I saw you in the chat for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it wasn't there.
Anything else you want to share with us?
Riley, you are officially a part of TTNL. You got a I don't give a fuck on one of your answers.
From your dad.
Congratulations.
That's your initiation.
You made it.
You
Don't
made
take it personal. We all get it.
No, it's fine.
Oh my God. You can't make it up. You had
We're gonna let him go
Yes.
so I can get back on there.
all right.
So, see you later, buddy.
All right,
Peace.
Riley.
Love
Later,
you.
Riley.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Keep it up, man. Riley Marsaw. Look at the guests keep popping in here. You had David Kaplan sending us his pick live from Soldier Field at the party. He's predicted it 2 years in a row. And now Riley Marsaw.
Nobody is safe from the wrath of Dad. Right?
Trust me, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
Equal opportunity ball buster, Claude.
That's right. Got to.
Ariel's mom wasn't safe.
Yeah.
Jeez,
now that I won't say in front of him.
That's off limits.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I do have some standards, but
my hands have a little shake to them.
All right. Phil, real quick. This is just coming in from Albert Breer. 3 notes within the top 10. The Cardinals, Seahawks, and Falcons have been very active in exploring to move down. The Titans have had talks to go to 3 and to 8. The Eagles have had talks to go to 5 and 8. Now that's critical there, that Philly moving to 8. That's telling you that's for Jalen Carter.
Mm-hmm.
What happens at 2 with Houston will factor into whether these deals happen. So sounds to me like Philly's on the move for the defensive tackle from Georgia.
Hey, they can have him.
Yeah.
But we've talked about it. Like, that's the perfect culture for him right now. Established veterans winning.
Yeah.
Winning is a cure-all. Like, you could take chances on bad boys when you're winning. When you're in this predicament, by the way, we lost 10 games in a row, and we keep losing with handshakes with McCaskey. I can't let that go.
Sham Sharina is saying that it's Sham Sharina. He's a NBA insider that is locked in, but he did this last year also, so he knows people within the NFL. He is reporting officially Carolina Panthers selecting quarterback
Bryce Young.
Yes.
Will
give
Levis.
me the dramatic pause. Yeah. Hendon Hooker.
Imagine if they took, I was just waiting to laugh if they took Will Levis. I mean,
with the amount of people at this draft, Phil.
A lot of red.
Holy shit.
Here we go. This is the best.
Here we go.
This is what gets me hype, is when we hear him say that the NFL draft is officially open.
I think you can play it.
Can we play it?
You can play the audio, probably.
Yeah, I think you could play that audio.
Can you hear it?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bears fans, hope you are ready.
We could be on the clock if Ryan pulls it and fuck this up in March. There's bullets. He is there.
Oh, is he? Do you send him a link?
I can.
Yeah. Actually, I could do it.
All right.
Oh, the shit from SNL.
Give it up for Eric Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner, a big slick Kansas City.
Well, this is the girl from that
Saturday Night Live.
She's on the therapy show on Apple TV.
Therapy show.
It's funny as fuck.
And it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends Dante Hall and Will Shields. Give it up!
Nobody cares.
I know. Why do we gotta have this? I was hoping for the
Thanks for just blowing out our
draft is officially open.
All right, Kansas City, I want to hear you. Home of the Super Bowl champions.
Oh, what the?
Oh boy.
This is how we do it.
This is Angelo.
I give it the stick.
That's the dude from
Eric Stonestreet. Yeah.
Yeah. Modern Family.
Are we inviting the entire Chiefs roster out here?
I know. What are we doing here?
What is going on?
What?
What?
Like, can we just start the draft? Oh my God!
Oh, bringing out the Super Bowl. Well, you know what?
Now they gotta flaunt it.
That's what you get. I mean,
Motherfuckers can't rap.
So this just shows you the difference. The Dallas Cowboys, if you go on their website, has an actual war room camera that fans can.
I know.
No audio.
Oh, that's awesome.
Can you imagine the people tuning into that for Chicago?
We would totally jump to them.
Yeah, nobody cares.
I got it up.
Jesus Christ. You got shorts on, bro. You better watch out.
I know.
Keep that over there. Keep that over there. Oh, man. We are here. TTNL draft coverage. Almost 700 of you. It just keeps going up. Smash that like button. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. You're in for a fun night of analysis and jokes, and you could see below us some of the players of expectation at 9 that could be there. You got Shane, the smartest man, Ivan Vargas, the super producer, Claudio, the moderator, and yours truly. Here.
We missed it.
All right. Well, it's official. It's official.
So it is open.
The draft has begun.
The games begin.
In case you guys didn't know, the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. I mean, come on.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Bears fan Goomba, what's up? I'm gonna start shouting out some of these.
Oh, we gotta.
guys.
You know what? Shouting out.
Yes,
you gotta shout out Hans from Germany.
Yeah, Hans
he took
from
off of
Germany.
Work, took off of work. Him and his dad.
Hans,
Shout out
Germany.
Devin.
Devin just
Shout
rolling
out
up
Devin
in
for
here.
rolling up
Are you gonna come on?
What's up, Dev?
Say your
Here,
prediction.
you want to talk, Dev? Yeah.
So
You're over here, buddy.
So they're showing the Bears
It ain't
Carolina
matching.
trade.
Tell you that.
What's up, dude?
Who are you picking? Do you have a favorite?
DJ Moore.
Don't worry, we already got him.
Oh.
That's just
I don't know.
kids. Kid, are you ready for tonight?
Yes.
You got your buddy out there watching it? Or
No,
did he leave?
He just left.
Their first spring flag game, Shane, is Sunday.
Nice.
Dev's ready to play some big WR.
Sir.
Yes.
Catch some
Are
moss.
you playing for the Connecticut Deer Ticks?
No, we are the Bears.
Nice.
We are the Bear. We got the Bears uniforms and everything here in Connecticut.
Your colors are
Our first game is
blue, white, and lime
versus the
green, and
Patriots.
black.
No. He had the perfect matching hoodie on. He had taken it off.
It's hot.
It is warm in here. Oh, all right, buddy. We'll bring you back when they pick. 'Cause I
Okay.
want your opinion on it, all right?
Hi, Dev.
All right, Dev.
Be quiet out there.
I'm gonna get some snacks.
Yeah, there's plenty of snacks out there. It's a family affair tonight.
They're showing clips of Bryce Young throwing
Dropping
dime balls.
dimes. Dropping dimes.
Yeah.
One of the most composed quarterbacks I've seen in a long time. Devin is excited about drafting DJ Moore, which technically we have done.
Who's this guy in the chat?
There
Sammy.
he is. Where's he been?
What's up,
My
big dog?
man.
Big
What's
Sammy.
going on, Sammy?
Big Sammy the Bull.
Man.
Sammy, how you feeling, bro? Give us an update. Hopefully everything's good. Hopefully everything's good. I
Jim
sent
Larison
bullets
just
to
sent us a picture, Phil. He's tuned in from Mexico watching TTNL coverage on a beautiful beach while we're
Look
holed
at
up
him.
here in the studio.
He's all tan. He's got a peach shirt on.
Should we
Can you
share it
flip
with the
Yes,
There it
that's
is.
perfect.
There
Look
it
at him.
is. Look at him.
My boy Jim.
the poor little lamb? He's roughing it up. Yeah.
Jim, I don't know how you rough it up like that, man.
Looking healthy.
Just living his best on the beach. Watching TTN last night, I didn't see his text.
Word is it did get a little bit crazy there today. The wind picked up at one point, and one of those little umbrellas flew right out of his drink. So
Oh my God.
he has been having it rough.
You have to go get a foot massage?
Yeah.
To recover,
Wait.
he had a full body
Just
massage.
Damn it. Had to pick it out of the sand, clean it up.
What's up, Liam? What up, Dakota Harper?
There he is. Dakota's been DMing me today, telling me
Ralph
how
Tribby.
excited he is.
Ralph Tribby, the Haitian.
So the
Haitian Nation,
Carolina
rise up.
Panthers were told by the NFL to let the clock run.
Oh, come on.
So, well,
How about just make
we've
your
waited.
fucking
We've
pick?
waited this long. I'm sure we can make it another 5 minutes and 35 seconds.
Sean, Big Lou, Sean Stewart in the hat.
Well, we didn't have. We went around. I said trade down was my gut. Ivan, where are you with your gut feeling?
Trade down. Like I was talking of when you had stepped out
Oh, I
before.
hope you guys
Okay.
are right.
I was just saying,
But again,
like it's
I get antsy, Ivan. Who's gonna be there?
right.
So the trade down is gonna be as we move closer, right?
Oh, it'll be when we're on the
So,
clock.
Ivan, if Tyree Wilson and Carter are there, you still want to trade down?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the thing.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, because there's still you could still add. You can add another, like I was saying before, you could give yourself another shot to add a guy that's on your board in the top 100 that you like. And if that guy's an impact player, awesome, you worked it out. You need a lot more than just one dude. So if you could go ahead and maximize the amount of picks you have, I think trading down is the best case scenario. I think the Bears think the same way. I just you need a lot more than just one dude.
If Tyree Wilson,
I
Lucas
just have
Van Ness is there.
The medicals are going to tell the story on Tyree Wilson. They're saying that he had a second procedure
screw?
done on his foot. They said it shouldn't affect him, but when you're talking big human beings that are that size and you have any issues with your foot, it's a bigger deal than it is for a normal human. Wife is in bed, draft on big screen. All right.
TTNL should be on the big screen. Lil
Yeah.
Pop. Then draft on your phone. Come on, Lil Pop. I know my guy, Funkster Jones, is in the chat. He's got TTNL on the big screen. He's like, fuck ESPN.
Coolest man in the world.
Fuck Matt Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking
All right, so the Albert Breer reporting the pick is officially turned in, just is being
Pick is
held
in.
by the NFL, and it is Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Shocker.
First of all, 700 plus now, 744 of you. Smash the like button. I want to thank and send
If
some
you're a
love.
first timer to hear, put something in the chat.
Yeah, let us know. If you're a first timer, Claudio's giving you a free haircut. If you're a first
Phil's
timer.
giving you some Coke Zero.
TTNL is on the big screen over there. Bullets is sending me pictures. He's wearing his Keeping It 100 on at the draft. He's right by the stage, he said.
He's flushed with TTNL QR code business cards that he's
I'm going to
handing
send
it
this
out.
to Ivan because Ivan's better at getting shit on the show.
What are you texting me?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm going to text you the picture of Bullets rocking the swag at the draft. If you just tuned in, David Kaplan made his prediction. He's been right 2 years in a row.
Play it.
I will play it
for everybody.
again for those of you just
There's
tuning
like
in.
400 more people now. So
Yeah, let's play that again on Grown Man Christmas.
My guys, Phil and Shane, love you guys dearly. The tape never lies. All right, I've given you winning picks the last 2 years. Here's what I'm saying tonight. The Bears want to trade down. They're going to try desperately to trade down. If they can't, I think they take either Harris Johnson Jr. or Darnell Wright on the offensive line, or they've done a ton of homework on Nolan Smith, the rush end and will linebacker for the University of Georgia. And he's a Jonathan Taves, to use a hockey reference, type of leader. He is a cornerstone. We don't have those guys in our locker room.
It's in.
The pick is in.
Yeah. They're carrying the booster seat to the stage now, so you can see this half pint.
The number 1 pick in the draft, Bryce Young.
Phil would trade him for Justin Fields straight up. He said, for everybody just tuning in.
If they were both in the draft, I would take Bryce Young over Justin Fields. That's
not
my
me.
truth.
I would not.
I already understand where we are. I've always kept that true. I go by my analysis. The Bears are in position with Justin Fields. You can't then turn around and do that now. So that's where we are.
They got Bryce Young.
Yes, bullets. Oh, there he goes to the stage.
All right. Well, at least we got that out of the way.
Oh, boy.
Devin.
It's
Dainty Dev.
coming in here. We need this. I gotta have. I'm like, what?
He didn't ask. He told you.
He told me.
He didn't ask.
I think that
I don't give a fuck drop. Bring him back in. I'll drop it on him.
When he comes to talk, we're gonna have to. Oh my God! On-site correspondence worldwide. Got people all
So
over
Jay
the world.
Glazer saying that he talked to Lovie Smith yesterday, who has obviously had a huge impact at the top of this draft, and he has told me he's actually not even watching the draft tonight. What a gangster!
Exactly. Awesome.
Thank you, Lovey.
Yep.
I don't know if Phil Towner's in the draft, but Chris Towner is out of Towner. Smash the like button. Like Big Lou said, let them know you're here. We're approaching 800 of you guys watching live here on the best network that covers the NFL draft and the Chicago Bears out there. I know that's not even close. If you want sunshines and rainbows and surface level bullshit, as Shane would say, that's you probably want to hit exit, get out of here.
My mock is perfect right now, so we got that.
So far, my mock is perfect as well.
Can you believe all the years? This is the first number 1 overall pick for Alabama. It's kind of shocking when you think about it.
Really?
No shit.
Yeah.
I was shocked
shocking.
that Bryce is the first Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh,
They're listing.
so we have some breaking news here, ladies and gentlemen.
Breaking
Oh.
news.
Second pick of the 2023 NFL draft of the Houston Texans
in.
is quarterback CJ Stroud.
Wow.
All right.
Pick is
The
in.
pick is in. You already got it early?
Yeah, I'm getting all this early, bro.
Yeah,
I got some peeps. I got some peeps, man.
He's got super satellite that doesn't work at certain times.
Listen, I gave
Ding, ding.
Angelo $17 and he went on his little fun bike. He left last Sunday. He's been in Kansas City for the last 48 hours. He's like, Coach, it's CJ Stroud, Coach.
See?
What?
What is he looking
The
for?
remote.
What remote?
The TV. Remote for the TV.
Stephatoshin.
We don't have the remote.
Okay.
Then let me do what I hired to do.
Oh, Angelo.
Angelo.
you gotta call
We
Angelo.
tried our hardest to get him back.
Gotta call him.
We tried our hardest.
Said I'll do it for $1,500.
I don't know, Miguel. If you don't like me putting the picks out there, then don't listen. I don't know what you're referring to, but that's what we're gonna do here.
Should we watch the draft?
No, you just stay right here.
Stay here, and you just know ahead of time. I mean,
I don't think Mel Kiper and McShay are gonna break down the things for you. So 2 quarterbacks off the board.
Riley.
That's good for pass rushers.
That is good.
That is good.
So do you think
Now,
Arizona
does Arizona trade down or do they pick?
Right, that's my question, Claudio.
That is the
It's
question.
Will Anderson.
I think they go with Will Anderson.
Oh wow! So Bullets just traded me and said Arizona is on the clock.
Yeah,
with
he's ahead.
7:15 remaining. Yeah.
That's how delayed it is. The coverage. So before you announce anything, you gotta just do the ding ding. Speaking of ding-a-ling, speaking of dings,
there he is.
Hey,
you know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers.
Not your stats, Cars.
I missed you, Cars.
That is the most bullshit entrance I have ever seen in my life.
So, Cars, did you see the pick at number 2?
I'm shocked that it's Stroud, but it's interesting that right now it feels like we're back to where we were about a month ago. That it's going to be the first 4 picks are all going to be quarterbacks.
So, Cars, do you want to maybe around pick number 4? Fuck up the whole chat room and throw your arms up in the air and say, the Bears have traded up.
No, I think I'm good. I think
Bears have traded down.
Yeah. Oh my God. I am just in shock. I have to give the Texans a ton of credit.
Quarterbacks always win out, man. I think
Listen, my mock is right on point right now, Cars. My mock is right on point.
It was interesting. Like every player that you heard mocked here was never CJ Stroud, right? After the trade, it was Will Levis, Tyree Wilson, or Anderson. That was it.
Well, so now you're going to wonder if a team like Philadelphia isn't trading up for Will Anderson. And this is my...
I mean, this is
nightmare.
This is the absolute... This, like as we talked about, 3 and 8 are your places to move. I know Seattle is looking at it too, because I think they are now going to look at doing a quarterback if one's available. But 3 and 8 are the most likely picks to move. So we'll see what's going to happen here. It's super fascinating that it starts, and it's. To Factor's point, though, it's great for us. If 4 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks, that is amazing for us and how that draft could run.
So is that confirmed, Liam, saying that Arizona has traded?
No, I can't trust the chat. I can't. I gotta get.
No, the chat is so full of people trying to be funny.
There's a lot of comedians.
If people are dropping,
a lot of great people.
If people are just dropping fake stuff, we're just gonna block you from the broadcast. I mean, it's weak and whatever. Maybe they are, but
we want sources. We need to know your source.
I'm not saying that Liam is doing that. I'm just saying in general because.
But also, Liam. No, I'm just kidding. But if you keep that up, Liam, I swear to God, Shane's gonna fuck your mother. Right? That's what's gonna happen.
Well,
sorry.
Listen, there was that
mom.
There was that back in '84. Liam doesn't even know about it yet, but
all tongue in cheek.
Well, we will.
So you shit in your hat and get the hell off the field.
By the way,
he could be next.
Phil, your dad would be proud. At soccer practice today, as we left, Maisie looked at her soccer coach and said, "Go shit in a hat." So it was a good day. All the way.
Yes. I will tell my dad. Continues to be a great influence on young people.
She's like, "What does that mean?" I was like, "We'll talk. We'll talk.
We'll be doing this all weekend long. Tomorrow night, 2nd and 3rd rounds. Then Saturday, we're back again covering the draft. Obviously, the anticipation is with the Chicago Bears and what they do at 9. Will they trade down? Will they make a selection? 2 quarterbacks off the draft. If 4 go, that's just going to push players down to the Bears, and we see where we are. It looks like Tennessee might be trading up.
You know, the bad news is if that does happen, Detroit is in a killer good spot for them, which is one of the more unfortunate parts. I'm very concerned if they go and add Will Anderson at 6 there, what that line would look like. That would be a nightmare scenario for us.
Hans, what time is it in Germany? He's
6 hours ahead of us, right?
Yeah.
So someone quickly do that math.
That's 2:30 in the morning.
That's 2:30 in the morning. Yep.
So he's 2:30 here with TTNL, our guy from Germany.
Man.
When
I'm
it
sure
comes
there's
to
more
time,
guys from
when
Europe.
it comes to time, you go to Claudio because he always knows when it's 4:20.
Yes.
I know what
he's
time.
he's
always
always
know what time
aware.
it is.
Always off
aware.
4:20.
That's it.
4:20
That's it.
plus
He
20.
knows exactly where it's 4:20 in the world.
Exactly. It's 4:20 somewhere. Don't worry about it.
Houston is trading up to number 3 right now.
Again.
Yes.
There it
Now
is.
they're
Will
getting Will
Anderson.
Anderson.
That's
Look
that.
at Houston.
That is a baller move.
Yeah.
Because when you do it that way, you have that. That is brilliant.
So after this,
Damn.
number 4, Indy is on the clock. And Liam, you are also on the clock for getting booted from this chat for bullshit.
All right, now we're back to screwing your mom. So.
Oh, that's the juice, baby. Yo, I feel the juice in my mouth. Yo, the juice in your ass like Florida orange, baby. Yo, pulp free. Hell no, I need the pulp needle.
So the pick.
Oh, sorry.
The pick is in.
Yes.
And the Arizona Cardinals have selected defensive end Will Anderson Jr.
for the
number
Houston
1
Texans.
player in the draft.
Listen.
Statement. That's a statement right there, draft.
Wow, number 2 and number 3 overall.
That's a brilliant. Listen, I give the Texans all sorts of credit there. That is exact to do it.
And if you watched Cars Keys today, somebody that was on the panel with you today brought this scenario up.
Bear Wes Ramo, yeah,
Yes.
that was a guy who totally brought that up. Yeah.
Yep. So, and my PayPal link is in my tweet. Oh, that's the way.
I love this group. I love it when we can be snarky dicks, and it's just so much fun.
Hey, good for Houston for them. For them blowing the game for the number 1 pick. If you talked about it back then and said that they're coming away with CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, 3 picks into the draft, that's pretty fucking impressive.
Bro, Will Anderson is a generational player. I'm telling people, I've been
I don't
battling
think
this.
I'm not there
I really
with him.
believe.
I think he's fantastic. I wouldn't put him in I wouldn't put him in the generational category. But I mean, if I'm picking number 3 and I'm Chicago, I'm taking Will Anderson all fucking day long. But
if we were picking 1, you take Will Anderson if we were there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm listening to Todd McShay while I'm fucking mowing the lawn today. And I'm just getting infuriated listening to this guy talk. I mean, he's no boat.
Here's the trade details. The Cardinals get number 12, number 33, a first rounder in 2024, a third rounder in 2024. The Texans get number 3 and pick number 105.
That is a massive haul for Arizona. So big. I mean, after Osenfort got his hand slapped for signing the coach, that is a robbery of a deal.
This is the best comment from Logan Frost ever. Cars, where is your Bears draft at?
Somewhere in the house. Somewhere.
He shit in it at practice.
He shit in his hat. He got the hell off the field.
The last time I wore it, I had 2 edibles, so your guess is as good as mine where that may be. I'll go look in a minute when I have to check on my kids. Don't worry. But that I take a little bit of credit back from the Texans. As glad as I am as they've done it, that is highway robbery. What they just paid to move up to do that.
I believe they say what I say. This is a generational pass rusher, dominator in the run game.
They would have
He
to
does
believe.
both.
Yeah, they would have to believe that to give that package.
Hell yeah,
Absolutely.
that's exactly what it is. And
What was the package again?
1233, a first rounder next year, and a third rounder next year. So they basically got 2 first-round picks this year, the way that it's worked out, and an extra,
and probably a top 10,
and I don't know, the AFC.
Well, it depends. It's either they have Cleveland's next year also, so we don't know if it's Houston's or Cleveland's. Which I mean, either way could be.
Listen, what the Houston Texans did is the Holy Trinity. They said quarterback, pass rusher. That's what they did, and that's why.
And then you come back at 33 and you take the best offensive tackle available.
Exactly.
Then you're cooking with gas.
That's not Houston though. Oh, you're talking about Arizona.
That's what I meant. Arizona, Houston's looking at quarterback and pass rusher. That's what they hammered home what they needed down there.
Oh, it's a 100% BPA tie-in to need. It is the perfect scenario for them. I would worry if I'm Stroud a little bit because of the offensive line is terrible. The playmakers are terrible.
Hey, where's my? I gotta find the drop. I have the next pick. If you guys would, fuck it, ding ding, it's in.
Ding, ding, ding.
Indianapolis Colts have made their selection, and they are taking quarterback Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
Listen. That is the right move over Will Levis, 100%. Like.
I think one of our patrons actually picked that correct.
Yes, they
on
did.
on our mock.
We have 2 patrons who picked it right.
Yep.
That is
1 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Irsay got into the good cocaine, so that's a good day for them for sure. But I love that move because I don't know how you guys feel, but like Richardson is the ultimate home run or strikeout, and if that dude home runs,
there it
like
is,
that's
Lucas.
It's a math.
There you go,
it's
Lucas.
a mammoth home run. So if you want to compete with the Texans, you got to go get probably the one quarterback that has the most upside of anybody in this draft. The scary part is the floor.
So at the draft right now, I mean, on TV it's showing the Indy still on the clock, but the pick is in. So now Seattle, number 5.
This has to be Jalen Carter.
You think they're going?
I think
they would have been involved. I think they potentially could have been involved in Anthony Richardson.
That's exactly why I think it's Jalen Carter. Once Richardson went, I don't see them as a place with Levis. So yeah, this makes the most sense for me for Jalen to be right here.
Well, that'll make my life easier if Philly doesn't
That'll
get
give
Jalen
me
Carter or
one piece off the puzzle.
What does Liam think? The genius in our chat room.
Oh boy. We're in a feisty mood already. This is going to be a fun night.
I hope they take Carter off the board. Carter may become a great pro, but the risk is not worth the reward for the Bears.
Phil, we talked about it earlier. I can't think of a guy that has come out that had motor issues in college that fixed those motor issues not just for a year or two, but like consistently for their entire career. I don't know a single guy that's done that coming into the draft, especially one getting drafted top 10.
It's the hammer home point. It's the flag stuck into the moon. It has never happened. It is not something that we can debate. Like, I'm trying to think of one guy that had a questionable motor or whether or not he wanted it that said, now
there was
I'm going
some
to wake
questions
up
about that with like Javon Curse back in the day that the switch wasn't always on, but then he came out and Well,
14 and a half sacks as a rookie.
Yeah, but it wasn't sustained,
Mhm.
long term. But
people
that's
have
maybe my closest one that I can think of.
People have scouted Jalen Carter off of dynamic one play highlights. That's it. Flash plays. And when we popped on the tape, we're sitting there watching a guy lackadaisical, lacking effort, getting blown off the ball sometime. And it's just too high another time. I mean, it's just what it is.
Watch the flash play, but watch the 3 plays up to it and the 3 plays post it, right? And usually in those moments of brilliance, you have a lot of like, oh, you took a knee there. Oh, you were way too high. Oh, you kind of took it down off. There you pop, and then we've got 3 more plays off. And it's you're right, Phil. It's really problematic a lot.
It is, and it's just something I just don't. I think Philadelphia can take that chance. I think a veteran coach like Pete Carroll. I don't know who Eberflus is. In fact, I've gotten more nervous about Eberflus this offseason than I was when we first hired him. So to see where this is going, I just don't think that he fits the culture or the coaching staff of the Chicago Bears. And it's just as simple as that. You can have a dynamic player that doesn't give a fuck. And then what are you doing? You're paying a guy that doesn't give a fuck. That's what you're doing. And that's not how you win championships.
We've missed on the last 4 top 10 draft picks that we've had. We cannot miss on another one. And you may miss, but what I mean by that
is they're reporting the phones are ringing in Seattle.
Seattle could probably get a big haul from Philly.
Oh yeah.
Well, Philly's got 10 and 31, so don't forget that. I mean, you could drop back 5, probably still get the guy that you were potentially looking at 5. You could probably potentially get him at 10 and pick up an extra 1.
This is the defining moment for Ryan Poles for me. That's why I always said, let's wait. Let's see who this guy is. I don't know who he is. I really don't. I love what he did at the top. But you got to pick the players now. You set the table. It's like going to your friend's house for dinner. All right, the table, the dinnerware, everything looks nice. Now, at the end of the day, how does the food taste? That's what Ryan Poles is going to define to us Bears fans tonight. This is the defining moment for him as a GM. You can't sit there. We're going to take over the North, never give it back. We build through the draft and go and get a guard at 9. It's just not the way you do it. It's just not the winning formula. So, or a guy with a questionable motor. That's really where I stand tonight. Nolan Smith too. Now with Cap giving me that makes me nervous, Shane, too.
Yeah,
I'm undersized.
I will be. If that's Ryan Poles' move, I'm questioning a whole lot of their philosophy.
Just think about it, because I think if they were to select him, they would try to say that he's a pass rusher. That's what they're going to try to sell.
Well, to me,
they signed Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds at linebacker. So now you're going to take another fucking linebacker? Like, no.
Sounds like Seattle was moving because they were intent on taking Richardson.
Really? Seattle was going to take him.
Who might move up?
I think Philly.
No,
I think Philly's going to move up for Carter.
No, they're going to be able to move up for Levis.
What about Atlanta pretending that they're happy with their starting quarterback?
Yeah, right.
And they
can't have much time. We're at 4 minutes here, so
Ryan Pace loves his
Tennessee's got to be in play for Levis right now as well.
Yeah,
and trade up.
That's a good team to point out. Because Las Vegas also, are they going to move up 2 to secure that?
That's the one team I can't figure out what the hell they're doing, like what they're focused on. That roster construction is the most confusing thing to me, and I don't even think they know what they're doing.
I honestly, like, if you were to ask me for $6 million who the Bears are taking at 9, it's like every day at my job, wherever I go, people are asking me. I have no clue. I have no clue. All I know is all of these Chicago sports writers have been saying Skoronski, and then tonight, every one of them picked Jalen Carter. It's like, where are you fucking guys? Where are we? So for me,
they have to. The pick's got to be. I mean, there's 2 minutes 45 seconds left, so in real time, there's. I mean, the pick's got to be in.
So just sit here, guys. I know Cars isn't here, but we've done all the film work on this offensive line, defensive line. That's the big needs. If it gets to 9, like right now, who would you feel the most comfortable with?
If they sat at 9?
Yeah, like right now, with the way this is going, who would you feel most comfortable with?
One of the offensive, Johnson or Wright would be probably my safe space. I don't think that there's a lot of downside in either of them, or I'm in on Van Ness.
Dude, look at that.
Or Tyree Wilson.
They showed that boil that Anthony Wright has.
Oh, terrible.
He was competing with Greg Braggs' fucking.
No,
dude. Like, that thing is like, it's a third, second.
I'm surprised Shane didn't take that one from Braggs and the one from Richardson and have them both talking to one another.
Oh, we're working on it. We're working on
it.
Man,
oh my God.
I am just eternally shocked that we saw 3 quarterbacks go through the 4, because it felt like all of a sudden we were overthinking. And then
I mocked Richardson to the Colts.
So did I.
Because a while back,
Seahawks
JJ
pick
gave me a heads up.
is in.
They
Seattle
picked.
is making the pick. We don't have it yet, but it is in.
Okay, Seattle is making the pick.
It's got to be Jalen. I can't.
Who do you got?
I
I'm
hope
saying
it's Jalen
Tyree
Carter.
Dave.
Get him
I'm
off.
saying
Keep
Tyree
him away
Wilson.
from Philly. Keep him away from
There
Chicago.
for us, man. Fuck.
Claudio wants Tyree Wilson.
I just didn't think he'd be there.
Holy shit. The Seattle Seahawks at pick number 5 have taken cornerback Devon Witherspoon.
Wow.
Holy
They
shit.
love their corners, man.
Damn.
A difference maker.
Another Richardson.
This guy is a
Aiden
I-
Hutchison and Jalen Carter is.
I
a
don't think they're
nightmare.
going. Rick Spielman said that they will not take, and his brother's in the front office there. He's like, I'm telling you right now. He said that they would run to the table if Tyree Wilson was available. We heard that when Lauren Cox was on.
That's a good. Oh, that's a good.
He
move
talked
there.
to people that he knows in Detroit. He reported that they have been very, very quiet, just hoping and praying, and that they would have even taken Tyree Wilson over Will Anderson if both were.
And that would be dumb.
No. I'm saying, yeah.
So fucking.
But Phil, I mean, this is something we talked about early on in the process, right? These teams start to look past production and start to fall in love with traits. Every GM gets super mystified by a trait or two that they sit down and be like, oh, that's the one. Like, look at his length, look at his arms, his wingspan.
Sorry.
Tyree looks amazing. And then you read today, yeah, he actually had a second foot surgery, and maybe that's what's going to get him to fall a little bit. But if you look at tape, play to play, I don't understand how you would ever look at Tyree Wilson and go, nope, that's better than Anderson. It just doesn't make sense.
Listen, we have done more this year in breaking down the tape for our patrons than any year. And I got to shout out my guy, Chris Harold, for his effort in getting us the tape, as well as you, Ivan. Me and you have been cutting. My wife's like, you're forever cutting tape. I'm still cutting more Peter Skoronski just in case we got to break him down. In my nervous anxiety of that pick, I'm being prepared for it. So I just want everybody to know when Cars is talking like that in confidence, just like myself, we've done the work on it. There's no way in God's green earth is Tyree Wilson better than Anderson on tape. And that's the end of it. It's like this stuff comes out of nowhere. And that's where I am with Skoronski. Paris Johnson, Broderick Jones, DeJuan Jones, Darnell Wright, all are better options at offensive tackle than Skoronski. If you are going to get Skoronski, it's to play inside. I'm tired of the Kyle Long inside. Let's draft another fucking tackle, put him at guard. Tevin Jenkins. This shit sucks. If you're going outside, just like Big Steve said, who'll be on the show tonight, I'm sure he'll say it again. Get your fucking pillar piece at offensive tackle if you're going to get it. Don't be drafting a guard at number one. Just don't do it. You could draft Darnell Wright, and he's your right tackle. You plugged him in, and that's it. And you don't give a fuck what these people and these analysts that are so frauds. I'm listening to McShay and Miller flip-flop in the matter of 10 minutes. I'm like, how can you stand on one pillar and then totally flip it around in the same show? It's because they lie so much they don't even know. It's like a politician. Shane sends me the old cold takes. You should see some of those. I get being wrong, but I don't get doing dumb shit to get paid by somebody's agent to say something that isn't true about a kid.
By the way, Ivan, you look dead on like one of the Steiner brothers in wrestling, and I am absolutely loving the Fu Manchu kind of look right there. That is powerful. And you're muted. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I mean that is a power move right there.
Oh yeah. You know what you get with this? 2 picks at the same time.
Well, we talked early on. I'm the opposite of Cars in the fact that I think pass rushers fall off quicker than tackles. That's where I believe. But again, I don't know how the NFL, we always see, the rumors are that Bergeron might go into the first. I'm looking at him as a second round guy. I like the offensive tackles. The only guy I really don't like that much is the kid from Maryland.
Oh yeah,
he's got so much talent, but he is Charles Leno all over. Just okay, I touched you, I did my job. Let me go back to the huddle. We need some pillar pieces, and fuck the traits.
That's why they're going to draft
football players.
That's why they're going to draft Jalen Carter, Phil.
Oh my God.
The epitome of the hits.
No, I think, listen, this is the way that I think that it'll go. I think you're going to see him remain. I think you're going to see Tyree Wilson go here. Number 7, I don't think.
He's going at 8 to whoever trades up.
Exactly. I think you're going to see Gonzalez go number 7 to Vegas because that's the top one corner is gone already. They need corners bad. And then at number 8, you're going to see
Arizona is trading up to number 6 per Schefter.
Oof.
Oh, so they're coming up.
This is PJJ. This is PJJ territory. Paris is probably the guy right here.
Really?
Wow.
So the quarterback is demanding the guy.
I mean, listen, I wouldn't do it, but since you're going to be paying.
How many teams have traded back then?
So the
traded
Cardinals
back up in the history.
The Cardinals trade pick number 12 and pick number 34 to Detroit for number 6.
All right, so one of the 2 that they got, they keep 33 from the Texans, so that's actually not too bad for them.
Oh my
But
God!
this is still in play. I think you're going to see a flip flop from number 10 to number 8 with Philly and Atlanta. They're going to try to jump ahead of Chicago for Carter, and I think you'll probably see that. And then
I hope it's Carter here.
The Orlando Ledbetter's reporting the other day that he thinks that Atlanta's going to take Bijan.
Yeah, so I think that the way this is going to go, it's going to go PJJ.
Yep.
I think
that's
it's going to go
Albert Breer
Gonzalez.
saying that that's who they're focused on.
And then I think, yes, to your point, it's going to go Jalen
It
Carter.
is. It's Paris Johnson.
So there he goes.
Listen.
Third ranked offensive tackle in this draft goes first.
It makes sense when you look at Arizona, right?
But
They've got
two
terrible tackles.
Skaronski's the cleanest offensive line. He's the best in this draft. How could Arizona not
just the
see
cleanest? Adam Hogue said his tape is near perfect. And
Show me this fucking tape.
I don't know what they're seeing. I don't.
It's like the fucking Raiders of the Lost.
Not saying that his feet aren't elite. His feet are great. I get it.
Feet, we all agree.
But his anger
does
is
not play with that.
Where's his punch?
Where's no punch? He's got no passion. Does not flow off the tape. When you put Cody Mock on versus him, it's like night and day difference. Night and day.
To steal back to what Kramer said, the reason you love Cody Mock is because he doesn't need a mouth guard because he probably doesn't have any teeth left anymore, and that's going to save you so much money going into the future. But no, this is listen. When you look at Arizona, Shane, you were absolutely right that 3 was too early, too high for a tackle. This is a great place for them to get it. When you're starting 33-year-old Beachum, Rashad Coward, and DJ Humphreys as your tackles, that's not a great place to be.
So if you're sitting here, Cars and I talked about this today about Detroit probably being the leaders in the clubhouse for the division. So this is what they have draft capital wise now.
Oh boy.
So buckle up. They have number 12, number 18, number 34, number 48, and number 55.
Holy shit.
Yeah, listen, and we talked about it. If Jared Goff has to play the next level. Part of the reason they were only 9-8 last year was because Jared Goff was so abysmal on the road. If you guys remember the splits, it's something like he threw 23 touchdowns at home, 6 on the road. That you took yourself out of contention to get a quarterback because you believe in Jared Goff so much is going to be the one thing that will prevent the Detroit Lions from potentially running away with the division this year. Because the way it's set up, they absolutely should. They have the better defense of most of the folks. Their offense with Ross St. Brown is really good. They should have done something here. This is a missed opportunity for me because you're not going to be in the top 10 to get this pick.
Let me ask you guys this. So Vegas stays and maybe they go Levis. I doubt it. I think that they'll go Gonzalez because there's who knows. But if Atlanta is willing to flip-flop with Philly and Chicago and Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham are sold on that they can make Jalen Carter who he should be, is that going to be in play for Chicago to flip up one pick?
No.
To prevent Philly?
No, but I do think the way this draft is going, you can convince yourself that Carter is the risk because I think it's the way that this has fallen so far is kind of my nightmare. I think all of our nightmare scenarios in the fact that Carter is still here, but I think if you're the Bears, you sit down, you need so many players. You cannot move and get rid of a 3rd round pick to move up a spot right now. If they're willing to take
would it take that? The Bears jumped from 11 to 9 and gave up a 4th rounder in the Floyd draft.
Yeah, but this is Carter is as a prospect so much higher rated than Floyd was.
I don't think you can trade up.
No. I'm not. I'm trying to give options out there that we haven't talked about.
If Philly is there, that's the issue. If Philly is there, Philly is missing less pieces. They can put together a better trade offer. It'd be very similar to the way that we went and got Claypool and beat the Packers because we were more aggressive in the overall offer. I think Philly has so much of a chance of being that aggressive that I don't think we could match the offer without severely harming ourselves.
What if Philly's not sold on Carter? What if
then I think he's the draft pick at 9. I think it's looking more and more like Jalen Carter.
Oh my God.
My boy over Claudio's over there trying not to touch himself over the thought of it because he'd be happy.
No, listen.
Phil's having a heart attack.
I just called it. I didn't say that's what I wanted. I just said that's what I thought they were going to do.
I just
if
don't
he's
know
there. If he's there.
Well, listen, guys. The thing about it is, let's not forget that Tyree Wilson is still in play.
Well, that's who I would rather have, honestly. I like him better. You know, but we'll see. See what happens.
You got a situation coming up here. You got, first of all,
Phil, you sound so fucking stressed.
Yeah.
I am.
You can see it on your face.
I can't let the dead air sit because
Like you
I'm
have your
stressed.
hat cocked and locked a little bit. I think it's actually falling off. It's actually straightening up a little bit over your nervousness.
If I were Claudio, I'd be getting some sort of protective bodysuit at this moment.
Claude, you wearing a cup right now?
I got
You might want to cross those legs.
Yeah, because all of a sudden I could picture Phil walking up and basically giving him a power bomb on top of a table right there, and that would be epic.
He's gonna kick you right through that window.
Kick him square in the jimmy.
You look at this though from a draft perspective. We've broken down over and over and over why Jalen Carter isn't worth the risk for the Bears. You're seeing teams pass on Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter has had the worst offseason known to man.
We get it, Phil, but we saw it with Laramie Tunsil with the issues. We saw it with
Laramie
way back.
Tunsil.
No. But I'm just saying we saw
this guy doesn't love the game.
It was no, but you saw it with Warren Sapp. There was questions, and it wasn't just weed, Phil. It wasn't just weed.
Well, he's a piece of shit, but he never ever lacked effort on the field at Miami. There was never a problem with his effort on the football field.
I think the most fascinating thing about this was that there was all this talk that Carter was going to be the hot name, and teams were dead to move on. If you're sitting here right now and it's pick 7 and he still has not gone and the 2 trade ups have been for Will Anderson and an offensive tackle, I think we know that the smoke before the draft right now was the Jalen Carter love, because everyone's like, he's gone by 5. We're at 7 and he's not going here.
He failed the easiest exam possible. And there's a reason why Potsy was berating Ian Cunningham with questions about Carter. Does he fit your hits philosophy? You can't fit a round peg in a square hole. So the reality is, it doesn't make sense from a perspective of looking at how his coaches at Georgia feel about him, how the whole fucking state of Georgia and the city of Atlanta. The dude can't Ryan Poles take a poison pill here.
I know there's
all right.
I know there's a ton of go ahead.
The pick is in. The Las Vegas Raiders have selected defensive lineman Tyree Wilson.
That's a good pick for them.
Shit.
Damn.
That was sneaky hopeful.
Trade down.
That just shows you that I'm fucking right. Because if this guy was the immense talent, we could push aside. Right. No, he would have went right there. He would have went to Detroit. This guy.
Well, I don't think Seattle would have passed him.
No,
honestly.
And you said it on your show today, Cars.
Listen,
what's his name from the Titans?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Albert Hainsworth. Yeah.
Albert Hainsworth. Mm-hmm. You're playing for your contract. All of a sudden, you play better. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Then you get paid. It could disappear. You don't want that shit. You don't want that. You want a guy that wants to come in here, like loves the game of football. We've talked about it time and time again with Nagy and all Fox and all this bullshit. These motherfuckers don't understand. You draft football players first.
They
tape
haven't-
first.
Don't say they don't understand it. They haven't drafted yet. Don't.
I'm just saying. They
put
have
so
not
mu-
understood it. Maybe
I'm
Paul
leaning.
gets it.
I'm leaning more towards a
Darnell
Van Ness.
Wright.
I'm leaning more towards a Wright of Van Ness.
If they want defensive linemen, Van Ness fits absolutely everything that they want.
100%. His motive
Everything.
never fucking stops.
Listen, there
He
was a
plays
report
to
that
the
came.
whistle.
There was
Same
a
with
report that
Kansas.
came out, Phil, that was the guy at Go Long. I know he's
Vincent,
a-
go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of here. Kick
there-
his ass out. I'm
I know
tired
he
of
was.
that guy.
I know he was a Green
Calm
Bay
down.
writer, but the guy flat out said they could not get a Georgia
hammer.
coach to actually say
Get the
something positive about Carter. Like, I'll say that again. Georgia coaches could not say something positive about Jalen Carter. I don't know what a bigger red flag is, but if that's coming out, and again, that's the guy who's the writer for the Packers, who's did this massive, great article on Jalen.
Yeah.
I think this is it. I don't know if he's necessarily a generational talent. He has all the talent, every measurable that you want, except for heart. And that's it.
And that's probably the most important thing.
In football, yeah, this isn't a bench guy in the NBA that you want to be all hustle, right? Like in the NFL, plays and careers are made on if you hustle. And those guys who
Absolutely.
don't hustle get injured.
Let's do this, guys. So the Bears are Atlanta is on the clock. The Bears are up next. Let's keep it 10 seconds or less. Claudio, gut feeling, go.
I mean, Carter's there. I'm gonna stay with what I said.
Phil,
Shut
go.
take him.
Fuck
I
up.
know. Listen,
Phil, go.
I'm just saying.
Darnell Wright will be the pick.
Cars.
Tennessee.
I have Darnell Wright. I'm sticking with what I said in my mock.
Ivan.
Trade down.
I think they're trading down.
Trading down.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
by the way.
I'll be happy with that if they do.
Shane and Phil, as part of that trade, Detroit actually gives up 81.
Yeah, I just saw
as
the
part.
update. Yep.
So it does. They still have a boatload of picks, but losing 81 at least is a little bit better.
Come on, Atlanta. Take your boy home.
No. Trade with Philly. Give them Jalen Carter. That's what this because otherwise.
Can you
it's gonna
imagine
be-
if they don't trade and the Bears are on the clock with Carter there? That's going to be a stressful 10 minutes.
Oh my God.
To be honest, I don't hate Tyree Wilson's suit. I mean,
No, his suit's pretty fly.
yeah, I like it.
His suit's fly.
If he turned his head, he would have intercepted that. ball.
DeMarcus Walker is pining on Twitter currently for the Bears to select defensive tackle Jalen Carter.
Well, that's why you sit down and shut your mouth. Walker.
Oh my God! Please, someone like.
I will listen.
I-
If they do draft this kid, I'm going to
Don't take-
react to it. I will never take it out on the kid.
Don't take it out on the kid. Exactly. We've
Right.
talked about this.
Never.
It's not
Let
Jalen
him prove
Carter's
himself.
fault
Let
if
him
the
prove
Bears.
himself.
Right. Let
He
him prove
has
himself.
to.
Listen,
Focus. If you're pissed off about it, focus it on Kevin Warren, on Ryan Poles, on Ian Cunningham, and on Matt Eberflus. Because if they weren't 100% sold that they could get this kid unlocked, they wouldn't take him. So they obviously, if this happens, they believe that. So the radar lock has to be on their foreheads.
A lot
Don't
of motherfuckers
trash the
get
kids.
a lot of shoe salesmen are GMs and they get fucking tricked. That's why there's a lot of busts.
Well,
It goes back to Cars, what he said.
Holy shit!
Bears are on the clock.
His
Bears are
heart.
on the
The
clock.
packet, the Falcons have made their selection, and it is running back Bijan Robinson at number 8.
Whoa!
The Bears are on the clock. Everybody focus on Phil's forehead right now because that little vein is going to be popping out right now.
I'm gonna grab the hammer so he can't fucking grab it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it over here.
Oh
This is
my
insane.
God.
Holy
By the
shit.
way,
Everybody pray for Claudio.
Yes.
No, this is a defining moment for this
Maybe they're
franchise.
flipping with Philly.
To
Maybe
the
they'll flip
point
with
of
Philly.
what Cars, my father, we've talked about all year watching the tape. At this point, I say to you as fans, Do the Chicago Bears admire and love traits and position, best player available, all that bullshit? Or are you going to look at guys that are going to come in and play with the passion and the desire that you've seen undrafted fucking free agents like Jack Sanborn? That's the goal, to find those guys. If you're going and trying to make somebody love the game, you're doing it wrong. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's Carter.
And the thing, Phil, to go back to your point, in our lives, there have been so many coaches that have said, I will get something out of Jalen Carter that the other guys didn't. And so many coaches have been.
You guys want the Bears pick?
You
got it?
I'll give it to you as soon as they announce it. So
you're the worst. Oh, Shane's gone. I don't know how that happened.
Fucking trolling this show. Get the fuck out of here,
Liam gets a get out of jail free card now after that.
Oh my God, here we are, right at the Bears on the clock. Smash the like button. I'm a nervous wreck.
1,100 strong. Unbelievable.
Nervous wreck here.
According to Aaron Lemming, that this should be an extremely easy pick for Ryan Poles. You sprint to the podium and you scream, Jalen Carter!
No.
And that's how you build a losing franchise. We went 3-14. 3-14. You don't win with potential. You win with performance. That's where you're gonna go.
Please be a trade.
Please be a trade. Or Darnell Wright.
Yeah, Darnell Wright.
Jalen Carter in the green room, and he's smiling.
Oh my Lord!
I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's current.
Dave, my boy Dave from Meriden. Let's go, Carter or Wright. That's what he said.
I just don't get it.
Phil, who would you rather have, Will Levis or Jalen Carter? How about that?
Jalen Carter.
The guy who puts mayo in his coffee, clearly.
How about Carter or Skronowski? Who would you want?
Death. Phil would choose death at that point. Nope, I'm good. I've lived a good enough life. We're done. We're done.
Oh my God. I think the best move would be to trade down, and you got 3 offensive tackles that I feel like could be starting right tackles or left with Broderick and Darnell.
Maybe you're on the clock with Tampa Bay. Who wants Levis? That would be amazing.
That would be
what about the Titans trading up here to get Levis as well? Trade down with the Titans.
Steelers are definitely on the clock here too.
Please,
potentially.
God, please.
P.O. Atlanta is not taking Carter. They've already taken the running back.
By the way, I love Bijan, but that is the dumbest move that they could make. That team is
we have breaking news. There has been a trade.
Please.
The Chicago Bears have traded out of number 9.
Wow.
They're falling all the way back to number 10 with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So they had no interest in Jalen Carter.
No.
Please, God.
Wow.
No.
Please, God. Thank you.
What did they get?
Give it away.
That's
what did they get?
massive.
What did they get?
That's huge for
Great job, Shane. I thought you were breaking my balls. Fuck.
So the Eagles gave up a 4th rounder to move up 1 pick.
We take it. We take it, right? That's what we said.
So now we have three
Yes.
picks in round 4.
But the fourth rounder is 2024 per
is
Field
it?
Yates. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not it's next year, not this, because I wanted it to be Charlie Jones. Fuck.
This is I feel such a weight lifted off of my shoulder right
now.
Hey, I still have 1 screwball left.
There is,
don't forget. I'm not trying to piss on everybody in everybody's cornflakes.
It could be Levis.
No, they're not trading up for.
No, I'm saying they could trade back again for Levis.
No. I'm saying at number. I wouldn't count out the Eagles taking Gonzalez here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wow,
that is their weak spot.
There he is.
Oh, look, the man.
There he is.
No,
there he
Eagles
is.
have taken Carter. Eagles have taken Jalen Carter.
Bullets is
Yep.
Maybe
Jalen Carter is a Philadelphia Eagle.
Oh, thank
There you
God.
go. There you go.
That's a great.
Could you have gotten me one pick this year?
Bullets.
Bullets. Bullets is
I don't think
live
Bullets can hear us.
at the draft.
8:45 left.
Bullets is way ahead of us. Bears are on the clock.
Bad up in here, man. Here's the stage right there.
Look at Bullets close to the stage.
It's fucking packed up in here, fellas.
Turn your phone, bro.
Flip your phone. Flip the phone.
Yeah, I'm doing this.
So Phil,
Whatever
Phil, now that
you
you're happy, what's going to happen if they take Skoronski here?
That'll be pissing me off again.
Bears on the clock still, 8:10 left.
Well, I just say we have the 9.
But I would have taken Skoronski over Carter.
Jalen Carter to the Eagles. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what happened.
It's already done.
It's a done deal.
That's it.
No Jalen Carter for us, fellas. That is off the table. Jalen Carter is going to be an Eagle.
Put him on mute.
He's live there at the
What
draft.
a guy.
Listen,
That's having a good time.
I would hate the move, but if I were the Philadelphia Eagles, I can talk myself into that move a hell of a lot more because of where they are, and they are missing.
They're already getting widely jerked off throughout the league for this.
Oh, I mean they have been for ages. Yeah, but it's
So they get no pick in this draft.
No.
Yep.
Damn it.
Oh, he's in. Yeah, they traded it.
So we've traded down one spot.
We're gonna be picking.
I think they could be on the move again, quite honestly.
I hope they trade again.
Oh yeah.
You know who again?
Listen, because you know that Pittsburgh and all these teams in Chicago knows that Philly wasn't trading up for an offensive lineman, maybe the corner, but they can be on the phone with Pittsburgh right now saying you have your pick of offensive tackles or you still have Gonzalez available. So to me, that's the move here. If they sit here, I'm actually going to be pretty I don't want them to sit. I want them to be on the move here.
Well, Lucas Van Ness is there.
I don't think he's in play. I think Van Ness, as much as I like him, he feels more like one of the draft kind of, people have
Flavor
been
of the week.
He's been one of those that's been more inflated. I think league teams are infatuated with his ability, but not as a top 10 guy. That's my take on the way. Like every year, there's these guys that fly up that all the pundits say, like, this is the guy that's going to go way higher than anyone thinks. And then draft time comes and all of a sudden they go at 24 and they're like, don't know what happened. We were told, and it never is.
It's a tough. I think you did the right thing getting out of there. Obviously, everyone saw how fired up I was, and I'm sitting here thinking the same thing as Ryan Cox. That relationship, they wanted that. We've said it since the beginning.
Banging the drum for JSN here. I just don't understand it.
Listen, I think the biggest thing that we could take into this. Who is Gabriel? All these Chicago people have said for 2 days now, if he's there at 9, Carter's a Bear. It has been multiple people that have said it with absolute certainty. And look what happened.
All said what?
Can we just pause right now and can we have Phil throw his bouquet of flowers for judging Ryan Poles before anything happened? Phil, go ahead.
Yeah.
I said, you see that they made it a priority of the heart. That Carter fits in a winning program with veterans surrounding him that are doing it. He would never come here and be the player he could be because culturally he doesn't care. His peers surrounding him here are going to be looking and turning for him for answers, and he ain't going to have them because if you don't love the game, where are you going to find him? Over there, he's going to be surrounded by Fletcher Cox, Graham.
Please don't let this be Nolan Smith. They cannot take Nolan Smith here.
So
if it's Nolan Smith, I'll vomit.
It's the perfect storm for him.
No,
to
this
go
is
there.
But again, I love this because everyone was absolute certain that if Jalen Carter was there at 9, everybody throughout Chicago said it's Jalen Carter. And
Yeah.
it's
Not
awfully
except this
telling
network.
that they sat
Sorry,
down
Ryan.
and took just a 4th round pick next year to not draft that guy. If that doesn't tell you that Ian Cunningham, he's got some of the traits that we like.
The pick is in.
It is in.
The Chicago Bears have selected offensive lineman Darnell Wright.
That's what I'm fucking
All right.
talking about. You take football
All right.
players. Yes.
All right.
Get over here. Offensive line, baby.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
You protect your quarterback. Damn, my number 2 tackle.
So what do you feel about Poles now?
Good job, Poles. Now you're showing me. I'm serious. I get this move. We drafted him in our mocks.
Wow, so the Detroit's going to bounce back and still get Christian Gonzalez.
Oh yeah,
probably. If
Well-
Levis goes here, if Levis goes 11.
So Detroit, though, to me, is still in a great place to move back again, because this is the place, if a team falls in love with JSN, I really feel like this is 11 or 12 is the place you've got to go. So
What did we call? We called Darnell Wright at 9.
Yep.
Go back to what Carr said. I wish we can cut it because it's exactly the truth. It's a big showcase of what I was worried about, what I was ranting about, what I was about to throw people out of the room for. It's the reality of heart and passion for this game of football. The Bears haven't done it. This guy's plug and play day one.
Jeffrey
Day
Cap,
one.
Cap didn't hit. Cap had Nolan Smith.
Well, Cap had a bunch of guys, so he had a bunch of roles at the dice. But this gun, you said it, Shane, gun to my head, Darnell Wright was what I wanted with Carter on the board. The fact that they took a 2024 to move back, give away this guy to what Cars is saying, and get Darnell Wright, my number 2 tackle in this draft. Plug and play starter.
Everything that we spoke on, guys. I mean, it just, for them, if they were completely, even if they were semi-sold on him,
he'd be the pick.
Yeah, he'd be
He would have been the pick at 5 with Seattle. He would have
been number 3. He would have.
Yeah, exactly.
His ability, he would have gone before Will Anderson if he put the tape on that he should have with his abilities. That's my statement. He would have been in the conversation for number 1 overall.
Darnell Wright is
it's such a great move, Phil.
Dude, here on this network, when you sit back and you watch tape and you do the fucking work and you don't listen to McShay and McStuffins and this fucking guy over here and all these other fucking Chicago people trying to just surface level bullshit, I got to give you props, Ian Cunningham and Ryan Poles, for doing the due diligence, understanding this draft, getting a 4th round pick next year, and starting what I could say he could play left tackle or right tackle. That's how much I believe. That's why he's my number 2 tackle.
I love
draft.
Listen, Phil, to your point, what I love about this kid is a 4-year starter.
Mm-hmm.
He worked, he kept moving his craft, and he put it all together this year. It's hard. You guys got to remember, this was a 5-star athlete when he entered from high school to college. It took him a little bit with Tennessee's broken program to come together. This is an up-and-coming kid. What you see today, he has still room to grow, and his athletic profile is perfect for what the Bears need. He is the perfect match for what they want athletically and skill-wise to do. Sorry.
Listen, no, you're speaking the truth there. I'm going to do a little, because we're going to save it.
Well, wait, Phil, wait before you do it, and then we'll let everybody hear the audio of the pick, because it's the pick is in.
Oh, it hasn't really been.
I'll turn
in
it
yet?
up. Yeah, they're talking to Jalen Carter. Is a hot mess on TV right now. But yeah, just put it back to the other one, and we'll.
All All right.
When they come to the podium, I'll play the audio for everybody.
Well, let me just say this. Like, I believe in me. And if that offends you, you probably should go watch something else. But thousands of people that subscribe to this channel, because we've called out Mustafa, we've called out Leno, we've called out Nagy, and we are the first ones and only ones standing on that platform, standing by those truths. And that's what we're going to continue to do. This
guys,
is the great pick for Justin Fields.
Yep.
This, I think, also puts to rest all this narrative that that Hub tried to throw out and say there are people in the team that don't believe in Justin Fields. That's bullshit. This move shows exactly what Ryan Clark was quoted as Getsy saying. We have the guy. We just need to get him more help. And when you put Wright and Nate Davis on that right-hand side, that is going to be a fun pairing to watch beat the snot out of people in front of them. Good luck, Detroit, next year, because you now are going to have a fight on your hands.
Listen, I agree with you. Nate Davis, everybody knows how I feel about Tevin Jenkins. I think he should be the left tackle. That shouldn't be off the table. In camp, Chris Morgan, to me, is not the answer as the offensive line. I've seen what I see of him. He can prove me wrong and go out there and get the most out of this football team and that offensive line, because last year it was fucking horrific technique, understanding assignments. That could have been on Mustafa, could have been on Justin, not knowing protection calls. But at the end of the day, technique trumps it all, and it was never there. So the reality of that is we got to go back to square one. Ivan's messing it all up on me for a second there. There we go.
Phil, I'm
you got to be ecstatic. I'm ecstatic.
To do this again, when you took...
All right, here we go, guys.
Here we go.
Can you hear it?
Yep.
The Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Yes.
There you go. You took the shot.
All of our night goes off the board. A unanimous first-team All-SEC player, finishing up a terrific career in which he played a lot and all over the line. Spent 27 games at right tackle, 13 at left.
There he is, big fella.
Play all of the audio. I don't know if you can. Can you, Ivan? Listen.
I believe that this young man.
There he is.
There he is. Big man.
Whoa.
He could play left or right.
Who's the guy on ESPN that was up for the GM?
Louis Riddick.
Louis Riddick just said, I'm telling every Chicago Bears fan and every NFL draft fan right now, at the end of the day, I will not be surprised if Darnell Wright is not the best player in this entire draft.
Really? He said
just
best
made
player.
On
wow.
Damn.
Listen, my energy is fucking in a great spirit. No Skoronski. You get a
Skoronski. The Titans at number 11 have selected offensive lineman Peter Skoronski.
And good luck to them.
So that means that's got to mean Gonzalez, right? Cars here.
I think it's still a trade back, because I think they could fall back a couple more. I think
they're picking right here.
You think Detroit's going to get more?
I don't think they'll get more.
Listen, you're going to get at this point, if teams really believe that JSN is going to Green Bay, this is the move to get the one guy who's probably a first-round receiver.
Finally. Motherfucking Pillar P, a guy with passion, heart. This guy took the best player in the draft to task.
Alan Bratcher just sent me a voice memo, and it says,
Darnell Wright is an offensive guard.
Listen, I'm telling Hans, this is in Germany. This is how you build it, man. You get the fucking guy that's a animal. This guy's feet He's strong at the point of attack. He can pull. He can play guard. He'll never play
21
guard.
years old. Also,
He can
he's
play
very,
left
very young.
tackle or right tackle.
I don't
That's
see him
how
at left.
talented he is.
Yeah, I don't see him at left.
Well, I'm the offensive line guru. He could if you want him to. But yeah, you plug and play him at right tackle.
Yeah.
This guy, man, I'm telling you, Shane.
Well, to me, this is a verification on their belief in Braxton Jones.
I had him over.
Yeah.
I had him ranked over Paris Johnson for a reason. The only guy I had over him was Broderick Jones, who I think the ceiling on him and his athleticism is so high, and he's a left tackle only, Broderick. So I got to give Poles props. I'm so happy.
What are you going to do when they trade Tevin for a conditional 6?
Listen.
I'm just busting your balls at this point, bro.
Tevin Jenkins now has to define who Tevin is. All of us, and I heard Cars talking about it, and I said the same thing. There's nobody in this world can question the integrity of my analysis of Tevin Jenkins. It showed up there, how dominant and how athletic that kid could be. He has to decide who he is, the weird, as you called it, Cars. Does he fit? And Shane, you pointed out the audio that he's taken a step into enjoying being around his teammates. That's a huge fucking jump in the ocean for somebody who might be socially awkward. Listen, we live in a different world today. Social media runs everything. The way my daughters have to have their eyelashes to the way whatever in the world is. Claudio, all of us are dealing with it as dads. And Ivan's going to soon find out as well. It's a different fucking world than we grew up in. Guys, same thing. And I don't know, Tevin. I know he lost his mom. And he's had a tough time in his life. But this right here, what did Eric Kramer do last night? He picked Darnell Wright. That was his guy.
Yeah,
what did I do in my mock draft? I picked Darnell Wright.
Cars did it today too.
Cars, you picked Darnell Wright. So who got it right? TTNL got it right. That's what I'm talking about. And that's really, that's where we stand here. We play with passion. I would never go out and tweet out. It's so easy. Go up to Jalen Carter. You're not watching fucking tape.
So this is from Albert Breer. Bears GM Ryan Poles values size and length on the offensive line. That's the reason for passing on Peter Skoronski.
Yep.
Going with Darnell Wright fits his history and his background. The Eagles believe their infrastructure is already set up for Jalen Carter and success for him. So that's essentially what we've been talking about. Yeah.
That's the best way to put it.
We've been there for fucking 3 months. I'm sorry I have to freaking do this because you have so many haters. Hate me all you want. Just keep coming back because it's the truth. Shane and I debate. Cars and I debate. Fucking live for this shit. I've been breaking down tape since fucking December on fucking college players. And to feel the emotions that your GM finally got it right. Like, that's the area with which I was hoping. You either get that pass rusher there in Cansey or Van Ness where there's no question about their motor, or you get one of those offensive tackles.
Johnny Venable, who covers the Arizona Cardinals, is reporting on their coverage that he heard as soon as Paris Johnson fell off the board was when the Bears made their decision that they were moving.
So they had Paris.
But listen, I think we
Darnell,
but I think we talked about it too, Shane. Look at what happened. I said once one offensive lineman goes, you're gonna see the others go quick succession. So we've seen 2 of them go back to back, and there's 1 more to go.
He's the perfect prospect. Thank God we don't have these motherfuckers running this franchise. I'm tired. I'm tired of the McCaskies. Thank you, Kevin Warren.
Holy shit.
What happened?
Number 12. The pick is in for the Detroit Lions. They're Detroiting. I love the player. They are taking running back Jahmyr Gibbs
On top of
No.
they just
Yes.
signed Montgomery. They're taking him.
DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery, and Jahmyr Gibbs in the top 12. I mean, I love
That's a
Jahmyr
dumb
Gibbs, but
move.
that's fucking
That's
pure lunacy.
That's Detroiting.
crazy.
That is
They were having
Detroiting.
such a nice offseason, and then they go and do Detroit things.
Do you know why you
Holy
do that?
shit.
Do you know why you do that move, Shane? Because you don't actually believe in Jared Goff as much as you keep telling people you do.
100%.
That's true.
That you're going to go run the ball
Holy
40.
hell.
Holy shit. I love you, Detroit. Thank you every year.
Wow.
It's like the opposite of The Godfather, right? Like every time I'm out, they pull me back in. Like every time I'm starting to go, maybe Detroit's doing something here. They go and make a dumb move like that. And I'm like, nope, they're going to Detroit. Thank you.
Oh my God. Shane, the perfect commentary. They're Detroiting. That is like the Bears
How the
taking
fuck?
Nolan.
I would be
Smith. That would be
I
that
would be
the
more
old Bears.
upset if the
Know what I'm
Bears,
saying?
and I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I would be more upset if the Bears took Gibbs at 12 or Gibbs at 9 than if they would take Jalen Carter. And I'm just being 100% honest there.
I
How
would
are
be
you
more
taking him?
I
There
would
at
be more
12.
okay with Skoronski at 9 because at least I know that he would be on the field all the time than I would be at Gibbs. I love Gibbs, but you can't do that at 12. You have just committed. Atlanta and Detroit have both committed major sins, and I just don't know how you do it unless they're just going to run David Montgomery.
Two running backs in the top 12. Love both prospects, but god damn.
That's like when they took all those receivers. The reality is you signed David Montgomery.
Should we listen to this audio? Yeah, David Montgomery's braces just fell off his teeth after that pick.
I can't even comprehend how you even do that.
Makers. I love it.
Oh,
do you guys want to hear the explosion of when they announced Jahmyr Gibbs at 12?
Wait, can the Green Bay Packers draft Will Levis? That would be awesome.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! I
Oh
was
my
literally
God.
thinking that, Cars. I was like, oh my god, how great would that fucking be?
So who do you think it'll be for Green Bay? Are they going JSN?
I think to be honest,
Here it is right here. Hold on. Sorry to step over your Cars. I just got to hear this.
The Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
That does not sound good.
He's got the same haircut as Jameson Williams did last year too.
I mean, I love the draft, man. You can't make this up. Fans,
Unbelievable.
TTNL fans. I love all of it. 1,300 plus of you here live joining us. Please, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, do so. Also, smash the like button. And if you haven't done this, I'm sorry, Cars.
No, you're good.
You need to go become a patron because we broke down every reason why the Bears shouldn't draft Jalen Carter or Peter Skoronski. We're the complete opposite of those. You can fill in any names you would like that said otherwise. And that's why we had the passion and the fear and the worry and the doubt, because I don't know who Poles is, but I'm starting to get to know Poles. I'll tell you a quick story.
Can someone please clip that? Because I just want a clip of Phil saying, I'm starting to know polls. So that's all I want. I want that on
Dallas.
a shirt.
I've told the story that night. I want to share it today. I'm in Dallas. I'm walking in the lobby near the bar. And assistant GM Ian Cunningham is standing with another gentleman leaning up against the wall. And Jim Larison and myself are walking so Jim could verify this story in there. And all of a sudden, Ian Cunningham sees me. Now, he's leaning up against the wall like this, and he goes like this.
Green Bay is
don't give a fuck.
Going nuts in their war room right now.
The tape never lies.
Oh, no, that's
I'm
Detroit.
not wearing any.
They are legitimately like throwing dollar bills at strippers in Detroit's war room, and I'm.
Thanks for interrupting my story.
Oh,
I was trying to give you.
Are you the only one that can interrupt, Phil?
Yeah, boy, no one else has been interrupted on this network. I don't understand.
Jumps over and he points 2 fingers like Fonzie and says, "The tape never lies." Now, I'm not wearing the tape never lies. I'm dressed up. He knew exactly who we were. We sat there and talked for about 20 minutes. And he's like, "Listen, you guys got to do what you got to do. You got to hold us accountable. You do what you guys do, and you do it very well." This is a true story. And I don't know who Ian is because they haven't drafted. That's who I wanted to see tonight, because I did say to him, "Your boy's been avoiding me." He's like, "Yeah, he's kind of busy with something." And obviously afterwards, it was Dallas Cowboy
Jesus
weekend.
Christ.
He traded
I got to butt in. The Green
There
Bay
you go.
Packers have selected defensive lineman Lucas Van Ness.
All right.
Oh, they took him.
Fuck.
Yep.
But holy
There you
shit.
go.
Again, if you go back to it, what are they doing? You're going to have Jordan Love throwing to Christian Watson.
JSN is not a top guy here.
No, but like Dalton Kincaid, someone else made sense.
Dalton Kincaid would have been a great pick.
What
there. That
I
would
don't
have
understand,
sucked.
if you are trying to figure out, look at the difference. The Bears went out and got DJ Moore and drafted Darnell Wright to help their young quarterback. I don't know what Green Bay is doing. And it's no shame against Lucas Van Ness. That's a great pick. I like how he'll be used on that defense. But what are you doing for a young quarterback? I just don't get it.
I just texted my son and told him to turn on his Madden franchise and to trade Lucas Van Ness immediately. True story. I just sent that text. I'm dead serious.
Listen, the
Shane's gonna
reality
double
is,
check too.
Yeah. Oh, I will. I'll ground his ass.
these guys are going in a direction the opposite of what we're going.
Well, listen, I
Obviously,
think
they
that
want
this
to
is-
do something for their defense.
This is to get back to Darnell Wright, and that's why everybody is here listening to us as we are pushing 1,400 people on live with us at the moment. This is an ode to Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham, understanding that they're not going to make all of the moves all at once. You bring in guys in the trenches. Listen, we talk about competition breeds success and all. This is your right tackle, mauler, centerpiece of your offensive line right now. Number 10 overall pick in Darnell Wright.
Finally got a pillar piece on the Holy Trinity.
But what is more important, Phil, is like when Cars was doing his mock today and when Eric was doing his, you see some of these guys on defense. You may see, so we have pick 53. Depending on how this goes, I mean, I'm not going to, who knows what they're thinking, but you could see defense. You could see defensive line tomorrow.
Darnell is live with the media, so we should probably
Can you pull him over there?
Yep, just a second. Is it on ChicagoBears.com?
It was in our special text chain. You have the link.
All right, hold on.
Just pull it up. Even if it's not live, we can catch up on that. The reality of what it is that we're getting to know.
Man, if I try to describe it,
as one big motherfucker right there.
I don't even know the words. I'm in shock. I don't know. I'm happy. I'm really happy. I'm happy.
For you at Tennessee, what do you perceive as the benefits of having gotten experience on both sides at offensive tackle?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes me a little like versatile. I feel like I could just play any position, or any left or right. You know, I don't think it really matters. I don't know.
Darnell, you're obviously emotional. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to put a good like sentences together and stuff. I'm trying to make sure I'm saying.
I love that.
I don't know. I'm just my head is racing.
What do you
my
think's
eyes
going
and
through
mouth
his
are- I'm
head?
trying to just-
He's worked his ass off for his
I'm
whole
just
life
trying to-
for this cat.
I don't even know what I'm trying to do. I'm just talking.
How much contact did you have with the Bears? And what was the experience like playing for Luke Getsy at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, it's funny. I was at the Senior Bowl.
That's a
and
great
Luke was our offensive
tie-in.
coordinator.
Yeah.
And or he was part of it. And it's funny, he's offensive coordinator at the Bears, and you know, it's like a full circle moment a little bit. It's crazy. It means a lot. You know, I already have a relationship a little bit with that guy. Hope to just, I don't know.
I love it when they can't think of the words, right?
Darnell,
It
you
shows
were
you
a
how much it
four-year
means.
starter in an era where, you know, a lot of guys ended up leaving early. What was your decision to stay at
Courtney
Tennessee? And what
Cronin.
do you think that extra year
Not a
provided you as
fan.
far as
Not a
experience that you
fan.
can carry over to the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, we went through a time. If everybody knows, you know, we had some things going on. It felt like, it felt like the whole
it's been a
house was
trade.
crumbling in
Just
itself.
to keep
You know, we
everybody
didn't know if we
updated,
were
the
gonna get, like, a
Pittsburgh
bowl game.
Steelers
We
are
didn't
now
know if
on
we
the
were
clock.
gonna
So
have,
this is probably your
there was so many things
cornerback
happening.
or
New
maybe
England traded
Roderick Jones.
Yeah. Just thinking back, I was like, you know, just control what you can control, and then just try to do the best you can. Like, it's out of your control. Just try to be the best you can be. And I think that's probably for a lot of situations. Like, I couldn't control in the draft where I was going to go. You know, although I'm somewhere I really wanted to be, so it's almost like a plus. I don't think a lot of people get that lucky, but I don't know. Just control what you can control, and the rest just do the best with what you got.
Darnell, when you say you were shocked by this, did you have much indication? Were there many hints leading up to this that you would go this high or that you would go to the Bears?
Well, I knew Coach Simo. I knew he liked me a lot. I knew Coach Ryan Opposed liked me a lot, and
Patriots get
I don't.
number
You never know.
120
You
for
can
bouncing
try
back.
to say, I think they're going to pick me, but then again, Coach Simo, we just actually got off the phone. He was saying, it was so hard not to just call you and tell you, like, hey man, we're going to pick you, but it's just, that's part of the, that's part of the game that they play, or, it's part of what they do. I don't know much
Number
about that, but
2 tackle in
just
this
wanna show your
draft.
hand
Number
before you
1 right
belt. So,
tackle in
I
this
don't know,
draft.
This is
crazy,
big
but
again.
Tape
we
doesn't lie, and we're gonna get into
Did you
it.
come
later.
into Chicago
We
on a
believe
visit?
in Justin.
Expect
Yeah,
We
oh,
listen
yeah.
to
this high?
anybody else. This is because
I
they
knew
believe in
as
Justin.
far as my talent and what I could do, I knew I could go this high. But it just took the right team to just see that, the right coaches that know what they're looking at. They know what they know what I can be. I've only reached, I haven't even reached the scratch or surface of what I could be. So I think they know that, and I know that. It's going to be fun.
So did they bring you in? Like, how well have you?
Oh my God, Brad.
Yeah,
Gives a
yeah.
fuck.
They brought me in, and he also came and worked me out. He kicked my ass. We'll be honest. It was not. He wanted to see what I was.
That's
made
what
of,
you want.
man. I mean, it was
Yeah.
hard, and I didn't quit. So, I think he
What?
respected that.
You didn't lay down.
I mean,
Pick is in for the Pittsburgh
he
Steelers, and they
put
have
me through the ringer.
selected.
I mean, we were out there working.
Cars
You
called
know,
it
you go about
offensive
maybe
tackle
you're about
Broderick
15
Jones.
minutes in, and you're going back to back to back. But then
Georgia,
you're
that's
still
the run.
going back to back to back. Then another 10 minutes pass.
Next
you're
up
going,
is your corner
another maybe
run.
10 minutes pass. And he just wants to see if I quit, and I wouldn't quit.
Is that the most workout you got?
Exactly.
I mean,
Chop.
it's hard, like, in practice, you're taking water breaks in between. You're going back to back to back, and then, there's no rest. So you'll definitely see what you're made of a little bit in that little session.
Now, when was that workout and where was it?
Ooh, the date I wouldn't know exactly.
Thank
but
you.
It was.
I would be
It
scared
was
if you
at the
did.
Tennessee facility. I don't know the exact date. I could probably go through my message and see, but I'm not sure. It was probably a little bit before maybe after my second 2 visits. It was about right there.
You've gotten a lot of praise for the game you had against Will Anderson. What do you make of that day and what it meant for your stock and the impressions of who you are as a tackle?
Yeah, I think you could get a small bit of who I am in that game, but I don't know. The Alabama game is, to me, and people that kind of watch, like, there's a lot of my games you can go and see kind of what I'm about.
Exactly.
But I mean, I appreciate that game. I mean, I like to play against the best players. And
Will Anderson called him the best tackle he's ever
won that game
winning.
as well. So I don't know. it was fun, and I just know what I can do, and I mean, you see it on the Alabama tape, but
The New York Jets were fully prepared to pull the trigger on Broderick
Darnell,
Jones,
how
and
would you
Pittsburgh
describe
caught wind and
yourself as a
traded
player
up.
for Bears fans still getting to know you?
Yeah, I mean, you see on tape, I'm big and I'm.
Who did you say,
strong,
Shane?
but I don't think people realize
The Jets were going to take
once
Broderick
they
Jones.
really get to
Yep.
see some more of me, like they'll see how athletic I am, and I can play both sides if needed. I mean, I know I'm coming into a room that I just want to earn the respect of those guys first, and then
Could we
I could
come
play
back into round
anywhere
one
on
for
the line.
Kancey,
I
like
mean,
we did with
I
Kramer
just-
last night?
My athleticism will speak for itself.
I
and then
would be
I
shocked.
just want to get better,
I would
better at my
love it.
technique, and
But we didn't pick up an extra pick to do it. That's the
Darnell,
only thing, because we did it in that
Did you
mock.
meet with the Bears at the combine?
yes,
Of course.
I believe so. I believe so. Combine
Wasted
goes so
pick.
quick. There's a
Wasted
lot
question.
of teams that you kind of you.
Darnell,
might forget.
are you
It's
into
just-
deep
it's
dish?
a little
What
bit
do you
like
think?
speed dating almost,
Yeah.
a little bit, like, but I'm pretty sure I didn't meet. Yeah, I met with them. I'm
Colgate
pretty sure.
or
The Bears were asking prospects
Crest?
there if they wanted to play putt
Hey
putter.
Darnell,
darts,
have you
if they
ever
wanted to
heard
do
of
that. Do you remember
Justin
that?
Fields?
Oh, yeah,
Quick
yeah, I
question.
think
You ever
so.
What'd you
you ever know
choose?
that? Do you know
I
who
think
What do you
that's
think
what
of
it was.
Justin? Have you spoken to him yet? I can't.
Darnell, you said you weren't sure when that workout was. Was it
Putt or darts?
this month? Last month?
I can go through my thing real quick and see.
Oh my
I mean, if you want me to look, like, I
God.
just
I
have
do.
to.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Pat Finley is such
Let's see
a
real quick.
fucking knob. God
Pat.
damn.
When was the last time you
Did
ordered
you catch the
Domino's?
Padres
It
game last
was
night, Darnell?
April 8th.
Are you Colgate or
9:58
Crest
or
when it
10:30.
comes to your
Exactly,
toothpaste
that's what I
time?
Oh, 11
I'm
actually.
very concerned.
11.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
April 8th.
Darnell, you've just got
East
drafted
Coast
by
State.
the Chicago
Yeah,
Bears.
Okay.
Is there
Olin
any
Kreutz
interest
just-
in you at
Olin
guard?
Kreutz
Darnell,
just
you
sent out
mentioned
the tweet. This
connection you
tweet
had
after
with,
the
Chris Morgan.
Bears selected.
How do you describe
Darnell
your
Wright.
excitement level in getting back to him? Where do you think? How do you think he can help you take your game to the next level?
Man, I mean, we talked about it. I'm not going to tell you everything we talked about, but we talked about a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that I need to work on, and there's a lot of stuff that I do that's really well. And I think, it's rare that you get to go somewhere that you really get to get coached by somebody that you really like and that you really feel like can take your game to the next level. And that's what I feel like Simo could do for me. I mean, it's going to be, he already told me it's going to be hard, but I never shied away from hard.
Darnell, are you an
I just
ass
want to get
man?
the best out of myself.
Yes.
And I think
Darnell,
Coach
are you
Simo is gonna be
excited about seeing
perfect
Steve
for me.
Edwards'
He's gonna
garden?
Darnell, what did it mean to you that the Bears selected you ahead of other offensive linemen who were projected to go before you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams know what they're, they do this for a living. This is their job. You know what I mean? This
There's
is
going to be a
like
Justin.
they
Has
know what they're
Justin
doing. and
contacted you yet?
I'm just happy that they believed in me
I feel
and
it.
saw what I think a lot of
dumbasses.
people saw, but a lot of people
You know,
maybe
Phil, the
didn't
one thing I love about this
think, but
kid is
I just know I'm just happy that
he
they
does
believed
have a
in me.
nastier streak than Paris. Broderick probably has the nastiest.
Darnell, where are
streak
you
of
tonight,
everyone.
and who else with
He
you?
is. He
Oh
is
yeah,
he
in his
plays
room right
mean.
now.
Oh, exactly.
He's
mean.
mean.
She's Lisa. She works for my agency, and upstairs I had a draft party with some of my family, my high school coach,
Oh,
head
that's
coach,
awesome,
high school
Darnell.
line coach, and some friends. So.
Hi, Darnell. This is
Where are
Larry
you?
Mayer.
Like a hotel.
Are
Like
you
rooftop,
a
like,
sub
some food
guy,
and stuff.
or are
The
you a
Hyatt,
grinder?
yeah.
What do you?
In Knoxville.
No,
Knoxville,
Larry
sorry.
would say, "Do you expect to start, Darnell?"
What numbers are you looking at? Since 58 is taken.
Oh my fucking God!
Darnell, you're
Your
here
lunch
because the
with
Bears think you
Larry.
can be a guy who can help Justin Fields reach his potential. What excites you about the chance
There
to,
you go.
to block for him, to keep him clean, and
Here
to
it
work
is.
with him?
Man, that's my only plan. Like, that's what I'm there for. Is
God,
for
him and
anything
Nate
he
Davis.
needs
Like,
is
that's gonna
my
be
job
fun
to keep
film.
him
That's
fit.
going to be great.
That's
Amazing
fun.
quarterback, and
Find out who
the
this
things he does.
offensive line coach
It's
is.
going to be.
I'll
We're going
tell
to have
you
a great
that
team.
real
Like,
quick.
we're going to have very good team. It's going to be great. Whatever I can do, no matter what that role is for the team, protecting him is going to be. That's my job. So.
Has he called you yet?
All right, thanks, guys.
There you go.
Thanks, Darnell.
Appreciate it.
Darnell.
Hey, no Matrix questions.
Darnell Wright.
Yeah. So real quick, Phil. This is from
DDP's number 1 right tackle and Shane Marsaw's number 1 right tackle, as well as Carr's number 1 right tackle. So
Micah
doing the
Parsons
diligence.
on Darnell Wright. Great pick by Chicago. Chicago is on a mission. You want a guy like this. He's a great run blocker and a great pass blocker. He's a first-round talent. So excited to see him go there.
Thanks. You don't think he's a first round? Of course he's
No. You'd be amazed though, because remember,
Here's a first-round talent.
You got to remember when this all started, Darnell Wright was going in mocks in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's where it started. And he became a 2nd round. And then he moved all the way up where he should have been. I'm sorry, Steve. I completely just talked over. I pulled a Phil. So my apologies.
Oh.
Oh, Steve,
coming
you were
in here.
there. I was just
There's
talking
a hot
about your
room over
garden.
here.
I was just talking about your garden, Steve. I didn't even
Yeah, I
know
know,
you were here.
man. You know, I think he would enjoy my garden. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Hell, like,
Got a green thumb.
yeah, man. I want to hang out with this damn guy. I'm so excited about this damn pick. I was so scared. I mean, it was so many nightmare situations.
Yes.
All day.
So were we, Steve. I thought of
pick
you.
the running back. I mean, I got down. I was like, I don't want Pete. I just started getting to that. I don't want the guy from Northwest. He's great. I don't want a guard at 9. You know what I mean? I didn't want that. And I know that the Jalen Carter thing. I've been going back. One of my buddies is on the rant right now, just texting constantly. He wanted Carter, and I said, dude, listen. I mean, I just started thinking about Albert Haynesworth. I thought about this, and I seen you talking about it, Phil. Albert Haynesworth. You know, that's what he reminds me of. It's just as far as the comp of attitude and dominance. Albert Haynesworth was a dominant guy, but he's no show. And then when it was contract year, he balls out, and then he disappears.
Exactly.
So those are the scary things about that. And with a team that's trying to get this organization coming from the depths and actually be a certified grade A consistent franchise, and it was too much of a risk. He's going to Philly. He needs a place like that. It's the perfect place for him, to be honest. Like, you know, if you want to be, you know, let's not be selfish for him. This is the perfect place. He's got his former teammate. He's got Eagles are the most. You know, coming from that organization, just, you know, I know it was different from now. That organization is strong.
Steve, real quick. I just gotta jump in here. I want to keep everybody updated. This is another shocker.
Uh-oh.
The New York Jets select Will McDonald.
Will McDonald.
Like the player, but I can't go Will McDonald
This
here. I think
high.
Wow. Talk about Jets are gonna jet too.
There is the receiver for Ohio
When you're in
State
jet, you're in jet all the way.
he's still out there.
Yeah.
Wow, what, you want to give Aaron Rodgers another weapon?
No, I'm telling you, JSN, I've been saying it all along. He's not better than Zay Flowers either. There's a lot of hype on JSN.
Oh, I love Zay can play outside. I don't think you could play JSN outside. That's
Zay still out there?
Zay is
still out there. Yeah.
No wide receivers have won.
No wide receiver. I didn't pick a wide receiver in the mock that I had except Zay. I don't think JSN deserves to be a first round. A lot of people love this guy, but again, he played how many catches? He had 4 catches last year. Coming off an injury his year before, he shows some great tape, but it's not dominant tape. It's versus zones. A lot of zone catches.
If you just hear a lot of weird noises from me, it's because I'm watching clips of Darnell Wright just kind of pancake dudes or hand fight and get him on the ground. It is.
Well, let's go to our tape for a little bit, Shane. And you can keep us abreast of the draft and butt in here. We're only going to do a little bit today because I know here's Darnell Wright here. This is Will Anderson there. Give him some green. And you're looking at a football player that, Steve, look at him punch with power. He's got a long reach. Shane, what's his length on his arms?
Almost 34 inches. He's 33 and 5/8, I believe is what it was.
So here he is again. You got an outside 9, which is a linebacker here. And you're in Will Anderson at a 4-eye here, or 5-eye, 4-eye. And you could just see how intelligent he is in regards to what he's got to do. He holds the guy out with one hand. Here he is against Will Anderson. Look at him lock out and control.
One of the things that I like, Phil, that he does the most is when a defender across from him is overextending on his reach, he'll actually grab that arm and yank that guy. He'll use that kind of long arm against them. So he's got some counters there that are really solid.
Steve, we talked about it with Coach O, dipping the head and driving on power. We didn't see this with Skronsky. Look at him combo, get to the linebacker on the second level. You could see him power, get low, get on 10. Again, tough angle, but the running back's going to run through that. Now, what does he do on the goal line versus Will Anderson? He's going to look at him crawling, driving his leg. There's no question the want to.
Yeah, sometimes you know, we talked when we break down some of this film earlier, leading up to this draft. Like sometimes stuff is gonna happen, like stuff like that little stuff I look for. You know, like okay, he slipped, but he just didn't turn into some dead frog. He's like crawling,
exactly.
Continue to make a block, and it's actually effective in a way. I just watched film on him today because Phil, I missed that.
You weren't in
when
that
you
show.
Broke down Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
So the day out of all days, it's like, I haven't seen this dude for Tennessee, and I clicked it on, didn't know nothing about him, and instantly I fell in love with him. It was just today around lunchtime that I threw that on, and I said, I got to get a glimpse of this guy because he's a possibility. And I instantly fall in love. It was first clips I saw was run blocking, and he was just absolutely mauling people. And then I really was impressed how his pass pro. And I think there's some things he's gonna have to work on. Like he said, he's aware of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think sometimes he can absorb a little bit and not use his hands effectively. But at the same time, I've also seen him use the hell out of his punch. So as he becomes, a little more seasoned and learns to use his tools. I mean, he's a right tackle. You got your right tackle. I don't know if he's a left, but we know he's a right, and that's something we needed. And I mean, like I was saying, I like the guy from Northwestern, but at this point, we need a tackle.
Not even close. You don't take a guard in the top 10. I've said it many
Phil,
times.
real quick, the
Yes.
Commanders pick is in, and they've taken cornerback Emmanuel Forbes.
Whoa!
Over
Gonzalez. I
Look
would
at
not have
that.
had Gonzalez being the guy falling. This is crazy.
Two more
Commander's
plays.
gonna commander.
Two more plays. Forbes is a good football player,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I didn't see that this high.
No.
Look at what happens here, Steve. Alabama's playing a quirky front. They move and walk out Will Anderson to the outside 9. He was looking inside for the call. Now he's going to pop out. And Steve, we were watching Ohio State. We saw all of these offensive linemen with you and my dad and Shane breaking it down. Watch them here. They're going to stunt this way, drop Will. He's going to mirror Will to protect. Then he's going to come back inside and just drop someone easily. Just easily step, drop his ass down. That's the kind of football player you're going to get.
That's a lot of awareness. I mean, that people say, oh, he got knocked down, but the set like that, recognize your guy drops back and then knows that there's that awareness of body presence, feels that 3 technique is coming over and deliver a shot. Not only just a shot to help that guard out, but a body breaking shot that puts the guy to the ground. That just shows you the power this dude possesses in his body. And
Exactly.
that's the type of guy we freaking need, like a powerful, can maul you and can pass pro. This is a great evaluation from the Bears to be able to. I know some people who are not really in depth in the draft and they're looking like, who is this? Like, no, we just got us a ball player that's going to help solidify this offensive line. And I was ecstatic because I thought I was sitting there. Okay, we got the guy from Northwestern. We're going to have 3 guards. We got to figure out, we're bumping Jenkins back to tackle. All that stuff was going through my mind. And they did the move that you're supposed to do, I think, for the Bears.
Last play, and we are going to do a comprehensive draft breakdown of the draft picks on Sunday on our Patreon channel. Hopefully Big Steve will come on with us. I know my dad will be there, Shane, myself, maybe Cars, Ivan, the whole crew, looking at some of these picks. Definitely a huge focus on Darnell Wright. But the last play here, Steve, is one with which someone who knows offensive line and somebody who knows how to watch tape appreciates. You don't walk up and yell Jalen Carter just because someone else told you that. You watch this stuff. Now watch this. They're going to do a stunt, right? And he's getting caught in the island of misfit toys. And I want you to see this big ass athlete do something that's uncoached that just showcases the kind of football player he is. So he gets caught. Look at how he is able to come back around and get in front of the guy. So this little war here, this up the field and come back, he gets caught with that defensive tackle, Steve. So this defensive tackle could beat him. He's going to refuse to lose, and he's going to try to wall him back off. We have never seen this.
I've never seen it. So
look at this guy.
It reminds me of when the guy gets you spent as an offensive lineman, and somehow you end up boxing him out.
Exactly.
Like you're boxing out for a rebound. I've been in that, and it's just a headsy play. But now that was like that's some weird stuff. But you see the ball player in the guy.
Exactly.
You see a ball player. He possesses all the tools, but you see a guy who's smart. I mean, you look at guys, and that's the guy you want. Look at look at Johnson from the Eagles. I mean, I know the value at right tackle, but like look at that guy. When that guy's not out there for the Eagles at right tackle, they don't win. Their win percentage just goes down. Their success as the offensive line goes down. So right tackle does matter. So especially with a team like the Bears where we need the massive upgrades on that line, we just did it. What a smart move. What a great pick. I mean,
there he is. 0 sacks allowed. Compliments of Cool Kennedy for the graphic here.
Yeah.
Look at that, Cool Kennedy.
540 offensive snaps, 0 sacks allowed, 14 straight games without allowing a sack.
Yeah, and that's special right there in the SEC, playing against Georgia,
0 sacks.
Alabamas of the world.
Well,
I was a little I was Paris Johnson, so I was a little disappointed. But if there was a second guy to
DeJuan Jones.
They're saying that when Paris Johnson went to Arizona was when Chicago made the decision that they would move.
So pretty much the Bears were probably eyeing Paris Johnson.
Yeah,
first choice.
The two. Yeah.
They had it right.
Could have been.
Olsen had his right. He had the mind right. It seems like.
Listen.
So the Patriots took Christian Gonzalez.
Your boy Eric Kramer mocked Darnell Wright to. Thank you. Darnell Wright to the Bears. Your boy Phil mocked Darnell Wright to the Bears. Cars, your guy Cars, Darnell Wright to the Bears. All we've been doing is just showcasing this kind of football player. I don't think the Bears were in on pair. I think this was their guy. I think it came back to a run on tackles was the fear. And when you have Jalen Carter there, my anxiety was immense that I went on a freaking rant. I was angry because I don't know who Poles. Are you going to just fall for the glare and shine of that, or are you going to freaking recognize what we talk? I mean, you went on a mini rant the other day, Steve, about I'm tired of this fucking guards and all of that inside. You got to get a pillar offensive tackle out there, and I identified 4 of them. I really think Paris, Broderick, Darnell, and DeJuan Jones are those guys that could set the edge and be a dynamic pillar piece there. And the Bears got the right one.
Gonzalez
right
to the
one.
Patriots. That's a great move for them.
Yeah. Thanks, Bullets.
Yeah.
Announced it about 3 minutes ago.
I'm sorry. When Phil starts ranting, I'm not listening for very long. I start falling asleep.
I think you got to go back to Braxton Jones now. You know, so we're thinking Darnell Wright is our right tackle, and everybody's wondering what everybody knows he's over there with Olin. And I think we made a spoke on this field, but Olin, that's the right place to be with. Me and Olin come from the same philosophy of tunch-tunkling, touch punches. And one of his masteries was hand placement, dropping the hips on bull rush, knowing how to master these things. And I know Olin's the one who brought him in, and that was one of the I just fell in love with this guy's techniques, and it was a big part of me having some success in the NFL. So, and also another thing Olin really does, he was a big deadlift guy, lower body strength. He does a lot of balance stuff. You look at Olin's, you see his workouts with guys that come there, they're barefoot. So they're working on instep, they're working on power pads on your foot. So he's in the right place to learn how to anchor himself and use his hands. And we know he's a good athlete. So now we're looking at Braxton Jones and hoping that improvement shows, because he has the tools that it shows. And now you maybe have hopefully you have your left tackle, and I believe we have our right tackle. So we're off and running, and we'll see how we need to finish up the rest of it. We're not done yet. I mean,
you got a lot more to do. I'm telling you, I haven't been that nervous in a long time and anxious. I was pissed off. I was ready. I told Shane, shut the fuck up when I was telling the story. I was so agitated. I'm anxious to know who Poles and Cunningham
That's
are.
why you need me as the GM, and you just sit over
No, they
and
did the
coach
right
guys
thing.
up that I bring to you.
The funny thing about it, I had you guys on in the background, and I was eating some soup, and I had like too much stuff, and I just heard Phil just going crazy, and I wasn't even looking. It was just I had the phone beside the sofa, and I said, Phil, I was talking about fiance. I was like, oh, Phil doesn't want Jalen Carter. I could hear him. I was like, he is going crazy. I was like, I feel him though. Like, I'm not with it right now. I know the talent, but I'm not. I don't want the risk. I don't want us to.
Steve, where do you want them to go next? Like, what's your
man?
Where you at?
I mean, I wonder if are we moving up? Are we sitting back? We're at 53 right now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a long way.
They have 53, 61, and 64.
Yeah. I mean, is our boy from North Dakota gonna still be there? I love him. I mean, the more the better. But like,
Cody
obviously
Mock.
we need to look for D-line help. I mean, at that point, we're at best available, man. But like some of the guys, we looked at on the O-line, our boy from Syracuse. If any of those guys are on the board, I mean, I say snatch them up, man. You know what I mean? You don't sit there and like, hey, we got Jenkins, we're good. Nah, man, those guys are on the board. You get them, but like I say, O-line, D-line, still in consideration, and try to get that talent wise out there, because but I don't know. I don't know if they'll still be there by that time, because it might be a nice run on the offensive lineman at some point.
Mm-hmm.
We've got that back end of the first round here where you're going to probably see some interior guys go. Mock could go there. I think Schmitz, the center, is going to go. So you're going to see, we're starting to see that corner run take a hold. We still have that interior offensive line run that's probably going to go here.
So Detroit is on the clock. The pick is in for them. We don't have it yet, but boy, Tampa Bay potentially sitting in 19, having Will Levis. There is going to be interesting.
Oh, Will Levis hasn't went yet.
No,
He just looked
His
pissed.
family lied to his family.
He
I
just
tell you that.
looked pissed on the.
I mean,
Is he there?
Yeah, he's in the green
Yeah,
room.
they showed him with his parents. He looked pissed.
Holy shit! The Lions. They took middle linebacker Jack Campbell.
Wow.
That's
a good pick.
Yeah, but
He's
not
a
at
little
not where
high.
not at that place. You've drafted 2 second-round guys in the first round. I don't understand.
I could tell you one thing. I'm happy Detroit didn't get Jalen Carter.
Yes.
I'm happy about that.
Were you shocked they went running? Were you shocked they went running back?
What's that?
Were you shocked they went running back?
Oh yeah, man. The Gibbs,
Holy
like
man.
I was like, what was that? Like, well, you know, I mean, I can't knock them, man. They got their identity of what they want, but I mean, I'm just happy Carter's not there because I think that combo, I think that's another environment with Campbell being there that would have been a good fit for Carter. You know what I mean? Just his personality, all those NFL guys, those pros that they seem to have a good thing going there. Then you pair him with Hutchinson. I was scared about that. So that didn't happen. Great. But Detroit's doing some interesting things, man. So,
Would you bet on them, Steve? Would you bet? Sorry, I'm going to keep making this pun since they're all going to get suspended for gambling anyway. But I have no.
Would you bet on it?
Would you bet on them?
Bet on it.
No, so something still tells me I like what they're doing, but there's still something. They're Detroit at the end of the day.
Yeah. That's always the way. It's like you could have. I always go back to you had one of the best running backs in the last era post Peyton. You had one of the best wide receivers in the era, and both of those guys paid money to stop playing for you. Like that's gotta amount to something. Like here, Detroit, take millions. I'd rather not get paid and not play for you. That's insane.
Yeah. I think I don't see them be, you know, I think they have a good thing. They're emerging from the depths. I mean, that's a big thing. You know, obviously you could come from the depths and start showing some kind of, I mean, because they had a bad run, you know, even start this season and they got going. So, but I don't know. When have we seen Detroit just like, you know, okay, Green Bay might take a step back, or we don't know what's going to happen in this division. It could be us, but I just don't see them starting to be like the one. But like you right now going in on paper, you can feel strong about them. But I think this thing is up for grabs, man, this year. I mean, it could be us, depending on how we do things and how we finish off this draft.
Kramer is fired up. Boom! We got our guy. Yeah. He's excited about.
So this the selection of Darnell Wright at number 10 is the first time that the Chicago Bears have selected a player on the offensive line within the top 10 since 1983 when they selected Jimbo Covert.
Yo.
And that's what I was talking about.
He was.
Yeah.
We were talking
last
about
time we had a guy was Jimbo. Like, come on.
It's time.
It was
the
time.
time was now. I'm excited about it. I'm relieved. I'm getting some texts of negativity over the pick.
I tried my best to have Phil have a stroke live on air with the build up to Jalen Carter. I was trying my best. We were almost there.
Shane had shades of Ted Phillips laugh. He was trying.
I just don't know how you go out and give a running back 3 years, $18 million just to turn around 6 weeks later and draft another running back, top 12 overall, and you still had DeAndre Swift is your third running back right now.
He's gone. They hate Swift. I mean,
you could tell they don't like his personality.
And I think if you really look at the Montgomery contract, it's really more of a 2-year deal. So you have Monty take a lot of the beatings this year, and you do your best to protect Jameer and hope that in a year or two you're a better football team. But I don't know how you don't look at, like, I would have rather done a Kincaid there, Zay Flowers to get St. Brown some help. It's really a very very poor move to me. Like, not the player. Player's a great player. It just doesn't make sense what they're doing.
There he is, your new tackle. I believe he could play left or right tackle, and that's a good thing to have. Obviously, I believe they'll put him right at right tackle, and I agree. I want to say something because I know there's some smart asses in the chat, but Olin Kreutz's loyalty to Sam Mustipher should never take away who Olin Kreutz is.
Real quick, Phil,
as a leader.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in, and they have selected defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh.
Oh,
Elijah Cansey.
Fuck. My boy is gone.
Damn.
That was my guy.
That's another move.
Those were my two picks I wanted at 9, Steve. Wright and Cansey. Like, those were the, if there was a gun to my head, who are you gonna take, Cansey or Wright? That's what it came down to me overnight. Last night
at 9. Oh, it's far no fucking way for me. Darnell Wright, not even.
No, I'm saying that's where my two guys.
Yeah.
My
don't
favorite
understand
player
that
in the
move,
draft
Tampa.
probably was Cansey.
I just don't understand that. Like, you've got to restart. You've got to figure something out. Tampa is in line to be one of the worst football teams this next year. I don't understand this move whatsoever.
Would Seattle is up on the clock
Cansey's
now?
going to-
Would they go Levis here?
Oh, I mean, that's I think for them, if I look, Nolan Smith probably makes the most amount of sense here. Or they shock the world and do a Miles Murphy, who I think is way too early for him to go. But fuck it, if Will McDonald can go 14 overall, then I'm not going to make too many statements.
Bill
there.
Zimmerman just sent out Brad Holmes as Sonny Weaver.
Yeah, I'm with Cars, man. I think Seattle. You think about Seattle's defenses in the past. I think your boy from Georgia would make sense. That linebacker, DN, speed rush, high motor, kind of fits their mold. They do, and maybe having to add to that D line, get some pressure, get some athleticism. I think that would be a pick in for them. But we never know. Will Levis, what's the knock on him right now? Why is this? I mean, obviously,
he is what we thought he was.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I needed a quarterback, Steve, I'm not touching this dude in the first round. No.
Yeah,
I have Hendon Hooker over Will.
I wouldn't be shocked if Seattle went with Hendon Hooker. That's a perfect setup.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
there.
that would be
that could be
for an
what's going
ACL.
down.
You already have Geno sitting there, and it's your, it's.
Elijah Cansey. I just want to go back to why Tampa, because they want interior pass rush. That's what he's going to give you. This isn't, stuff the run guy. He's going to win on third down.
They have the guy next to him for that role in Vita Vea.
Exactly. It's the perfect combo. If you look at what they've done
That's
there.
what we did last. That's what we did last night with Mozzie Smith and Kalijah Cansey and Eric Smock. We wanted
perfect point, Shane. Listen, Kalijah Cansey, just watching his tape, he's surrounded by a bunch of nobodies, and he's making plays over. And I'm like, why is everybody selling out on this guy? He went exactly in the first round. He's a first round talent. I would have taken him at 9 with that 3 technique. Brisset is dropping probably because of the medicals. Breesy, or whatever, however we say, we still can't say.
So you hear about ESPN, how they're according to ESPN analytics, 92% chance for Will Levis to be drafted within the top 10 tonight.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Whoopsie.
What do you guys think of what scenarios would you think with the Bears in the second round possibly moving up? Is there any guys? Obviously, we got to see how this first round Do you think there's any possibilities of them putting something together to try to move up in that second round?
Yes, I think what they would do is look to leverage one of their second round picks next year to do it because they've got
picked up two, right?
Two next year.
I
So
like that card.
We don't have two next
guy-
year. We have 2 and 25, right? We got
No,
their
we got a
first
24.
We got their first next year and the second and 25 in the Carolina deal.
Oh, that's right. We've got their first round pick next year.
Yeah.
And it's the second and 25. That's right.
We have 2 second rounders this year, and it's in the first pick of the third round, and they're all smushed together. I could see it, Steve. It just depends on
The guy that I really look now, Shane, is our guy from Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Oski.
Yeah, because of the motor and the edge play, I hope he doesn't get out. I hope he gets out of this first round, and then because you're resetting, you have to go back to your what Cars is talking about here, your next year's picks, and kind of set your because you are barren at edge. You are barren. You decided tackle versus 3-tech or edge. Now you might have to move up to get a guy like that.
Is your boy from Notre Dame? Is he a hands in the ground DN?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And his motor never stops.
Yeah, I seen him. I think we saw him match up against Old State, right? Yeah, that's when we were watching that film on Old State. Yeah, he definitely had a motor. Yeah, I mean, where is he? Is he projected late first round? Where is he at?
He's kind of predicted a mid-second round pick.
Ooh, yeah.
I still say I still say center is big time in play still. Depending on the way that board goes, Tippmann is a guy they've been connected to. I know Juice Scruggs later on is someone, but it would not shock me at all to see either a guard or a center still at play. I can say that because Phil isn't on the show right now. But a guard or center is still very much in play with that next pick. Foskey, I don't disagree, but I don't know. I think if Tippmann's staring them in the face, I think he's a bear the next time they pick.
Yeah,
so
your
there's
boy from North Dakota. Remember, Shane, I know you didn't like that idea of moving, him around.
Well,
But
it wasn't that I didn't like it, Steve. I'm gonna let him fail on the outside before I put him.
But what if we run up on him? Obviously, we feel like we're squared away.
But now at this point, right? Exactly, and it's the same thing with Bergeron. Let's just say I don't think he's going to fall. If Bergeron went there, I don't think I think when they announce him, they're going to announce him as an offensive guard.
Okay,
I agree.
Because at this point, because they're not.
Switch over and hit that then.
Oh, what was that? You good, Phil?
I muted Phil.
All right. He's putting in his McDonald's order, I think. But
trying to work the phones for our next guests to jump on. So I was
All
working
right.
the phones, jumping on.
But no, that's what I'm saying. I think if they do go that route, Steve, I think you're right. Because like when we were watching Bergeron, it's very, very clear he fits inside. Yeah. But I'm just if you had a hole, if you didn't go Darnell Wright, let's say at 9, and you drop back and got Cody Mock or Matthew Bergeron, I'm gonna line you up outside first, and if you fail, I can always push you in. That's kind of my philosophy on it. But the way that the Bears are constructed right now, boom, you're guard. Or
Seattle's taking the full clock.
He it's a melting pot situation. He in one of his press conference, I think I think it was post pro days and all that, maybe, or I forget when it was. It was in the middle of the off season. It was maybe after free agency. That's what it was.
Yep.
And he was talking about, hey, we can have a bunch of offensive linemen, and we're just going to try to see who fits where best. So he did mention that, where it's not really a set in stone situation, that some guys could be moved around to what best fits. And I mean, being a former offensive lineman, I think he understands that, so maybe we get some guys who might not be in a certain position, or this guy might move here. So I mean, I think he's approaching this thing as an offensive line, guy,
Yeah.
and I mean, he's, I was wondering if he was going to be making, these smart moves, and he is. He's really
real quick
approaching this thing from an offensive line, Kansas City Eagles type of approach.
So Nolan Smith, Cars, you called it again, is the pick for Seattle at 20.
There we go.
That's
Good
a solid
call,
place
Cars.
for him. That's a solid place for him.
Yeah.
He's a great rotational guy. He's really going to be more of me a third down pass rush specialist type of guy. It's a very, I really like what Seattle's done.
Speaking of three techniques, we got a 3 technique on the show.
Look at this guy.
Look at this guy laid back. Are you in the limo? Are they driving you home?
No, I had to pull over, man. You kidding me?
Is Saban poaching you from Notre Dame too, Chris?
Wow. Yeah, you would think. The game would be nice.
How was it, Chris? You were down at Soldier Field. Was the excitement? Was there happiness? What was the feeling there?
Yeah, everyone went nuts, man. And it was funny because I was fortunate enough to be signed autographs, and we were in line. People were in line, and we were signing. They were like, "And the Bears announced," and everybody like froze. So there were about 4,000 people there, and everyone was just going nuts. It was a great time.
So real quick, the tweet was wrong. The Seattle Seahawks just drafted wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba at number 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an interesting one. I think you do that because you don't believe Tyler Lockett is going to be here much longer at his age. And I guess if you're going to make that investment in Geno, I think that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Well, I think Nolan Smith, talking about Nolan Smith, what's the best fit for him? You're looking at 22 Ravens. He's a perfect mold for them,
Oh,
too.
that was a good call.
That's a good call, Steve. So back, Chris, the energy was excited. Obviously, Jalen Carter, you and I have talked about on the Super 16 show. We had a bunch of highlights, but not enough motor, not the Zorich heart, which was concerning. So I was getting nervous when the Bears were on the clock. Obviously, you were signing autographs. Look at you. And we're just
When isn't he signing autographs? Every time you see him, someone's like, "Oh, you're from the Midwest. I know Notre Dame. Sign this." Like, come on. We're always seeing him sign stuff.
Oh, between you and Big Steve on those alumni days, they got you.
Hey,
in the
man,
corner
you got to
of
pay the
Soldier
bills, right,
Field.
Steve?
Oh, yeah. Hey, those alumni little
Steve don't miss that
checks
call.
don't be in the handy.
Steve
There you
don't
go.
miss that.
I love them. I'm like, what periods you want me to do?
Steve could be gardening.
Nonsense.
That number.
Yeah, how else
Goes
do you
right
pay
into
for
my
those?
gardening budget.
How
I need that
else do
budget.
you play for those bushes and those plant layouts? You got to do another
Right.
meet and
I'm going hard this year too, man. I got a lot of stuff up there. I need a compost.
Got any zucchini?
One of those barrels. So those things are not cheap. So
We got to get that mini clover, the mini clover garden, and
Oh, Lord. So you guys have freaking out? I mean, with all those trades, man, you guys have to be going nuts.
I was so fucking on a rant.
We were all worried that they were going to pull the trigger on Carter. That's where we were.
Then,
that's what we were worried
once
about.
that nervousness passed, then I went to here we go with this. Let's draft another fucking guard. And I was getting so fired up. And then I said, just get Darnell Wright. And boom, they did it.
what a win.
It was a win. I was melting down. I'm not afraid.
You had to be freaking out when they traded.
No, I was thrilled
happy.
when
We
they
were
traded.
happy.
Oh, really? Yeah, because
Once we knew it was
Carter.
Philly, we knew it was Carter that they were taking. So
The
yeah, we
only
had
reason.
we had
Chris
that
Carter
part figured out.
fits there because of the veteran leadership and the winning. Now you come into a culture where you're going to be held accountable. The Bears culture right now, is a fucking 8 handshake with the McCaskey boys. We don't know what it is yet. So let's get this culture built. You couldn't take this kind of player. You don't win with potential. You got to win with potential.
Did they announce what the Bears got? Because I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, 4th rounder in 2024.
4th rounder, 2024. They did the right thing.
Move one spot.
They moved back. They gave that
to get a player
problem.
they wanted. Yeah.
They wanted Darnell Wright. You pick up another pick next year, and I thought it was a genius. Now I'm starting to know who these guys are. And if you fucking go out there and you get my number 2 tackle, that's going to make me happy because finally you're putting emphasis on the tackle position. Fuck the guards. I can get you 6 guards in the later round. Jesus.
Well, I think they are going to definitely add another, maybe 2 or 3 offensive linemen, maybe 2. 3 might be a little much, but maybe 2 more offensive linemen. I wouldn't be shocked at that.
Yeah, they got
a lot of picks.
They got to be full-blown defense with these next picks coming
They
up.
need an edge rusher from Notre Dame in the worst way.
Foskey.
I love it.
My guy Foskey, man.
You know the guy can play if even Shane is good with drafting at Notre Dame.
Chris, right? I'm even out here banging the drum for him.
First of all, I mean, just imagine how he feels. Even though he can't stand Bryce Young, and by the way, Phil, you and I have loved him from the beginning.
Yep.
Yes, bro.
Phil loves a short quarterback. Color me shocked, Chris.
And the fact that you have both of those guys stay and compete in the bowl game when everybody else and their mother left.
Yeah.
It just shows what the program at Alabama is all about. I mean, we even had guys who didn't play at Notre Dame, and there's nowhere near being the 1st or 2nd pick.
Yeah.
Exactly. I know I'm short, right? Yes, I know I'm short. Speaking of short, let's bring this guy, the king, the tallest of all analogies, and one of our favorites from the NFL Network. Tradition continues with Zorich, Edwards, and Kaplan, and now Adam Rank. There he is.
What is happening? Oh my gosh, Darnell Wright
at the gym. Where are you?
Listen, no, this is a brewery behind me. These are kegs of beer. No, we got a draft party going on here at Huntington Beach, California, Rip Beer and Company. For anybody who's planning to travel this fall, this is where you're going to go. This upcoming fall season, where we'll be watching the games right here. We're watching a draft. We got a draft party. We got Bears fans here representing. We're, it was funny. It was a fun night when we saw Jalen Carter start to fall. But Phil, it's something that we've been talking about. That when Seattle passed and when the Lions passed, it's like when you have friends who are like, you should go out with this girl. And you're like, well, why aren't you going out with her? Like, well, she's psycho, so I don't want to go out with her. Like, well, then why do I want her? What am I doing? Like, no. Like, I'm not dating her. If you're not dating her, I'm not dating her. When Dan Campbell says that you're not ready for his team, I'm out. No disrespect. Philadelphia, go out there. I hope you get the most out of them. I don't, because you're in the NFC, but still, like, it's fine. Like, okay, like, these other teams passed, like, we're out too. We went out there. We got Darnell Wright. As you saw when you're watching all the videos, a 5-second 40. When you put it, and you know what? He's a right tackle. He's a right tackle because I've been telling people for fucking years. Okay, for maybe 12 months. 4 months, whatever. It doesn't matter. We got Braxton Jones, and he is our left tackle. And that is a player that Ryan Poles believes in. I believe in him as well. We went out there, we drafted a right tackle who's as athletic as Braxton Jones. And Phil, this is the thing. I know you've been upset with me talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba and like trying to be fancy and doing whatever. I understand. Listen, I understand. I got out over my skis, but I am happy. I'm happy that we went out there and addressed the tackle position. I was committed to taking a defensive. I'm like, we're going to draft a defensive player, and I'm just getting myself ready for it. But to go out there and get a highly athletic offensive tackle, and you saw what Hendon Hooker was able to do behind
Absolutely.
him. Like, oh my gosh,
Look at
like
this.
there is a
Look at
player,
this.
like it's everything that Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham have been talking about. Like, this is why everybody who's been mock drafting short arm Peter Skoronsky to us, like, we got 2 guards already. We've got the guards. We need a tackle. We drafted a tackle. We got the guy that we wanted. We got an additional 4th round pick next year because we weren't taking Jalen Carter. So the Eagles just gifted us a 4th round pick. I'm into it. I think we did okay.
The second year in a row they gifted us a 4th round pick because we got one for Robert Quinn and he played about 14 snaps for him this season. So, but
freebies. They're giving us freebies.
Quentin Johnston just got drafted by the LA Chargers.
Why?
Yeah.
Can I? Okay, listen. I don't want to blow this person up because he's a friend of mine and he's a respected person in the industry. So I won't say who it was, but somebody whose opinion I trust. Listen, no. But he's like, I don't like Quentin Johnston, and Quentin Johnston, and he's somebody who knows the wide receiver position. He studies it. And he was like, do not draft this person. You don't want him. It's a surprise to me because I think the Chargers could have used Dalton Kincaid. Yep. Like, I don't know why he's stumbling right now. Oh, by the way, can we talk about this for a moment? I want to say this. God bless the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
Never change. Never change. Hey, listen, when you can go out there and get a game changer on offense, don't do that. Draft a 3rd down pass rush specialist when you don't need them. Good luck to you. God bless you.
What about Detroit, Adam? What'd you think of them?
Oh my God, they signed Montgomery.
We've been giving too much love to Detroit over the last couple of months for no reason. Like, what the fuck is wrong with us? Like, what are we doing? Why do we expect Detroit to change? And listen, this comes from a person who loves David Montgomery. The heart and soul of your team last year was Jamal Williams. Mm-hmm. And you've used all your free agent capital and your number 12 draft pick to replace one guy who you're not going to be able to replace. It is amazing. God bless you, Detroit. Thank you. You know what? Next year, when we're in the draft in Detroit, and you guys are picking in the top 5, and all you people who are out there talking about how they're going to win the NFC North, and you're like, oh, they're going to challenge you. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not going to be better than the Packers. They're back to being themselves, and they've got Jared Goff as their quarterback. For everybody who's been talking for the last couple of months about like, oh, I'd rather be in Detroit than Chicago. No, you wouldn't, because we have a quarterback, and we've got a general manager who knows what the fuck he's doing. Detroit does not have that. So bring it. I can't wait. I can't wait for everybody to go out there and pick them to win the division. Please do it. Go to your local sports book or whatever. Pick the Lions, because it's not going to matter. They're not going to win the division. I can guarantee you that right now.
Adam Rank coming in hot.
Preaching.
Chris, I thought I was on fire. Well,
this is the draft tradition.
Yes.
Because I come in and I challenge people, and I want to fist fight people, and I want to do all sorts of weird things. But I just feel free when I come in here, because I gotta, on my show, I gotta be careful. Listen, Sammy's a nice boy. I can't use this kind of language with him. But this is kind of like when the kids go to bed, and I can start motherfucking teams and doing whatever. Because I need to. Because I swear to God, it's just so, I have to wear it so often. And like the Bears haven't been great, and it's obvious. And like I have to wear it. And like Detroit played very good at the end of the last season. Surprise, they made a run, they eliminated the Packers. Outside of the Kansas City Chiefs, I don't think anybody had a better end of their season than the Detroit Lions. So you've had to wear that. But then you're like, they're still the Lions. Like, who the F are they picking? Like, what are they doing? Like, God bless you. God bless you for bringing it back. Bringing it back. Like, you guys had a top 10 pick, and this is what you've decided to do. God bless you for doing it. I'm so happy. Next year, when we have Carolina's pick, which will end up being a top 10 pick, we're not going to do something this stupid. And we're going to make solid business decisions. And we're going to start to see it. And God, we got the tackles. Ooh, we got both tackles. And we're not even on to day 2. Like, there is so much work to be done. And I feel great about where the Bears are right now. And I feel confident with what they've been able to do. So let's see what happens.
You are watching. We got the 3-time All-American, former second-round pick with a motor, playing that 3 technique, Chris Zorich, the Notre Dame.
By the way, I feel like I'm embarrassing myself in front of Chris Zorich.
No.
My dad, God rest his soul, would be so embarrassed for me that I'm popping off like this in front of one of his favorite players of all time. And I'll tell you this, my dad, World War II veteran, saw them all. Like, he saw everybody. Chris Zorich was one of it. I swear to you, this is not a bullshit. Was one of his favorite players, and he hated Notre Dame. So I apologize. No disrespect.
It's the truth.
This is the guy that wore orange on St. Patrick's Day. No disrespect. I'm sorry that I'm embarrassing myself in front of Chris Zorich. I feel terrible right now.
Frank, you're awesome, man. Don't worry about that.
Oh, you're too kind. No, you're too kind.
We all have done it. We've all embarrassed ourselves in front of Zorich multiple times.
Wow.
It's fine.
Wow.
He does a
Zorich
show
has
with
called
Phil.
me a dick on national television, so
I would never have done that.
We've all been embarrassed by
Hey,
Chris.
Zay Flowers to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yes, great
Good
pick.
pick.
That's my guy. That's my guy. Now you got OBJ. Oh my God, you got them all over there. And they
It's a good.
resigned their quarterback.
Finally resigned their quarterback. It's a good move for them. That's an organization that knows what they're doing.
That's
Lions, not so much. Baltimore, absolutely.
Zay Flowers is a guy that plays with what we were talking about. Darnell Wright has that dog. He's a tremendous football player, and he will be better than JSN will be in the pros. You can mark that in your
Okay,
book.
first, okay, don't be
There you
ridiculous.
go. There you
Don't
go.
don't go too
Mark
far.
that in your book.
I like Zay Jones or
Hey,
Zay Flowers, excuse me.
Can we cap off
Zay
our
Flowers.
night here with Minnesota taking Will Levis? Would that cap our night? They haven't taken him yet, but
That would be the
that
best.
perfect.
That would be the greatest thing that we could have happen.
Hey, guys, I got to roll.
Chris has
Hey,
gotta
guys, I got to
roll.
roll, man. The police, they want me to get out of here, so.
No worries, Chris. We'll see you tomorrow night, right? At some
You got
point.
it.
All
You
right.
got it.
Thanks for
Yeah,
jumping
be
on.
good, man.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Go Bears, baby, go Bears!
Go Bears, baby. Go Bears. The tides, the vibe is
Can I say,
changing. Yes.
I love Chris Zorich. That's such a nice get for you guys. I love that he comes on. Every time that he comes on the show, I always appreciate it. And it's nice. It's a testament to you guys and what you do here on the Dave Never Lies Network. So, and I appreciate myself being able to come on here as well. So thank you.
Phil almost botched it, Adam. I got to tell you, it was my idea to bring him on the network, and Phil's like, Jesus Christ, I didn't even think of that. Tell him all about it, Phil.
We also have Big Steve Edwards, the offensive lineman for the Bears. Offensive guard, offensive tackle, the talk of the town. Steve has been breaking down all the offensive linemen, well, almost all of them. He missed the one show we did with Darnell Wright, but he's also here. And you have Adam Rank, the great fantasy football guru, and much more. I believe he belongs on Good Morning Football. And let's remove somebody that is
Stop it. Stop. No. Wait, why can't I be on Total Access?
Daytona
Listen, I'm
Beach.
on Total Access. Total Access gets a lot of publicity. We run all through the weekend.
Yes.
Our Friday show does very well. So I don't think the fantasy, by the way, the fantasy show gets higher ratings. It's better ratings than Good Morning Football.
Well,
so
because
don't
you're
worry
on
about
it.
us.
People
People see me. It's fine.
We see you right now.
Nothing to do with that.
You're fired up. You're excited. I know Steve Edwards. is excited.
Outside of the profanity, it is the same. It is the same outside of the profanity, but I feel like I can swear on this show,
Yes,
which I appreciate.
You're actually
I'm just so
It's a prerequisite to this course.
Well,
Unless that dragon was fucking a goat.
I feel like I've got to talk about. I've got to exceed what I've done before. Like you can't come in and go lesser. You know?
Right.
Like Bill Burr's got to continue to push the envelope more and more. So I feel like I got to come in and like talk about things and challenge people. But I really do believe it, and I really do believe, like it is insane to me, like watching this. I've always wanted to root for a team, and we see them. Like I think that Baltimore, like they could have botched the Lamar thing a little bit too much, and it got a little out of hand. But ultimately, he's back. They got OBJ. They got Zay Flowers. Like those are good organizations that know what they're doing, and I think the Bears are on a road right now where it's like, oh, we're going to be one of those teams where in a couple of years it's going to be like, oh, of course, the Bears made a great pick. Like it's not going to be like shocking. It's not going to be outlandish.
That's
so
what we
it's
want to
kind of
get
fun
to
seeing that.
That's exactly what I was concerned about. If we got short arm T-Rex guard, or we got a guy that doesn't love the game of football, this network stood on, or a wide receiver that caught 4 catches last year. If you reach
Stop.
those things.
Did you not see what he did against Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave? He's a good player.
He's going to be a good player. You don't take that at 9. The Bears finally.
It's fine. It's fine.
Listen, you gotta. This is a showcase that Ryan Poles knows what he's doing.
Did you pause? I'm pausing.
You're pausing, but we're still there. And I love the fact that they're saying
No, I'm
Justin
pausing.
Fields,
I've got a terrible connection.
Justin Fields is going to be protected. That's what you're doing here. And as Shane pointed out, the Bears haven't taken a tackle in the top half of the draft since Jimbo Covert.
In the top 10, yep.
In the top 10. And now you're seeing that. This kid allowed 0.0 sacks in the SEC. The fact that, and then he went against the best player in this whole entire draft and shut his ass out. And he also went against the Georgia boy and pancaked his ass down. The guy's tape is where it's at, and that's why we stand for what we do. And that I'm excited about it. I think we're finding out who Ryan Poles is. This is his first round pick. I felt like it was a defining moment, especially when you held that number 1 pick and you had an opportunity for Will Anderson. You traded down. It would have been an epic failure in them getting a guard. They got my number 2 tackle this entire time. I'm just saying.
Well, they also made the Arizona Cardinals jump back up into the top 5 to go out there because, I think it was very apparent that the Bears had identified Paris Johnson Jr. as the number 1 tackle in this draft, which it's no disrespect to the guy that we did draft, but I think that it's telling, and I think that we did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, you could speak on it. Former offensive tackle, you said it on the show with me and my dad. It's time. It's time to get an offensive tackle in Chicago that you don't have to work, just plug and play guy. And I believe that's what they got here in Darnell Wright.
Yeah. I mean, it was just the right move, man. You don't overthink it. You got a bunch of tackles sitting there. You identified, like Rank said, I thought it was Paris Johnson. I mean, and then you started hearing this week about everybody wanting to jump up, and we saw Arizona. Oh, well. And at that point, just worried about Northwestern guy getting picked. I said, I do not want that. I don't want a guard at 9, unless he's the caliber of your boy Quentin Nelson. That's the only type of guard I would want at that point. And he's not on that level of dominance. So, smart move. I mean, it's just Poles, like you said. I think you're seeing what we have as a general manager, and it identifies and adds up to what they do in Kansas City, what they do in Philadelphia, and I'm excited for what's to come tomorrow.
Especially with those picks, Adam, the Bears have to get an edge rusher. I believe they could use a tight end with both Kmet and
real quick, Phil, the pick
Bobby
is in for
Pugh,
Minnesota.
1 year.
Minnesota
Go ahead.
selected wide receiver Jordan Addison.
All right.
All right, that's fair. I mean, like,
It's not
I guess.
bad. It's
I mean,
not
like,
a bad pick.
it's not a bad pick. I like Jordan Addison as a player. I don't think it's a difference maker for Minnesota. I think they have way too many issues.
Why wouldn't they
And
go?
I know that.
Sorry, Adam. Why wouldn't they go defense there with how old the defense has become, and with them, possibly losing, a veteran Harrison Smith next year or even this year, and whatever happens. But I just don't understand. I personally don't understand it.
Well, you look at what's out there based on they have a high grade on I have Addison over JSN. I believe in that kid too. You always are looking at what Detroit is doing, but
the run is on. That's 4 straight wide receivers.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably why they did it. They had such a good grade on that kid.
Well, the Giants are probably smashing their foreheads into their war room desks right now because you got to think that they were going. But
I'm shocked at the Quentin Johnson thing. Seriously.
Yeah.
Adam's
Not
right.
a great pick.
Not
a great pick.
That was, again, draft flutter going on prior. I mean, so many people talking about the best receiver. I was like, this dude isn't the. Shane called me, back in January. Phil, are you feeling this Quentin I go, Shane,
No.
shallow cross.
Not at all.
He's not a high point dominant. I love the blitz shirt you got there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Who is that? Walter?
Of course, that's our guy.
Oh
Our
man,
guy, Walter Payton.
That's even
Love it.
better. I didn't even know he never played in blitz, did he? Was he ever?
No,
in
but
blitz?
whatever. No. Not to my knowledge. Well, whatever.
The-
It's still a cool shirt.
The New York Giants,
Listen.
the Giants have just traded up 1 spot and flipped picks with Jacksonville.
Ooh. Good for Jacksonville. Listen, I gotta go do some. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I gotta go run. But thank you. I'll be on. By the way, NFL Total Access tomorrow after the draft, and then we're gonna have Phil on our show too at some point next week to break down the draft. So that's it. That's all I got. Thanks so much for having me and allowing me to go on an unleashed tirade once again.
Love it.
We love you, Adam Rank. Everybody better be watching him on Total Access tomorrow. I know I will. I have the day off tomorrow, and I will be watching you. Can you sneak in a little Tape Never Lies?
Of course.
Can you
Of
give
course.
me, like, you know what? The Tape Never Lies on Darnell Wright.
100%. You know that's happening. You didn't even have to ask. You know it's happening.
I love this dude. If you're not following him, make sure you go over the Sick Podcast with Adam Rank. Follow him on all the socials. If you aren't, you're living under a fucking rock. I love you, Adam. You're my boy.
Love you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. And we'll see you guys soon.
All right. The great Adam Rank.
The best, yep.
Oh,
Great.
man. Coming in hot, Steve. Steve was like, damn, this dude.
Yeah, I was just sitting back like that. This is, man, what a rant that was. I was loving it.
It's like, I better start going. Like, he was like, Angelo, the cops are coming. Earlier today, we had the great David Cap.
My guys, Phil and Shane, love you guys dearly. The tape never lies. All right, I've given you winning picks the last 2 years. Here's what I'm saying tonight. The Bears want to trade down. They're going to try desperately to trade down. If they can't, I think they take either Paris Johnson Jr. or Darnell Wright on the offensive line, or they've done a ton of homework on Nolan Smith, the rush end and will linebacker for the University of Georgia. And he's a Jonathan Taves, to use a hockey reference, type of leader. He is a cornerstone. We don't have those guys in our locker room right now. We need cornerstone leaders. He's one of them. But I do think they would prefer to get an offensive lineman in the first round, if at all possible. I'll call you guys later. We can discuss. Have a great night. Love you both dearly. Take that.
There he is. He got it again. I got to give it to him.
Yeah.
You got to listen to what he's saying there. He's giving you a little bit that they like Nolan Smith. They done, but they're going to take an offensive lineman. Paris Johnson went. Darnell Wright. I'm giving him credit. 3 years in a row, Ivan. I got to give it to him.
I don't know. Like I love
No?
Cap. I love Cap, but you can't go in with two. I hear they want Nolan Smith, but then give him credit because
He said the other side.
Yeah,
You
but
got to listen
that's-
to it. I got to put it.
I hear
in
the other
chat.
side, but if you're gonna give me a
Steve,
name,
what do you think, Steve?
if you're gonna give me a name, I'm like, okay, that's the name, right? Like the initial name is the name.
So the
not
Giants
second
just
guy,
took
but-
cornerback Deontay Banks.
Okay.
No,
I mean, I think
okay.
we're on what we were talking about today, Shane. There's been a big run on corners. I did not expect the run on wideouts, but I don't know what New York's doing. Not a slight at all against Deontay Banks, but when you look at that team, you spent how much money to pay Daniel Jones, and you still haven't paid Saquon, and so your move to help this quarterback that you're trying to ascend is to go add another corner. The Giants are one of those teams I think that are posed for a big time fallback.
Let's just talk about Cap's clip for a second. I wouldn't agree with them doing this move, but if they've done that homework on Nolan Smith, like Cap was saying, and they were coming up, is that a dude that they would be willing to come up for? I wouldn't agree with it myself, but could that potentially be the move? Could you see Chicago in the next few picks?
That's what I was thinking.
On the clock.
If they're
for
doing
Nolan
a
Smith.
ton of work, they could be trading up early in tomorrow's draft.
You watch
I
New
think he's
Orleans.
too small.
You watch New Orleans right here. You watch Shane's least favorite team, Philly, and you watch KC. If the Bears are going to make a move, it's going to be those last 3 picks.
Yeah.
That's where it's going to be.
Yep.
Most
this
people go
Nolan
to
Smith,
bed.
I know me and Cars have tried to do the prediction the last couple with him, Seattle, and I was like Ravens. But I don't know what the Philly needs. I mean, they're pretty loaded. If they're sitting there, like you said, they're at that 30.
They believe in, since Howie Roseman took over in 2010, they've only drafted offensive linemen, defensive linemen, wide receivers, or quarterbacks in round 1. That's it. They've never strayed from those 4 positions. So they went Jalen Carter in round 1, or in the top, in top 9 when they traded with us. So would they be a team? I know that they're very much connected to Matthew Bergeron. There's been a connection there.
And I thought they would be in play for your the guy from Northwestern. I thought I thought that was a possibility for them. Your boy Orgeron would be definitely a fit as far as attitude and just how they play, big, burly, athletic, work hard, offensive linemen. So it'd be interesting down there,
So real quick, as soon as the Darnell Wright pick was announced, Larry Borum, offensive lineman for the Chicago Bears, sent out a tweet that said LOL and then was deleted about 30 seconds later. So that just shows you his mindset.
Man.
I don't want to compete. I want to run to social media and complain about it.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Get in the right mindset, Larry.
Yeah. I mean, now do I have to go on a rant here? This is what's about to happen.
Hey, real quick before you go on a rant, Big Steve, the Buffalo Bills have just traded up.
Buffalo Bills have all right.
Stay healthy.
Stay
healthy. Get your body right. You drop some pounds. I hope so. Stay on the field. You've been drafted. Be undrafted and hear all these guys are coming in and fighting these guys off.
You were drafted 5th round, buddy. All right? So you've had your opportunity. Imagine being an undrafted guy, limited opportunities. You could go right to social media all you want, laugh. What are you going to do? You don't have enough film. You're going to have to battle. You're going to have to be a reserve. Show that you could be a solid reserve. Go out there and compete. Maybe get one of those guard positions. You haven't proved anything but to be on the sidelines. Now, I'm nicer than Rank and Phil, but that's my rant. I don't want to hear that. That's terrible. I don't like that. I don't like how he's. Come on, man. We know the game as players. You sit and watch the draft. You know somebody's going to come in. They're going to draft somebody. Oh, well, I'm coming in to compete. I'm going to put some good film. If it's not with the Bears, then somebody else will be. Where's my role? You act like you deserve to be at that spot. You haven't locked that spot down, and you've been given a shot. And you can't say that I haven't been on the field. That's your job to stay on the field, and that's just part of the game.
You got to go in there.
I don't like that.
Compete to win. If you have just woken up in the NFL and think that they're going to just wait on you to grow up, you had an opportunity. My dad talked about Larry Borum's feet, how much he was getting in shape. Then come the next season, he's ballooned over 340 pounds, and you could see it. And where's the toughness and the pop? You're fighting more on social media than on the fucking field. It's a fucking problem. So anybody could fucking get behind a AVI and talk shit on Twitter or whatever. Not everybody can stand.
The thing about it is
that
that annoys me even more is if you're pissed off, and you run to social media. You know what? You hit send on the fucking tweet, and you know what? Fucking stand on it.
Yeah.
Don't tuck your fucking tail.
Don't go
30
back
seconds
and
later.
that wasn't
30 seconds later,
that wasn't a smart thing to do. You
delete
sit
that
there
shit?
and
No.
You know what you do? You get your ass up and get to that fucking weight room early. Let that fucking bite you in your ass and get going and motivate you and have a chip on your shoulder. Like, I haven't done enough to lock this shit down.
I want
That's
Larry
what
to
you
win.
do, man. You know damn well that's not the general manager.
Utah
that drafted
selects
you.
tight end Dalton Kincaid.
You know you got to battle.
Great pick
You
for
said
Buffalo.
Utah. You mean Buffalo.
Utah. Sure, yeah, Jesus. Buffalo selects Utah tight end Dalton Kincaid.
Steve, you know, I'm sorry, Phil. You know, like you as a professional, you know when you have a bad rep or something like that. Like if you go ahead and have a bad year, and I'm not saying you specifically, but we're talking about a bad year, and I think that's what Larry Borum had. Like Phil talked about him ballooning up, him, you know, losing that right tackle position because we all thought it was like, all right, Larry Borum, and then it's yours to lose at a certain point, you know, and. How do you overcome the like I know you're saying get in the weight room, but like how do you overcome like the negative? Because I think that's what Larry Borum stuck at. Like he can't overcome this negative or he never experienced it. Like how do you as a professional overcome the negative?
I mean, man, you know, I said it there or earlier, man. It's competition, man. You're in the NFL. You're a professional. You know, they're gonna bring guys in. You got to fight them off. As I lived that life as an undrafted guy. There was never any settle for me.
Exactly.
It was always had to battle for every piece of roster spot I can get. And eventually I made it happen. I started for 2 years. That was good. You know, that was great. And it was good, solid reserve for him. But he's had ample opportunity because that offensive line has not been good at all. So you should have been flourishing. Like I would have been an all-pro on this offensive line. Like your opportunities are there. So what he's supposed to do is be like, yeah, it affects you. Like, damn, they brought this guy in. That's my spot. But you know what? I know that what's happening, but I'm about to go compete my ass off where there may be another opportunity. You know, we know you play guard. You could go over there, man. You play so well, man. They might be like, hey, man, Jenkins ain't getting it done. We want to pop. It's a competitive thing, man. You just can't take it personal, man. It's a business at the end of the day. And you haven't said anything in stone. It's not like he was a 2-year, 16-game starter that it solidified himself and it was like, oh, they just drafted somebody. No, that's not the case. So everybody knew that. He hasn't been watching it all season. He knew somebody was coming. If it wasn't Paris Johnson coming in the left tackle, you know Braxton Jones was about to come up over to the right tackle, or well, either or. You know it was happening, dude. So to put it on, you know, it's very sketchy and kind of just a weird thing because you know we like this guy to be a solid backup for us. You know what I mean? So. You know, and like Shane said, man, you hit send on that thing, man. You own that, man.
Own it.
You don't
Right.
sit there and delete that thing. Like you put it out there, you sent it. You know, it takes a lot of strength to push that enter button and send that thing. Own it, man. But
I
you know,
totally agree.
it's out there now. Everybody's seeing it.
Now you made it worse by deleting it.
It's not what you want to see, man.
You're like that punk. That's what it is. It's a punk ass move. It is. And I will forgive it. I will. If you go out there and use it as motivation to your game. The fact that you deleted it and took that stance, Steve, you're 100% right. The tea leaves were there. Everybody and their brother knew that they have to fucking do something about this offensive line. If you're deaf to that and you're not in the fucking weight room busting your ass on your craft, then you're doing it wrong. So laugh yourself out of the fucking league at that point.
Well,
That's
you know
what the reality is.
Maybe that says a lot what this offensive line is. This offensive line we've had in the last couple years. Maybe it shows the attitude of what that's a. You push something like that. Olin was on that O line.
I totally agree,
Steve.
Steve.
You would get your. First of all, you wouldn't even do it because you know Olin would be on your ass.
I think
it was he had us so trained. Like that's not what we do here. Fucking Olin set the tempo of what we don't do. You don't go to the media and say stupid shit. You work your fucking ass off. If somebody comes in, it was no sympathy. Everybody, Olin used to know when guys would come in like Steve, you better than that, better than these guys. But you know what it is. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm putting my head down and I'm grinding. It's competition time. You know, so this guy's had his opportunity, man. You know, like you said, Phil, forget the guy. You hope that's, you know, he changes his tune and because he could be a valuable backup for us. Mm-hmm. Or you could compete and try to steal one of these spots there's nothing etched in stone. I don't think there's nothing. I don't think Braxton's etched in stone. We hope that he's the guy, but you don't know. So
exactly. And I wanted to go back to Olin real quick. I'm sorry. You finish. Go ahead, because if you wanted to say something else about this, go ahead.
No, I think Braxton is the prime example of what you want Borum to be, in which he sat down, he talked about what he needed to work on, he talked about what he was unhappy with, and you don't question that he was going to go put in the work. He was very upfront about, I need to work on my anchor, I got to work on some of my strengths. You know, he was very willing to take that criticism and own it. Where Borum every time has just kind of sat there and just been like, yeah, man, cool. Like you've never seen that ownership of those issues. And it's the most frustrating thing. There are guys that you know have the size but don't have the talent. There are guys that have the talent and the size and they don't have the work ethic. And as a fan, you sit down, like so many of us would be like, I wish I had that talent because I would work so hard at it. And to see a guy like Borum, who should be playing at a higher level, it's extremely frustrating. And I don't have patience for that type of player on my team. You either want it or you don't. And the second you show me you don't want it, I don't want you here. That's the way it is.
Cards, just to take it a step further, guys who are on other teams that are behind good offensive lines who are actually solid backups will probably look at a Bears situation the last couple of years as like, man, if I was there, that would be my opportunity to be in a lineup and solidify myself by getting some reps and showing that I can start in this league. This dude has had his opportunity as a fifth rounder to come in and play as a rookie, start as a rookie, and going into the second year. So he's had his opportunity. Not to say he can't do it this year, but like you just sit there and boo-hoo because it just took a freaking need that we had because we fucking suck in the last couple of years, and that offensive line was dismal. and you want to laugh out loud because we took a lineman. This fucking guy you turn on a fucking tape, buddy, and watch this guy play. I haven't seen you do none of that shit. Not in Missouri, not in the league.
Think about the mindset of a 5th round draft pick that's overweight, clearly out of shape, laughing at somebody that was just drafted in the top 10 of the entire draft.
That's going
that
to
plays
be on
your
your
position.
team.
That's going to be on your position or on your team, like Phil says, but plays your position. And to me, it all goes back to entitlement. And I think, and I don't want to throw Tevin Jenkins under the bus, but when the Bears traded up for him that year, Larry Borum and him were in the same draft class. I think that there was some entitlement with these guys. Yeah. I think Larry Borum, with Tevin Jenkins, the first thing that happened the very next day, the Bears released Charles Leno. They traded up for me. I'm the left tackle. All right, here we go. This is what I think. There's a lot of entitlement. Larry Borum got a ton of pub. He got a ton of pub on this network as a rookie leading up to training camp. They just assumed that once they were in there, they were never going to be out of there. And Steve, like you said, I started for 2 years. You wanted to start for more than 2 years, but in the NFL, that's the life of in the NFL. It's you're playing until you're replaced, right?
100% right.
It's not. I'm telling you, and they could be. And I consider my 2 years fucking great years of starting.
Damn right.
And it just, it is what it is, man. You just keep grinding, man.
We had the all 20.
I internalized that shit into hard work and just kept on trying to do the best I can. Fuck, you know what I mean? Not taking the fucking. It would have been MySpace back then with me, but
What's your background song there, Big Steve? We gotta figure that out. What was the music playing in the background?
No, man, it's just on a great night like this for the Bear organization to hear this fucking thing, that it was kind of like not too much. We're not gonna let him spoil everything, but it's just like you don't want to hear this shit, and that shit needs to get addressed by somebody.
One quick thing. Those conspirators. Wait a second. He might have tweeted it after the Lions pick. If he did, why delete that? All we can do is know what we know. Somebody else.
Let's not look into it.
He
can spin it that way. But come on, man. Are you kidding me?
He knows what position Darnell plays. Let's be honest.
Let's just be
very
honest.
Obvious, man.
The reality
Shane's about
is,
to get another angry tweet from Larry Borum's mom. It's fine.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna happen.
The Cowboys have selected defensive lineman Mozzie Smith.
wow, he went high.
Wow,
we took him in the 2nd round last night.
Yep.
God. Mozzie Smith, man. I love this dude.
Keanu Benton is another name we should be thinking about for our 2nd round pick as well. So we should.
Oh my God. I really want Foskey, man.
I know. But I'm just going to keep naming every other player other than Foskey just to drive you nuts. That's the way I'm going to play this.
Ryan Brisset has not gone.
I think
Miles Murphy has not gone.
I see Brzee being a New Orleans Saint if he's still available. That just seems
Murphy is one of my favorite falls because remember
all the work we've done on Murphy. I was just gonna say,
Gridiron Assassin's pissed right now. You wanted him in number 9.
I mean, that was he
For
was
the
the
Raiders,
opposite.
you fuck.
He was the opposite of what
where your
Darnell
Raiders
Wright
were.
was, right? Darnell Wright was a 3rd round pick as mock started. Miles Murphy was a top 5 guy. And now we're sitting here at 27 and he still hasn't gone off. That's a hell of a fall. I think that shows that everybody sees the same thing we pointed out on film.
TTNL is probably standing with the actual team scouting, and everybody else is standing with the narratives. And that's
Phil, you remember when we
why
put that
got
tape
1,000
on?
plus.
You remember when we put the tape on
Outta here.
with Miles Murphy? We were scared to death. We're like,
oh yeah.
I mean, we were all scared to death. We're like, how in the hell this kid is not a top 10 pick, other than his length, and he looks the part, and that's where it ends right there. It's over. And I mean, I know this probably doesn't matter, but Steve, Miles Murphy is 6'5", 265 pounds, and his hands are 8 inches. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
No.
It's the weirdest thing ever. But I never saw it in Miles Murphy. I think he's minimally 3 years away from developing
absolutely
into anything. I mean,
I think Double A and Murphy are close comparisons to anything. Like and Double A is just like a raw talent. Like Murphy is similar in that aspect. To Shane's point,
I just am gonna double down on this because you take pride in the work and the people you surround yourself with. We don't always agree on everything. But the reality is when you look at the tape and you see a duck and if it walks like a duck and it quacks like it's a duck, despite what McShay and Matt Miller and all of I would never have Cars on this network if he was just to go to what they said and repeat it back. All of us look at the tape for the perspective of the truth. So I go into it, Will Anderson, I saw him in the game. I make a mental note. This kid stood out. Charlie Jones, the receiver from Purdue, I saw him in the game. I make a note. Charlie Jones, circle. Then you go back and look at tape of this. Then you're getting answers on the tape. And I can't thank Chris Harold enough because he's the guy that gives me the answers. And these guys do the work. And if we disagree, like I was in agree. If they took Van Ness at 9 or 10 rather, because we traded back, I would have been fine with that. The problem I had was guys with no heart. And the Bears doing that too often. We're going to gamble on greatness. We're going to gamble on a guy's talent. No, they did the right thing. Darnell Wright. They did it. And now you guys should take a bow too, because my top 50 board is looking exactly pretty damn good right now. The only guy, JSN, went before Zay in my book.
I'm sort of amazed if you look at this that Nolan Smith has not gone compared to some of the other edge rushers. I'm surprised that Brian Branch has not gone yet. He would have made sense in some places. But here, like if you're watching this, you're gonna probably might be where we start to see some folks. I think the best news for us is Shane, one of the guys we had
real quick, Cars, just to butt in, the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in, and they took offensive tackle Anton Harrison.
He was really the last one. But there's
Cam Robinson got suspended today.
That's a big thing.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that the centers have not gone or the guards. I really thought we'd see one. I think we're going to see Bergeron go here to Cincinnati as a guard, and I think that'll be the call out. But this draft, outside of the DB run, my biggest takeaway from this draft is I have no idea what teams are doing value-wise. I don't hate Jahmyr Gibbs and I don't hate Jack Campbell. I just hate the value. I don't hate Jordan Addison, but I hate that value. And I'm glad that the teams in our division did that. And the way that this draft has flown, one of the biggest winners of this draft is the New England Patriots being able to trade back and still get Gonzalez at pick 17.
Yep.
That is a great place where need and value meet. I think Philadelphia really did well to get value in Jalen Carter because of the way that he fits them better than others. But God, you look at this team like, what are you doing, Green Bay? What are you doing,
Detroit?
What are you doing, Atlanta? There are so many of these positions when you look at this and when you it's always too early to grade. But when you start seeing things like Tennessee, Skoronski at 11, that doesn't make to me a whole lot of sense. That whole range when you go from 11 down to to almost to Kancey, right? With the exception of Christian Gonzalez, that's a big question mark run. That's
Right.
really bad value.
In talking about guys falling, you got to talk about the quarterback, and this is going to tell you exactly what the NFL thinks on Levis overall. If nobody trades up to get him on the 5th-year option, that's another big red flag to what the NFL teams think about Will Levis.
That's like the guy
somebody's
that
not coming
Minnesota
up to
did.
get that extra year on the contract.
He's sitting in the green room, right?
Yeah.
If
If you like him in the
Yeah.
second round, you know those years come up quick, man. If he does his thing and you get him in the second round, you're looking at some massive contract. Going
Jalen
into
Hurts was the
3
same way.
years.
Second rounder, they just had to pay him
early.
They had to
Early.
pay him
that
early.
5th year is you get that 4th year, that really lets you know it's an extra year, but it's also another extra year, like knowing what you got for sure. You know what I mean? So
You're dead right. Minnesota, remember when the Kellen Mond draft, teams were the big thing at the end of the first round was going to be who's going to trade in to the back of the first round to try to get a 5th year on Kellen Mond. Nobody did it, and he ended up falling all the way to the
That
third.
was Adam Hogue's boy.
Yeah. It's a very,
It was
very
Skoronski.
weird part.
The
It's
cleanest player
of all time.
in this
Of all time.
Oh my God!
This
Was
draft
there an
is
all time in that too?
I don't know. I just throw of all time into everything.
Will Levis's girlfriend looks more pissed off than he does right now.
Well, that's
on
because she
TV.
just knocked off about 3 carats off the size of that engagement ring at this point. Where the draft is going.
you know what I like? I like that dude has those wrist. So let me tell you about those wrist brace that he has on. That lets me know that you're trying to punch the shit out of somebody.
Oh, Darnell, yeah.
They got like these flaps in them. So when I went to the Philadelphia Eagles, I was talking to my brother today, just because my brother was going off the rails, talking about the running back from Texas. I said, hell no, I don't know, dude. He's a great football mind. I was like, dude, you haven't watched anything on these drafts, man. But I talked about Trey Thomas. I said, dude, you want guys from long. Those guys used to wear those fucking things, and Trey Thomas was. You talk about a guy who had a fucking punch on him was Trey Thomas. So they had these little pads you can insert in them, and Trey Thomas would have like 4 of these layers in there, just because he would just lay his punch into anybody. So that having those on is a significant sign that I'm trying to punch the living daylights out of somebody. So not everybody wears those. So I like that. There's a little thing, but
who doesn't wear them? Larry Borum.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy in Mexico, living the all-inclusive life.
Are we invited there? What?
No, Jim. We were invited to his house. Are you taking the hard-working TTNL boys, Jim, to Mexico after this draft?
No. That's going to be a hard no from Jim. Yeah, he knows better. He knows better. No good comes out of that.
Maron.
Question: our boy from Ohio State. Now, obviously, he's probably out of the mix for us, possibly. But
DeJuan Jones.
What's going on with him?
He could be going
I know
too.
He's going to be around.
He left the Senior Bowl, and then he showed up pro day. It didn't work out, and it was in the sweat jacket. Is that
Miles
the only
Murphy.
things that he has going on?
Bengals just went Miles Murphy.
There he is, Miles Murphy.
There you go.
I think the biggest concern for him has always been he's someone that gets to training camp and plays into shape. And that's always a red flag for guys that they don't like that sort of thing. Because I guess at one point he was as big as 400 pounds. Was I reading that right, Shane?
Rick Spielman said they wouldn't even have knocked him if he weighed in at 400 pounds at the pro day, but they think he was way
over,
significantly over that. And there's been a lot of word that his pre-draft process with teams has been amongst the worst, and he's kind of torpedoed his
off season.
Yeah.
Here was the
That a
quote.
flyer though. You know what I mean?
Here's
Like
the
I mean,
quote.
like you can't wait too late, but is that a flyer? We
He's a
saw
better-
we saw the film, guys.
Oh no, I get it. I
There's
get
a
it.
personnel man in this great article that Shane and Ryan Cox sent to me to read. He's a better athlete. This is a personnel college personnel director. He's a better athlete than Orlando Brown. If he had a clean character and wasn't as lazy, he didn't have a weight problem, you're looking at a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Man.
You're taking a risk for sure, but this guy, I'm telling you, is the real deal when he wants to be. And even when he doesn't want to be, he's still pretty damn good.
Well, Ryan Cox just shared a text and just asking a question, and I think it's a great thought process. Is that selection for the Super Bowl champs, Kansas City Chiefs?
I mean, they need a right tackle.
Imagine
right?
that shit. Holy
Jesus Christ. Come
But
on.
here-
They go get him.
But I mean, they did it with Orlando. They did it with Orlando Brown. He was the same size. You know what I mean? Same.
Yeah, and
same
Andy
body
doesn't.
type.
He likes big boys, man.
This
Andy,
dude-
obviously
Steve,
they
speak
want to
on
work
his
on the
tape,
weight,
Steve.
but Andy likes big boys, man. And you know they'll be willing. They got the culture, and he knows all about the fucking punch. Like I said, we had John Runyon, these big, massive.
Oh, that's a
tackles
name,
who just
man.
would just lay blessed hands on you, you know. So I was just bragging to my brother, like I've never seen a guy that size. This anybody, period, just double hook people. Like he hooked the fucking down lineman, went up to the next level, hooked the second level. I mean, all that we talking about. This guy's near 400 pounds, and he was. I mean, I don't know what he was playing at last year, but I don't know. He's just so intriguing. I mean, he was the most impressive film that we watched.
Yeah,
he was the most dominant guy out of all these guys.
The
My
next
father
three picks, the
said-
next 3 picks, I'd expect moves. Like if anybody, because these are teams that are known to make moves, trade down to Steve's point, right? You want that 5th year on Will Levis. You've got the Saints who think they can win the division. You've got Kansas City who doesn't have a whole lot of holes anywhere, and you've got Philly who doesn't have a whole lot of holes. They can definitely see some movement. It would not shock me here to see the Bears move up to one of these 3 and sacrifice a little. It wouldn't shock me to see kind of someone else, maybe Atlanta, move up in the back of the end of the first round to go draft Levis to compete with Ritter, right? So hoping for some action, because this has been kind of quiet for too long.
I still have Cap's thoughts in my head about the Bears doing a ton of homework on Nolan Smith.
That they could trade up, you're saying?
Yeah, you know, would he have been a guy that they were considering in a trade down to 17 or 19? And they're looking, because this happened. This is the NFL draft. Guys drop.
Everybody
You don't expect
sees-
the draft.
everybody
I just
sees
don't
things.
see the fit in this defense.
Not at his size. Not at his size.
Was he more of an edge rusher or a linebacker at Georgia?
Yes.
Edge.
Yeah, and he's 238 pounds.
Yeah, that's too light, man. He's
Yeah, it
in the
is.
league, man. You know,
To me, he's a will linebacker.
yeah.
Said 6'3" is what's his official
6'2",
height?
238.
That was exactly.
Doesn't even have the length.
Joe, my boy Joe, and this ain't Dwight Freeney power.
No,
hand punch. This guy is a tremendous testing timed athlete.
Well, and he's the ultimate pro and ultimate leader. You know, the Cap story about at the combine, he was walking in with a bunch of Georgia players and they were cutting up, walking into the combine, and he stopped and ripped into all of them. He's like, hey, we're not here to joke around. We're not here to make noise. We're all here on a business trip. Got the group and everybody shut the fuck up. So, I mean, that stuff resonates. I just don't see the fit. But let me put this out there. And I know that the Bears just invested in TJ Edwards. If you look at his contract, they can really move off of it after year one with no issues. Okay. The will linebacker is a massive piece in this defense. I know it sounds crazy, but do they think enough of him to use him in, as a designated pass rush guy right now, and then next year he's your will linebacker and you move away from Edwards? I'm looking for justification, and that's the only one that I can come up with.
Yeah, I was going below. I was just going to go back against that, Shane. But like you talk about that TJ Edwards contract, that could be something you could move off of.
Yeah.
But what would you give up? You know what I mean, to get up there, and what's the value of this? Obviously moving up into the second for other.
You're giving up your 2 second rounders. You're giving up.
Like that's the problem.
You're giving up 53 and 61.
Yeah.
This is where a Foskey to me would be
the
worth
Saints
that.
pick is in.
Foskey's the kind of edge guy that fits the philosophy that you're
Right.
doing. High motor, strength, led. He
Brian
led Notre
Brzee
Dame.
is a new
Good
one.
call,
You
Shane.
called it,
Yep,
Shane.
Shane called it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just
I love
always
that kid, man.
fit there. It's a New Orleans always. They took the shitty defensive end that Phil likes, that plays in Minnesota now.
Marcus Davenport.
Yeah. But no, I think he fits there. And listen, as a Bears, I'm a Brian Brzee fan just for the circumstances that he has dealt with in his young life already. Lost his sister to brain cancer last year, dealing with the torn ACL and stuff like that. This is a kid that he's one of those guys that every time the Bears play and the box score comes out, I'm looking to see how Brian Brzee did, or if they're on, I'm focused on him. I'm rooting for this kid 100%. 21 years old, and he's been through a lot in his short amount of years on this earth. So rooting for the kid. I'm glad to see him go to New Orleans in round 1. So props to him.
Now, in this draft, the 3 technique position.
I'm going to call my shot again right here. I think you see Adebaware go to Philadelphia right here.
That's a good call.
I wouldn't be shocked if they doubled up on defensive line.
Really?
Yeah. Fletcher Cox is what, 30? He's up to 34 years old. You're bringing in Jalen Carter. And again, you're talking about Philadelphia loves to throw these guys at you in ways. Well, they did take Milton Williams here less, so that's probably a bit of a stretch. But I know they said that Howie Roseman is infatuated with the kid.
Well, what about your boy from Syracuse? I mean, then who
Bergeron,
did they lose on the offensive line in free agency this year?
Siamalu went to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So that's a good call, Steve. I know.
And then also you're looking at Kelsey possibly,
but
they retired after this year.
Michael David Smith's here.
But they just drafted. They drafted
Michaels.
Landon Dickerson that they're playing at guard, and they drafted Cam Jurgens, who to me.
Oh
is
yeah,
a
that's
center.
right. Jurgens.
Those are 2 second-round picks over the last 2 years. Yeah.
I'd say the Kansas State kid has got a real chance here. Felix as a.
Oh, that's one of my guys too.
That's a guy.
Oh,
I think would fit.
Ryan Cox just called it too. That's another one. They lost their safety and
Branch.
Yeah, Chauncey
That's a
Gardner
good
Johnson.
place.
But
No,
again, that's
tight
that's
end.
one-
John Mayer from the fucking Notre Dame.
So this is interesting, Phil. When the Eagles drafted, who's their Dallas Goedert? Dallas Goedert right now is the same age of who's the tight end in Arizona? Zach Ertz.
Uh-huh.
Dallas Goedert is the same age that Zach Ertz was when they drafted Goddard to kind of be his heir apparent. And there's value in Mayer here. I don't know. Philly, they don't venture off of those positional groups.
I really was a
Offensive line,
fan of
defensive
Brian
line.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but they just showed Brzee at his home, and they're all wearing Ella Strong T-shirts, which is just a wonderful tribute to his sister.
Yep.
And that is really something that shows you that sometimes football is life is still bigger than football, and that was really nice to see.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm seeing it now on delay.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that kid's tape. I mean, just love that kid. I mean, he was falling. I was hoping we'd get up. I'm falling in. the Bears get up and get them.
I'm looking at this right now. The way that this draft is going, it could not be better for the Bears, because when you look into if the Bears are drafting where they are, there are still a lot of options for the Bears to go. It is across the trenches. You still got offensive linemen, guards. You still got some good edge and defensive line guys. Like the way that these runs have happened, it's going to give the Bears a ton of flexibility in day 2. It could not have gone any better for us in that regards.
The Bears, you look now at the roster. Edge rusher becomes the need.
Pick is in. Eagles have selected Nolan Smith.
Oh, okay. There he
Good,
is.
Good.
Yet
play.
another. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I believe you.
Yet
did.
another teammate. Listen,
Take your bow.
Yeah, y'all said. Yeah, you guys said O-line, D-line, which they always do, and they always do. But
it's yet another Georgia team. So they have Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Jalen Carter, and now Nolan Smith. So you have that UGA, those dogs in Philly. They're going to be surrounding Carter.
This is going to be really interesting.
Man, the Eagles, they just know how to build. Build this thing. You know what? It's easy to build when you already got things in place.
Yep.
And you just stick to your guns, and that's where we need to get to. We need to get to that organization that's consistent, and you're gonna have your down years, but you don't see it right now with Philly. Maybe they had that one down year, but like they bounce right back. You see the Pittsburgh Steelers and organization Ravens. They had one down year and they bounced right back. It's just
a good point.
So that's where we need to get to.
Totally agree. I came into this draft nervous, wondering who is Ryan Poles. Is he going to be the surface level bullshit networks of Bears, Twitter, and all these? You put a name to it. I won't. You know what I'm talking about. Skoronski, Jalen Carter. Or is he going to be the TTNL, the tape, the fucking O-line, the defensive tackle that you need, the one that motor never stops? And tonight I got my first answer. You're going to fucking rely on the tape. Guy never let up a sack. His tape, we've broken it down. If you are not a patron, you want to sign up right now. TheTapeNeverLies.com. Get that scroll for me, Ivan, down at the bottom. And you can go into, what is it? January, where we break down this offensive, or maybe it was later in February, where we break down this offensive tackle, Darnell Wright, and we're jumping out of our chairs watching this football player play the game of football the way it's supposed to. Sound to the whistle, power at the point of attack, running his feet, falling on the ground. We showed you. If you're just tuning in, you missed a couple plays. This dude's doing a down block, Steve, on the goal line versus the best player in the country, and Will Anderson, and gets movement and then stumbles on the grass and is dragging, crawling and scratching. You fucking think Leno's doing that? You think Larry Borum's ass is on the fucking ground trying to get to the next block? No. Just watch the tape. This is the dogs that you want. I've been dying for years watching this piece of shit Ted Phillips organization run into the ground. You have everything at your beck and call. The history. Soldier Field. These amazing loyal fans. It's fucking 0 degrees out. Your 3 wins against Buffalo and they're fucking filling the stadium. Start getting some dogs out there. Don't talk about it. There's no fucking transfer portal, Larry. You got to go out there and fucking work your ass off. This is what it's about. This is what TTNL is about. This
Yeah,
is what
let's
I'm
not-
about, and
let's
that's
not
what we're going
focus
to be
on
doing.
Larry fucking
I
Lawrence.
have to put him in my rant.
Him. Nah.
Go watch our tape breakdown of Darnell Wright, or sign up because we're going to be breaking down all of the draft picks. I already got a text from Chris Harrell tonight. Shane, every Bears pick, I got you, Big Papa.
Love it.
So we'll be breaking down, but we will be Sunday, late Sunday, because we have our first flag football game in the morning. They put us at 8 in the morning, Shane, for God's sake. Gotta
Wait,
get
no. Say what now?
8 in the morning. I got to practice.
Oh,
Then
I thought
we
you said we're
play it.
going live at 8 in the morning. I said,
No.
well, I'll be the guy that's not here for that.
No, that's what I'm saying. We'll be doing that show at like 6 Sunday.
Yeah.
6 p.m. Eastern.
What time
Sunday.
do you want to go? We were going to go live in the afternoon tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Yes. Yeah.
Because I need
What time?
thumbnails for tomorrow night and that.
Oh, I
also.
wanted to see who was off the board. I already set it up. So I'm
Yeah,
going to
okay.
put players that.
But so you want to go like 12:30 potentially?
Well, I have to do something tomorrow. But it's
So
going
you
to
already
be at
did
some point.
You already did the measurement for Steph. We saw that live on air. Ivan and I did.
Yeah, I mowed the lawn today. So I've gotten some stuff done. I'm very happy that I cut all that fucking Skoronski tape to show people what an error we've made, and now I could just delete it from my phone, Ivan. I don't have
So at this point, do you trade a 5th round pick to Detroit and get Montgomery back?
You know,
didn't see David Montgomery, LOL.
I do find it interesting, and it's one of the few times I will give props to PFF Brad. But when you look at a weird way to build a franchise, you go out and sign Montgomery to 3 years, $18 million. You re-sign Anzalone 3 years, $18 million. And then the following draft, you draft both of the guys who are going to replace them. It makes absolutely no sense.
Look at Nolan Smith on TV right now. He looks like Zay Flowers.
He is so little.
Look at that. It's on NFL. He is so slight. Holy shit. There's no way if you watch this video right now that you would say that this dude is a defense,
white suit?
an edge rusher. Yes. In the NFL.
By the way, though, that look is as crisp as you can get right now.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic look.
Well, we need you. We need you on day 2 wearing that same suit, Cars.
I'm a nerd. We don't wear suits. That's just not a thing that we do. Ever.
He's 238, 6'2".
You don't look 238 sitting on that couch. I'll tell you that.
Getting a text from someone.
Just don't be likable, then no one texts you, Phil. It's a lot easier way to go through life.
We might be having a surprise guest coming up. With
I just need to see who this pick is, and then I can run away.
You might want to stay on for this guest. I'm waiting for. I know Big Steve might have to bounce.
Yeah,
Steve, you're gonna
It's
jump
Betty
on?
by time.
Are you gonna jump on?
Sunday. What time Sunday you guys going?
6 probably in the evenings. That's 5 your time.
I will
Does that
be.
work for you?
It depends how long you guys are going.
6 hours if it's at this pace, Steve.
Okay.
6 hours.
Well, if you prefer,
I got.
I can go
I'm going to
anytime in the
Rasheed
later
Davis bowling event.
Mhm.
It's from like 2 to 5 our time, and then I get out of there, drop my daughter off at her job, and I don't have any schoolwork. My class is over for. I got about a week break in between, so that starts Sunday. Actually, my first day of my break. So once I drop my daughter off, I'll be free to get on and chat as much as I want to. Yeah, after that bowling event, I'll drop the daughter off. I'll be back home. So,
what time is that about? Only because I could just make it whatever time you want. You wanna go
I'll
8
probably,
at night?
I'll probably be back probably back in the house by what time would I be? What time she have to be? I'll probably be back about 7. Maybe no, hold on. What time she had to be at work? 6:30. You know, juggling these kids and stuff, like all these juggling.
I
Man.
get it,
Probably,
bro.
I'll say 7 o'clock. I'll be back at the house, man. To be honest.
All right,
She's got
that's
work at
8
6:30.
o'clock East.
Well, you know, let me just make sure. I think I'm feeling
You
like I'm
just
missing
text me
something. Yeah,
tomorrow.
6:30 is her time. So 7.
Text me tomorrow.
I'll text you.
Always welcome to jump on the show tomorrow night or Saturday as well.
Okay.
We'll be live here, break it down. So maybe we get our
Yeah,
boy.
Saturday might be good. I might be able to jump in on Saturday. I
Yeah.
won't be doing too much either. So
Shoot me a
yeah.
text.
Yeah. But happy as can
All right,
be,
let
man.
me
I'm
let
gonna
you
sleep
go.
well tonight. I tell you that. Not having to have bad
Absolutely.
dreams about
Exactly.
Me too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just think I was nervous. I'll be honest. You weren't feeling. I was nervous all
Phil-
day.
Phil had a
asked me at
hammer,
work,
Steve.
Yeah,
what
he
the
did.
Bears gonna do, and I'm like, they shouldn't do this. I was like, they shouldn't do that. It's like they need tackles, and like up until that point, like I said, I watched the film of Darnell Wright for the first time, and actually was one of my coworkers came up and said, I like Darnell Wright. I said, I haven't even watched film on him. And he walked away. I put up the clip. And then I went and found him. And I said, yeah, that's that's the guy. And I mean, because that's the only guy, you know, I know me and Phil spent a couple, we broke down a guy from North Dakota, the Ohio State guys. But yeah, I missed out on him. So I wasn't familiar. And I mean, I didn't sit there and watch 15 minutes. It was literally 5 minutes of film, and I knew. So and it usually has to happen like that. If you got to sit there and shuffle through a bunch of film to figure out a guy's good right away, then you know he's probably not that good. I mean, it was right away. I saw the skill set. So, yep. Let's see what we do following up, though. But I appreciate you guys on the bounce.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Steve, for coming on.
See you, man.
See you sometime this weekend. I'll be popping in.
We'll be here, bro.
All right,
Thanks,
man.
All right, Steve. That's the great big man, Steve Edwards, with the green thumb. Also the big heart. The Bears, right there.
So happy.
Number 1 right tackle. Shane and Phil and Cars all agree. TTNL Network approved. So one of these other people telling you something different, this guy isn't good, tell him to go sign up for the Tape Never Lies.
So the
Tell him to
Chiefs,
go shit in a hat.
yeah, the Chiefs pick is in, so there is no trade up. So that, to me, it's more confirmation on what the NFL thinks of Will Levis. Hendon Hooker, I'm going to give a little bit of a pass. You're dealing with the ACL, the 25-year-old rookie. People.
Oh, there it is. Felix.
Are you serious?
Uzama. Yep, for KC.
Yeah,
he's an interesting guy to me. I don't necessarily love him at defensive end. I do like him as an interior guy. I feel like some of his skills do that, but he's got a great motor. That's a nice little addition for the Super Bowl champs there.
Yeah. So tomorrow night the draft starts at 7, I believe. Correct?
Yeah. It does.
Yep.
7 East.
So we will be live at 6:30 p.m. East. Phil, you want to plan for 12:30 tomorrow, or is that too early?
Trying to remember, there was something that I needed to do, but yeah, we can plan on 12:30.
All right, just send me over those, and I'll get everything scheduled for tonight, and we'll go from there. So that is a wrap of the 2023 first round of the NFL draft. And guys, don't get frustrated when you read grades. And I mean, if you go on Twitter right now, everybody's waxing poetic about the Philadelphia Eagles and about the Seattle Seahawks winning the first round, and they won it, and there's nobody close. Well, the difference is they had 2 first-round draft picks each.
Yep.
So that makes a pretty goddamn big difference. So don't get caught up in that. The Bears got a day one starter that is a
Hold on.
savage.
We got a guest coming on real quick.
Okay.
If you have to bounce.
Yeah,
I got it.
I got an early morning. So, gents, always a pleasure. And we'll talk to you.
Right.
Love you, Cars.
See you, bro.
Guys.
Listen, he predicted the show in the beginning. So he's going to come on in the end. He needs the link again. So I got to send it to him. Hold on. You guys should know who I'm talking about now. From ESPN 1000.
My guys, Phil and Shane, love you guys dearly. The tape never lies. All right.
That guy. Perfect timing.
What's up? What's up?
There he is. He's back on.
Hold on, I gotta put my dog up in the bed. There you go. Lay down, Yoke. What's up, boys?
Oh my God, excitement.
We got a right tackle, Cap.
We got a right tackle, and I had someone at Hallis tell me they were trying to trade back up into the end of the first round.
Come on.
Or Nolan Smith?
I don't know who it was for. That's who I would take. But I just walked in the house from Soldier Field. What pick are we on?
It's over.
It just ended. Like
Philly,
literally.
Philly took Nolan Smith at 30, and the Chiefs took the not even going to attempt the kid's name, the edge rusher from
Felix Uma.
Yeah.
From Kansas State?
From K-State, yep.
From K-State.
Yeah, he's a good player. Really good player.
Yeah, I like
So
him.
Nolan Smith went to
Philly.
Went to Philadelphia.
Cab went dark.
They got a bunch of Georgia dogs with the Eagles.
So Nolan Smith said this morning the two teams that did the most homework on him were the Chicago Bears and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
So I kept hearing right near the end, I tweeted, do it. Trade back up into the first round, because I kept hearing that they wanted to get Nolan Smith, but for whatever reason, they couldn't get that done, I guess.
So do you think that it's in play for them to come up closer to the top of round 2, Cap?
Well, if it wasn't Nolan Smith that they wanted,
then
absolutely.
I love Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame. He broke the all-time sack record there. His motor never ends. And the Bears have nobody at edge.
Look, they also have nobody at 3 technique, and that has to get addressed.
Well, now you're looking with Brisset going off the board. The best 3 technique left
is Adebaware.
Yeah, is the key is if you're moving Adebaware from Northwestern down to 3, which he is a 3. I don't know how people put him at end, because Zach Pickens and I would stay away from Dexter from Florida.
I just want a little credit when I told you guys, no shot on Jalen Carter.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you deserve.
We were all
sweating.
nervous. We were all nervous they were going to do it, Cap.
Too many people I respect, like Dan Hampton, Alex Brown today. Dude doesn't have a motor. You better have a support system that's going to hold him accountable. That's not a coach. It's got to be someone in the room. And when you got Hassan Reddick and whoever the hell else they've got on that team, you got dudes, Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson. You got dudes that have skins on the wall.
Yep.
Exactly.
And now they have Nolan Smith, his leader at Georgia, to insulate him even further.
Correct.
They've totally have a winning culture too. So there's a defined level of their culture of winning that a young guy that might be lazy is going to look at Fletcher Cox, who's like, young buck, you better fucking run. Or
exactly.
You better do it. The Bears have none of that. They have
Right.
none of that.
You have
So-
a guy like Fletcher. Well, when we had Olin,
Exactly.
Olin was going to hold everyone accountable
Exactly.
because he wouldn't ask you to do anything that he isn't doing himself.
Absolutely. I totally agree. We've been preaching it all. I went on a tirade. I even had a hammer ready. Like, you can't do this. You can't do it. You can't take guys that have questionable motors, that might not love the game of football, and be a defined culture on hits, loafs philosophy.
I can't tell you how many times I went as a college basketball coach and we would scout a guy and we needed big guys, and any decent big guy was usually going to get gobbled up by the Big Ten. And you'd go in and see this guy and go, he's only playing because he's tall. He doesn't love basketball. He was the tallest kid in school, so they stuck him down on the fucking low post and go, you're our center. Well, when you bring guys like that in, they don't give a shit. They don't.
Yep.
Yeah. You're
So-
100% right.
But I'm just glad that they didn't outthink the room. Mark Chimera had a great line tonight. He works for our radio company up in Milwaukee, and he called a friend of mine.
Former tight end?
The former tight end. He does the morning show.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a really good broadcaster. Mark said, "Wow, the Bears have finally fucking figured it out."
Thank you, Mark.
He said instead of trading a bunch of picks and trying to do it on the fly, they're taking a measured approach. A, B, you know what? We've got a quarterback. We might want to fucking protect him.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
that was my biggest gripe with Ryan Pace, who I liked as a guy. He's like a really good. Ryan's a wonderful guy. Like, if you're having a beer with Ryan, you'd be like, boy, I really like this guy. He just doesn't do a very good job in the draft. And I mean, you can't have 4 top 10 picks and 3 of them are busts. Leonard Floyd, Mitch Trubisky, and Kevin White. Like Darnell Mooney in the 5th and Jordan Howard in the 5th. And, you know, those are fine. But you can't miss on all these top 10 picks. And Shamira said, wow, that is a great pick. You picked up an extra 4th. So at the worst, that's a special teams guy.
Yep.
And you got yourself, Louis Riddick says he's an all-pro within 3 years. All-pro.
Yeah. Louis Riddick on the broadcast tonight said he wouldn't be surprised in a few years if he's not the best player out of this entire draft, Cap.
How about that?
Yeah.
Cap, he was my number 2 ranked tackle in the entire draft. He's a culture builder. We had Chris Zorich and Big Steve Edwards. We had Eric Kramer do his live mock draft last night. He picked Darnell Wright. I did a mock draft about a month ago. I picked Darnell Wright. Cars had a mock. He picked Darnell. This network stood on the stands of Darnell Wright. The thought of Skoronski and Jalen Carter and having these questions of love and short arms and guards, that's over. So I'm with Mark Chimura. I wish I was with him in the freaking hot tub, but
Clip that one, Ivan.
I got it. Fine you've ever had since I've known you.
So, Cap, what do you think of as soon as the pick was announced, Larry Borum tweeted out LOL, and then about 3 minutes later deleted the tweet. But of course, everybody screen grabbed it instantly. What do you think about Larry Borum's mindset that's his first reaction?
Well, because he knows he's fucked.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if I heard when I got to work tomorrow, yeah, they just hired this guy for, big money. He's a morning host. I'd be like, uh-oh. I'm in trouble. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is what it is. Maybe Larry Borum can go get kicked inside and play guard. Instead of worrying about tweets, maybe you ought to tweet and go, hey, we just got better and it's going to make me better.
Exactly
what we said. Yep.
Exactly what we said here tonight, Cap. You're the fucking man, bro. Like,
you're the man, bro.
No. Like, this network loves you. We had a bunch of our our favorite people coming on. You sending that video live from Soldier Field. You were host. How was the vibe there?
You
as
can't
were-
imagine. Like I literally said to Kyler Gordon,
Yeah.
3 and 14. Look at this. There were 6,000 people. It was sold out. It was
Wow.
freaking amazing. And I had Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker both did interviews with me. And both guys stood there for minimum 30 minutes signing every autograph and taking every picture. Like, these two dudes get it. And
Yeah.
I'm looking, I'm like, and I said to Kyler, can you imagine if this team ever wins? He's like, bro, we are going to win and faster than you realize.
Love
it.
I love that.
So I don't think it's 23, but 24 is fine with me too.
Was Kevin Warren on the scene?
I did not see Kevin. I'm sure he was at Hallis
Yep.
because you never know what trade pops up and you got to get your boss's approval to do whatever it is that you're doing.
Yep.
How locked in will he be as you say this?
Who, Kevin?
Will he be like right in there with them? Like, let's do it, boy. Is he a checker, a fact checker of this whole situation as he takes over?
Yeah, I from what I've heard, and I've never met Kevin, I look forward to working with him. I've heard that he's going to be the guy. Like if Ryan comes to him and says, "Hey, I'm just making this scenario up. It's not actually happening. Hey, we can get Chase Young, but it's $17 million on our cap, and we've got to trade this." Kevin's going to go, "Okay, why do you think it's the right thing to do?" Ryan's going to tell him, and he's going to be like, "Okay, let's do it."
Exactly. I like that's what I need because I know Ted was in the way of this shit.
See, from what I was told here's how the Trubisky, I was told this tonight. Here's how the Trubisky pick got so fucked up. So Pace goes to see Mitch. He likes Mitch a lot. There's a lot to like. He's athletic. He's a great kid, like hard worker. He was a good student. So he's so paranoid that John Fox, who has loose lips, is going to tell people in the league, yeah, my fucking GM's taking a quarterback when he wanted Jamal Adams as a safety, that Ryan doesn't feel he could trust John, who was not the guy he wanted to hire for the job. So it all goes right back to Ted and George hiring a GM and then telling him, yeah, you know what? You're a young guy, so we're going to make you hire this coach who's a veteran. Well, if I'm hiring Phil to run my shit, who does Phil want to hire? Otherwise, I'm not hiring Phil.
Exactly.
So immediately, Pace is fucked because they don't let him hire the coach he wanted. So now he has John. Neither guy trusts the other guy to the nth degree. So he's like, fuck, if I tell him Mitchell Trubisky, he's going to fucking sabotage me, tell people around the league, and my guy's going to get picked by somebody else. So he doesn't tell John until 5 o'clock the day of the draft. By the way, I made a trade. What? Right. So what kind of... Look, Ryan fucked the pickup, and he'll be the first to admit that to you. But what kind of oversight is there in an organization that doesn't say, hang on a second, there's 3 really good quarterbacks in this class. Did we bring Deshaun Watson in and have dinner with him and do the whole thing? No, we went to his workout and we looked at it, but no, we didn't. It was Mahomes and it was Trubisky. Well, why didn't we bring the third guy in? And what does our coach think about it? Well, I didn't trust him, so I didn't tell him. Like, really? But you're a rookie GM. I don't trust you to give you the autonomy to hire your coach. But I'm going to let you make a value decision on who the quarterback is without telling the coach I made you hire. That's how fucked up the whole thing was.
Exactly. And that's the showcase of what I've been saying for years. When you have a pencil pushing accountant involved in this stuff, the autonomy of football decisions become secondary to conservative politics of bullshit. And that's really what I believe Kevin Warren's going to squash out. You don't have any reason to be snobs up there. You haven't done shit.
Correct.
You've done shit. And for George and the family to walk around like their shit doesn't stink and have this It's all, and I think that's changing. Tonight they took
And
a
I don't
huge
think
step.
I've dealt with George some. He's the nicest guy in the world. He really is. Like if you're around,
Yeah.
they just don't know any better. And this culture was just so fucked up. Like if I'm hiring you two to do something, there's got to be some oversight if you're going to make a huge decision. Like if you said, hey, we're going out, we're going to buy these really expensive new cameras and microphones for the show. How much is it? It's $200,000. Whoa, that's a lot of money.
Hell yeah.
Have you checked other places on the price? No. Have you checked any other type of cameras? No. Have you run the cameras and see how you guys look on them in this studio? No. Well, what if they sound like this and I can't hear myself? You might want to have some oversight. No, we're just going to buy them and roll the dice. That's exactly what we did.
How about this? John Fox could have saved us from that mistake. How
There's
weird
no
is
question.
that?
Yeah.
How weird is that?
There's no question. Now, he wanted Jamal Adams. Ryan was going to fix the quarterback room, which I get. I have no problem that he wanted to fix the quarterback room. That's fine. And if John said, yeah, Trubisky's the guy, and they all went, no, we fucked up, we missed. That happens all the fucking time.
Yeah.
But when you don't even do the homework properly and have like a vetting system, that's my problem with the whole thing.
Cap, it's been a situation we've lived with, and finally, there's hope. Honestly.
By the way, you guys should see this. Look at all the bear shit that I bought tonight. My wife's going to look at the credit card and go, what the fuck did you buy more Bears gear for? You know what, honey? I liked it.
That's right.
I was in the pro shop during break with our program director, my boss, Danny Zetterman.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's like a white quarter zip. Like the coaches wear. I'm like, I want that quarter zip. It's the Bears. Kidding? Give it to me. They're probably charging me double. That's that asshole that blasts us all the time. Yeah. So, but it looked cool. I'm gonna wear it on the air tomorrow, and I'm gonna walk in and go, "We gotta fucking tackle my producer, who I love dearly.
Yeah.
We gotta take Jackson Smith and Jigba."
Oh my God!
I'm like,
No.
I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind, Shay? No.
Cap is ready.
I mean, come on now. Dude, I'm ready to go to work right now. I left my house at 4:30 this morning. I just got home, and I got to be back downtown at 5:30. And I am so fucking wired right now. Hey, the Bears fucking got an offensive tackle who should be, a really good fucking player.
Love it.
I love it. I love you, Cap.
Love you guys. I just wanted to check in. I told you I would as soon as I got home.
Amazing.
I'm just grateful for your relationship with us and this network and what you do on every single day for the people of Chicago, talking sports and wearing your heart on the sleeve. That is the testament to you. I hope we get a shout out tomorrow on the air. That's all I hope.
I'll give you a shout out on the air.
Phil and Shane and TTNL wanted Darnell Wright. They got it.
We all talked about it last week.
Yes, we did.
We did.
So we got our guy. We got an extra 4th round pick, and we didn't take Jalen Carter. Good night for the Bears.
Or Skoronsky. Tell Adam Hogue, stop looking at your fucking heart when you're analyzing stuff.
I had lunch with him today. And I said, what do you think? He's like, Skoronsky's the best lineman in the draft. I said,
No. Oh my God.
Dude, come on now. He's a good player. I'll give you that. He's not Darnell Wright or Paris Johnson Jr. He's just not.
Thank you, Cap.
So,
standing up for the truth.
You go. Well, I'll give you
Take
guys
that.
some love in the morning, and I look forward to talking to you. Now let's go find a 3 technique, an edge rusher, another corner. Let's keep going.
We got to get you back on after the draft.
Get me. When's your next show next week?
Well, we got Courtney coming on next Wednesday night.
So the following week, I'm in Europe.
Oh, are you? Where are you going?
So I'm flying next Thursday. My brother, who I love dearly, is turning 60. He has a house in Florida. He's moving there full time in about a year, but he's going to be at his house in Florida. So I'm flying to Fort Myers with my wife to surprise him for his 60th.
Awesome.
And then Saturday morning, we fly 7 a.m. through Chicago, go home, work out, change out my luggage, get back on the plane at 6:10 at night, Chicago to Amsterdam.
Oh,
And
nice.
then Amsterdam to Brussels on the train, and Brussels to Paris to see Springsteen in Paris.
Oh, love
Look
it.
at you.
Nice.
Look at you. You deserve it, man.
So I can't wait.
No
I
one
cannot
works harder.
wait. So
Love
it'll be
Gotta
fun.
share some pictures with us. We'll put them on the show.
Dude, I'm going to do my recap rush hour sportscast from the fucking road.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It'll be fun. Hey, there's the Eiffel Tower. White Sox got the shit beat out of them again. It is what it is, man.
You're the best, Cap.
You're the best, Cap.
You guys
Thanks,
do
Cap.
best to your families, and we'll talk when I get back.
We'll
Yes, when you get back, we'll have you on as the celebrity host of what culture the Bears have changed.
You got
All the way
it. I
from-
look forward to it.
You're the man, bro.
You too.
Thanks
Love
for
you.
jumping on. Love you,
Love
man.
you too, Cap. Safe
Peace
travels.
out. Thanks, Cap.
Safe travels.
Later.
David Kaplan. To wrap up this.
Yeah, let's
I mean,
wrap
does it
it,
get
dude.
better?
Yeah, dude,
I am
we're-
fucking struggling.
It's
I'm tired.
6 minutes
Cap
to
got me
5
back
hours.
up. Every
Yes.
person that comes on this show starts ranting.
Yeah.
Rank, Kaplan, Big Steve.
I'm about 3 minutes away from ranting myself.
Listen, we'll be back tomorrow afternoon, Shane and I, to break down who's available, what's going on, and talk with you, answer your questions live tomorrow here on TTNL. And then we'll be back covering the draft rounds 2 through 3 tomorrow night with all of you. I can't thank you all enough. If you're not a patron, please go over there. We're trying to get it where we always have wanted it, at that 1,000-yard mark. Let's get over the 1,000. I know we picked up a few of you guys, but you aren't going to believe once you get in there how much analysis that we do on the draft, free agency, and the Bears during the season. It's a new era of Chicago Bears football. Tonight, we got a guy that we believed in here all off season. I love you guys. I know Shane's tired. Can't thank everybody that helped the show. Ron G, Caden Whitlow, Ivan Vargas, Cool Kennedy, Cars, Shane, Claudio the Barber left. I
forgot Claude left.
We'll see you guys. Let's wrap it up like this. God bless you and go Bears.
Bear down.
Bear down. We need a new show ender, Shane.
That's fine. Just play something.
I'm looking. No. I'll end it with Adam Rank.
Ding, ding. Here is what the Tape Never Lies Network means to me. Now, there's a lot of sites out there, a lot of fan sites and all that stuff, but there are few, if any, that matches the knowledge, the wisdom, and the charisma of the Tape Never Lies Network. It is what I rely upon each and every week to find out what's going on with our Chicago Bears. Listen, I like the Sick podcast. It's fine. Its host is okay. But for me, the money site is the Tape Never Lies Network. Watch it.